falling in and out so fast, holding you back, back, back. Guilty of the pain I caused and of the conscience I lack, lack, lack. I will hold your hand while I'm 1 foot out the door. And it's all because I don't need you anymore. Heartbeats going fast, fast, fast. Oh, oh. Heartbeats going fast, That's me falling in and out so fast when I feel trapped, trapped, trapped. Hungry for another one, anyone. I don't look back, back, back. I will hold your hand while I'm 1 foot out the door. And it's all because I don't need you anymore. Heartbeats going fast, fast, fast. Oh, oh. Heartbeats going fast, Heartbeats going fast, fast, fast. Oh, oh. Heartbeats going fast, fast, fast. Oh,
Nah, mate. Oh, knock, knock. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door, but what's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, lying, nothing in your core. Buying, buying, yeah, what for? But do what I need to, always sure. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door. What's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, lying, nothing in your core. Buying, buying, yeah, what for? But do what I need to, always sure. Boring, never been that. I get paid, bro, just to relax. Yeah, more money now, yeah, more tax. Sorted it now, don't worry about that. Boring, yeah, I've never been that. I get paid, bro, just to relax. Yeah, more money, but yeah, more tax. But sorted it now, don't worry about that. Flexing, yeah, but your soul is empty. Dripping in diamonds, Fenty. Dripping in vibes, got plenty. Got the technique, yeah, like Jet Li. Ow. One little chop like pow. One little hit like wow. Living for the now, live for the sound. Nice for the town, yeah. Worry about that. No, don't worry about that. Worry about that. Worry about that. Like, no, don't worry about that. Something. Worry about that. No, don't worry about that. Worry about that. Worry about that. Like, no, don't worry about that. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door. What's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, lying, nothing in the core. Buying, buying, yeah, what for? Do what I need to, always sure. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door. What's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, what a bore. Lying, lying, nothing in the core. Buying, buying, yeah, what for? But do what I need to, always sure. Knocking on the door, knocking on it one time, knocking on the door. Always sure. Knocking on the door, one time, knocking on the door. Knock, knock. Hello, something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. You're not needed, show you the door. What's that, yeah, are you sure? Yeah, that's a rental, yeah, but a bore, lying, nothing in the core. Buying, yeah, what you for? Do what I need to, always sure. Off. That's what you gotta tell them sometime, you know. See you later, mate. All the best. Something real, something raw, not accidental, no, I'm sure. Something. something more, not accidental, no, I'm sure, nah, I've never been sorry.
1, 2, 3, I don't know who else to be. 4, 5, 6, like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. 1, 2, 3, I don't know who else to be. 4, 5, 6, like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. I don't have any favorite, just give me any kind. Even if it hurts a bit, I think I will be fine. 24/7, all I do is procrastinate, procrastinate. My lesson. 24/7, all I do is procrastinate, procrastinate. Perfection. Perfection. 1, 2, 3, I don't know who else to be. 4, 5, 6, like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. Some sort of an addiction. They all have a prediction. I think it's just some fiction that I have an addiction, baby. That I have an addiction. 24/7, all I do is procrastinate, procrastinate. My lesson. 24/7, all I do is procrastinate, procrastinate. Perfection. 1, 2, 3, I don't know who else to be. 4, 5, 6, like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. Oh, this is major. It's like the next big thing. Come catch the wave, yeah. Yeah, watch what's happening. A force of nature. Hit 'em like lightning. Be the creator of the next big thing. We're the movers and shakers. We are the dreamers, the makers. We stand on top of equators. We are the limitless. We got the future, no papers. We are the innovators. We have the focus like lasers. You know we doing it big. Oh, this is major. This is major. It's a game changer. This is major. Oh, this is fire. It's like the boom, boom, pow. Let's take it higher. Like the new player, a crusader. Yeah, here we come. Are you a game changer, rule breaker, dream maker? Show 'em how it's done. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now. Don't get comfortable, cause any minute now.
Oh, look. Hello and welcome to the Game Changers lower bracket final. Now, the players on the stage might look a little different for a good reason. We're here for something a little different. Me and Potter will be bringing you a nice little show match before Shopify obviously take on MIBR. It's going to be a best of 5. And we've got a little bit of a treat, right? We've got the first ever skirmish show match. Couple of big influencers out there, right? A couple of big names. Thoughts and feelings quickly. Who are you excited for?
I'm definitely excited for the big names, of course. It's the easy ones. Tens and Kaede gracing us with their presence. But really, I'm just excited to watch this Aimlab. I mean, it's been a while since I was. These are my old stomping grounds, Lauren.
About to say,
These are my old stomping grounds.
So let's get to a little bit of an understanding of how this works out. So it is going to be the new skirmish mode, 2v2, 4 teams of the duos. You saw them walking out there, nice and easy, representing each of the VCT regions. 3 total matches, all kind of best of 1 brackets, right? So starting with that kind of NAEU, of course, classic, and on the other side, Pacific CN, and then it goes through to that almost final, right? So first to 10 wins the match. Easy. Quick prediction. Who you backing? Just eye test alone. Who you backing?
Eye test alone. You know what?
I know. It's tough.
I'm going for Team China. Team China, KMD, iJohn. You know what? The Chinese are always known for having that raw mechanics to the table, and there's nothing more raw and straight to the point than a name map.
That's true. That is true. We can kind of get into the nitty-gritty of this as well, because we were chatting a little bit beforehand. But you know what? I do think EMEA's got a little bit of a shout in this. Like, obviously, a lot of people are going to look at 10s. Kaide, but like Roxy on the screen right there, I mean, part of Guild, part of G2, part of KC. She's been insane in the scene, like mechanically pretty sharp. But to start off against Tenzin Kaide, man, that's... Oh, that's going to be tough. Yeah, that...
The aura on the stage right now.
It's kind of big, right? It's kind of big, right? I wouldn't want to face them straight away, but there's no like easy way through. And of course, the people would always want to see that NA EU style head-to-head. So it is all aimers all day, I guess, right? In Skirmish, have you played much yet? 'Cause like I said, you've had a little history in these sort of environments, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely Stomping Grounds. I actually haven't been able to actually play it yet, but we were just scrimming right before I got here to Korea with my squad on those in those trials, and every day my players were just constantly challenging each other.
That's sick.
Yeah, so I mean, already right now, it's definitely brought a different vibe because waiting around for your scrim to show up.
You're like, why not?
Yeah, just challenge each other, and it really, actually, it's really nice for the energy.
Yeah, it is kind of nice, right? It's not too heavy, but I also wouldn't want to tilt before I go to game. Like, man, I just got diffed by my own teammate. I can't deal with this. I can't deal with it. Like, I've got too much pride on my side.
No, but I like that competitiveness. I like it. I like it when there's a little bit of
a little something in there, little fight for the top.
Beat each other, yes.
Well, let's see how this goes. Okay, this is.
Easy peasy.
I'm seeing a little difference on the skin here. We're gonna see that one go through. The mist bloom coming out looks kind of nice there.
That is a nice.
Yeah. Ooh, the Vandal as well. All right, let's see. Proof's in the pudding. Good. Oh! Wait, has Hitbox been putting in work? Oh, my bad. You know what? My bad, bro. Yeah, I thought Roxy was going to be the...
Oh, my... They don't even have a chance to react.
Christine, I don't know what's happening.
They're full HP once again.
Christine, I don't know what's happening.
I hate that you also highlighted that this is a region by region, NA versus EU. There's so much history there that goes deep.
Ooh,
I already don't like it. Okay, the operator's
there we
out.
go.
Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking.
NA needed that, right? They needed Tens to lock in, and he
has. Let's go, baby.
Oh, that little grin, man. He's like, I had to work on that. We just got diff 2 rounds back to back.
He just needs to warm up on the stage, get used to the height, the desk difference, the monitor.
That's it.
We're locked in now.
Well, it's crazy you have those excuses so ready. It's almost like you've had to do
the NA way.
Oh, Rox.
What in the hell?
Okay, just before this, by the way, heads up, Christine thinks she could absolutely diff me 1v1, which is a joke. It's actually a joke. I just told her I was going to wheel her to the retirement home, but Kaide has gotten Roxy, so... Ooh, Hitbox, it's getting a little stressy.
It's getting
a little stressy.
Nobody's landing any shots.
I mean, Kaide's cooking. It's fine. Kaide's cooking. It's all good. It's all smiles. It's all happiness. We're fine, right? So,
is this on just headshot mode, you think?
I mean... I'll let you pay attention. Here we go. I'm gonna lock in.
Okay.
Roxy's going walkabouts, man. Like Roxy's got the techers on this.
Pushing.
Roxy knows what's up. Like the little pre-fire from Kaide. Man, what are you meant to do? Roxy's she's got a little giving it as well on the stage. I mean that's a dangerous game. Please don't piss off Tens. Wrong observer slot. Unlucky. We've only got one.
Oh, good.
We're on that free cam now.
Dude. 2 to 5 NA. Come on now, we got to put some rounds on the board.
Yeah, Christine, can you call like a little timeout maybe?
I might have to hop in there.
I meant as a coach, you're like, no, move over.
Tens, get out of the way.
There we go.
Let's go, Kaide.
Need a little bit of that. Needed some of that, right? Need a little momentum there. Wait, is Kaide top of the board too, rather than Tens? I mean, okay, Hitbox. Ooh, that insta-dink feels rough. Feels a little rough.
And you know what? Tens has he's got the plays. He's got the secret sauce. The Phantom on land. It hits different. I like to see it.
Of course, they have to go to cheesy methods here. Kaide's doing it right, you know what I mean? Like, she's showing off this new skin. She's trying to do her best here. She's towing the company line.
Oh, no. Tens not good. EU is just better.
No, like, Roxy is actually good, though. Like, she's only been away from being, like, a top-end pro for, like, a very small amount of time. You can't even be that mad about it, but, I mean, let's see. Okay, Tens is locking in a bit.
Taking out Hitbox. Can Roxy do it?
A 1v2.
I like the movement, but, that jiggle peek from Tens with the Phantom, of course.
It was a long sleeve issue. That makes sense. Yup. Yeah.
Now we're going to see this comeback.
Here it is. You highlighted the desk height, getting used to it. Now look at the difference. I mean, a 1-for-1 trade. And it's hitbox again, though. He started off with a bang. I mean, he's carrying that on.
Yeah, there's only 3 rounds left. NA's got to lock in. This is first to 10.
Yup. It's getting a little scary. Gets a little scary at this point. Come on, Tens.
The movement, the schmovement.
Okay,
There we go.
That was clean. That was nice. There we go. That's what we were waiting for. A little bit of a lock-in.
Love the little sidestep, Lauren. I love when you're trying to matrix the bullets in the server.
And did you really figure that out when you were having to do booth stands for years in Katowice, in the depths of Poland, showing off?
All those reps, all those years of concentration really got me dialed in on exactly what the win cons are on these aim maps.
I mean, that's where you had the likes of Giuliano, obviously, earning that reputation back in the day to the detriment of Casper. Roxy, 1v1. Kaide does get the spot and gets attacked. Kaide's got that little 1-2 step too. She got that little shuffle. The scoreline's getting closer now.
Yeah, Kaide's got that Vandal 1 taps down, just moving in between the shots. Love to see it, that reset. But that is why I like the Phantom better. I mean, Tens is still using it. That shot reset, the recoil reset, it's just so much faster when you're on land. Hope we can see Tens seeing how he gets to shoot it. Now, as I say that, switches over to the operator. Oh no, this is hitbox.
It's hitbox, yeah. Gonna get the spot on both players. Doesn't mean you can deal with them though. As I said, that Phantom is being an issue to handle here. Yeah, Tens is starting to cook a little bit now. That's pretty tough. 9 rounds.
He quite literally just crouched below that op shot.
Yeah, it's those reps are there. They're certainly in place. So EMEA's got to kind of find their footing, and Roxy instantly gets them in. 9-9. Down to that final round.
Yeah, it's coming down to the wire. I mean, what are the OT rules here, Lauren?
It's first to 10. That's it.
That's
first
it?
to 10.
Okay.
First to 10. I've said that with full faith and no real commitment. But Roxy, full faith in the shot. I mean, she is frying today. That was actually pretty nasty.
Yeah, and it came down to the wire. I mean, I'm glad to see actually EU coming out and finishing things off because they were controlling this entire map the whole time. I thought it was a warm-up issue. Hopefully, for the next one, Tens and Kaede coming to it hot, but damn.
I think that's it, man. It's cutthroat out here, right? These are best of ones, man. You don't close it out, you go home.
Uh-oh.
It's cutthroat. Little fist bump.
Really is.
There we go. Okay, it's all love out here. Don't worry, and don't go too far away because Team CN will be taking on the Pacific side after this.
on my teeth, give me clean up and I'll feel you. Straight off the plane, took a cat with her jet lag. She's looking round, stuffing bits in a pink bag. Man's wearing shades, trying to get a glimpse of me, mag. Security! Get back with the girls at the front. I'm getting up with anyone that I want. Your boy got the key, run. Let's go, security! Get back with the girls at the front. I'm getting up with anyone that I want. She tripped me along, you better run. Look at me, look at you, double XP shoe, thinking we could get lost, show the preview, looking everything to the floor now in R2.
Welcome to the fun times here at GCC Seoul 2025. I'm standing with very special someone. Hey, how are you doing today? Okay, well, what are your predictions for today's match then? Okay, well, I hope you enjoyed today's games, and do you have any last words? Oh, that he got. All right. Thank you. Thank you for joining me. Want to say bye? Bye. Bye.
This they're about to go to on the floor. Okay, we are back. So, jumping into match 2, Christine. Who are you backing? You said China at the start, right?
Yeah.
You saying by that?
I have to go with China. I gotta go with China. You know, we've got
Okay.
KMD and KMD. KMD used to be a previous player. You know, he was just stomping it up in the tier 2 scene in China on 5 FW.
Okay, so that's why you're going for it. All right, you're going for like ex-player style.
100%.
Right. I like that. I mean,
100%.
maybe the right choice when Roxy just absolutely mopped the floor with Americas. But get themselves prepared here. We'll be jumping in just a second. And again, it's EMEA waiting now in the finals. Gonna have to maybe put in a little work on the ante, right? They can now VOD watch the upcoming game. Who from your team's the best at these sort of things, though? Like your new roster, who's got the source in this?
It's easy answer. It's Superman.
Really?
Yes, Superman.
Nah.
Yes. He's actually, if I could, honestly, if I could redo it all again.
Yeah. Roll it back. Yep.
I would just focus on him being a duelist.
Oh.
I'd have the oldest duelist in all of VCT proven.
Damn.
But no cap. When
like
he's
he's
in the
actually
DMs,
nuts?
Yes, none of my other players want to queue up DMs with him because he's just owning it the whole time, and none of my other players can even warm up.
That's actually kind of nuts to know. I love that little insight. And
Some Superman
KMD,
lore.
hold on, the guy you were looking at has come out pretty hot already. Gonna get 1, and gonna get the follow-up. You got that. That's Coach Potter right there.
Love it.
That's the evil genius at work.
KMD living up to his name. China #1 for sure.
Yep. I mean, it doesn't feel as sweaty yet as that first game we had. It feels a little bit more.
Look at the way he's using the map as well. This
Yeah.
guy's definitely been warming up on this map before.
972 though, kind of getting a little slippery about this. Yeah, kind of rattying about the place, playing very quiet. KMD was out for a fight. He was out for a fight. Not gonna get it.
Patience pays off. 972 just using the sound cues to his advantage, and Ijon got some opening picks last time. Let's see what she can do. Oh, that was a flick.
Yeah, that was kind of snappy. Now, if you had to, right, let's say names are off in a server.
Okay.
Do you think your players would know it was you they're up against other than their own teammates? You reckon you'd be caught quick?
Oh, they would 100% know. let's not mess around here.
I was giving you a chance to be like, no, I can keep up.
They will definitely know that it's me. But I still got the aim, Lauren. You know, I still got the aim, but the movement.
It's the
they know
movement?
it's a boomer. They know it's a little bit slower. I'm turning the corners.
They know it's a boomer?
Yeah, there's just that inherent hesitation a little bit once you pass age 33. Yeah, it just
the fear
happens.
of her in your back.
Exactly.
It comes in, you're like, oh, I can't do this anymore.
Even though you're telling yourself there's respawn in the game, it's just...
It's still there, that fear.
Yep.
Yeah, that ever-present looming death is on the mind. And, ooh, Spicy's going to get 2. All right.
We need to stabilize here, Lauren. What's going on?
Pacific's kind of found their footing. They found a little form. They get into the rhythm of this. And it is a bit of that as well, right? It's kind of like finding which angles you like to work with, a little timing on when you get peaked and kind of like playing it out. Okay, there it is, right? You wanted a little bit of a lock-in, a little bit of an answer back. They got it.
We just have to talk about him a little bit.
True. Okay, next question.
Yes.
$1 trillion on the line. Which coach would you want to 1v1 out of Americas? Who is it? Who is it?
Oh my!
Current coach.
$1 million on the line.
Yep. Who are you picking? Who's the victim?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I've been working on that one. I'll focus on the round. You mull it over.
I'm
down to the 1v1.
Yeah, I'm gonna think about that one.
Because that's that. You've got to be certain. You know what I mean? You got to be. You don't want to be going for ex-pros or anyone around. You know. You got to find someone who's like, oh, he's theoretically really good at the game. Don't worry, he's got great knowledge.
Yeah.
One of those.
You know what?
Who you calling out?
Oh man, that's tough. You know what? I'm gonna go for the clout. It'll either be Kaplan or Josh RT.
Yo, that's actually fire. Yeah. That I appreciate that.
No, you know what? I'm gonna take it back. I have some lore with EMEA. I'm gonna go with EMEA from Cloud9. I gotta put him down.
The banter would be absolutely
It would be amazing.
prime as well. No, I love that. And the height balance coming in too. Oof. Oh, we got to stand up in a wave.
Oh, and they deserve it. Look at the score, Lauren.
8-3.
They are just dominating right now.
Yeah, 972 putting in some serious work, just tapping. Oh no, getting full free reign. KMD, please. The prediction might be wrong, Christine. I don't know how to break this.
It's not looking good, is it? It's not looking good.
It might be over. And maybe I'm calling it too soon. Maybe I haven't seen the potential yet, but I'm worried. And my worries might be right. Oh, they are. It's 10-3. Blink and you miss it. That was 2 questions worth.
Yeah, that was a little too easy, I gotta say too. Look at 972, not even sweating a bullet at all. Yeah, I think it came down to the movement. 972, he had the schmoves in the server.
Yeah, you're locked in on that movement thing, huh?
Yeah.
That's the difference. All right, Christine's already clocked it. We're gonna find out who can walk away in that #1 spot in the end. It was such a hard fought-for victory there. Clean work in the end. We'll be back in just a sec.
Keep it on the hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. On the hush. On the hush. Oh, yeah.
What you want?
Sorry to bother. I don't mean to be blowing your cover. No, we probably shouldn't take this no further. But you beat the cookie up like no other. I seen your whip was parked in the lot out front. You was fine on me. I know I could never be a Cinderella. Together we starred a messed up telenovela. I like the way you rock my whip. I like the way you lick my I like the drugs you let me hit. Do me so good, I'ma pass out. Love it when you keeping your mask on. Love it when I'm running dirty with a rough boy. Guess I gotta take my mask out. Ice, money, sex, trees. Everything's bliss when I'm paying my bills with the money you give me for free. But being tired down, we make sure you can do you and that I can do me. I feel like Rapunzel, I am your secret treat that no one can see. If you wanna have some fun, call 415-1999. I'm thinking it's another way to call in my line. I'm out in 5 this
at my page. What you doing up so late? I be loving the trade. I got this one on the way. Big headed, he a eater, he do it, I say. He like to hear it, a crave. Staying for me, he gon' fight. He's catching a fade. Giving, but he never takes. Where you at? I can't take you when you sim. I think that he's an imposter. I'm thinking about jumping ship. Really call it a toss-up. I don't know if it's clipped. Got me thinking I lost ya. Eating strips to the whips. Tell me lobster with a monster. Keep it on the hush.
Alrighty, welcome back to the first ever skirmish show match. It has been a bloodied affair between every single one of these teams to make it to this point. We will be having EMEA facing off against Pacific. Christine, quick thoughts, who's got this one?
Well, you can see how much this match means to both of these squads, but I gotta say, EU, they've impressed me. Roxy, she's hitting different. She's elevating on a whole different level, so gotta go with EU here, Lauren.
Yeah, oh, I'm seeing some chat.
Uh-oh.
Remember, hold on, wait, we got, ooh.
Whoa.
Ooh, has there been some collusion? Hold on, what's been going on here? I gotta keep a little tab on this. Wait, is it knives? Are we going knives? Yeah, we got a little knife battle. But the early high ground take is a pretty good shout. Roxy, though, divide and conquering. Isolating a player, gets out the shank. It's looking right down to the
It's so hard to land the knife in this game.
Oh! All right, Hitbox, he's got it. He's got it locked in. And look, I during that break there, I had a quick interview with the one and only Mitch Man. He's down in the audience today. And he was instantly on the side of EMEA, but apparently they took that personally in Pacific.
Look at the shock from 972, just gassing us, Spicy U over there. That ended so quick.
Okay, but Hitbox didn't like it. He's not going to take that one, you know, sit him back. And again, it's just, you're seeing the pathing now.
Oh, was that a Marshall on 972's back?
Kind of looked like it, right?
Oh,
like,
wow.
Am I crazy?
That's the disrespect right there. Oh,
yeah, you're right.
972's got a different plan.
I mean, oh! What the hell? It makes sense. It all makes sense. Yo, 972 is filthy with it.
What? I did not expect to
Wait.
see a Marshall being busted out on this. What?
Is this a secret source? Is this
On
a
the
technique?
skirmish maps, maybe this is the tech.
Maybe. Okay, we're figuring it out. Hitbox is again taking this personally. This guy has taken that personally and come out right back into it. A nice close game though. Kind of getting the best out of both sides now.
Definitely back and forth. Hitbox couldn't believe his eyes that the fact that he got owned by a Marshall.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it looks good. And even catching that little glimpse of the cross of Roxy too. Ooh, Roxy though. That little crouch under it as well.
Gotta love the crab walk.
You call it the crab walk?
I call it the crab walk.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I think I've been absolutely like Counter-Strike pilled recently with the donk slide, but 19 HP per hitbox. 972.
He's switching it up. I mean, his opponents can't keep track and figure out how to counter this guy. Whether it's a Marshall, whether it's a operator or a Vandal. Oh.
Okay, okay. But also that misprint, it sounds super nice as well. Like, for me, the skin, if it sounds good when I'm shooting, it makes a big difference.
I have to agree 100%. It gets you into that rhythm.
Yeah.
Definitely it helps you with the flow state for sure.
Oh, all right. Can we get 972 back in the team right now? Jeez. Like, I mean, we're seeing some shots.
And he's getting real loose with it too, just jumping up on top of these boxes.
Confident.
Definitely played this map multiple times.
Caught out a little bit and splitting the difference.
They can only double team him. That's the only way to take out at 972 here.
That's kind of crazy, isn't it? You have to fight together. Spicy U though, this is sketchy now. Hitbox has been doing some work. And yeah, that little elevation, just breaking that pre-aim. And good to see the audience supporting. The influencers coming out today. 6-4, we go back in. And I heard an operator out as well. They're giving the whole thing a try here. Hitbox so instantly gonna get that first.
I like this strategy coming out from EU. I mean, just very quickly. Oh, the shank is out.
Oh, an agreed knife fight, but the HP's already low. This is so tough. Wait. Whoa. Roxy, no. Okay, 972 is actually him.
He can't be hit. Look at him. They can't hit him. This comeback is unreal right now.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
EU must stop the bleeding.
We'll check it in America soon. Don't worry, I promise. It'll take a minute.
All right, Spicy U, let's go.
Oh my God. They're actually nuts.
Yeah, this is going neck and neck right now. I gotta say, running straight forward to get to this high ground and jumping on the box, that feels like the strategy.
I mean, but look at the angles that 972's finding to pick from. They know those lines so well, getting that timing just right. 8-6, they've taken the lead.
Things are getting dicey here, Lauren.
I guess that's a quick counter, right? It's just get that up out, expect that little jump up on the box. I love that little like evolution of learning who you're playing against. It's the worst thing when you're playing against your friend, you know what they're gonna do and you still lose. I can't take it.
I want to see 972 bust out the Marshall again.
Yeah, that actually kind of looked good, right?
I feel like he definitely won a couple rounds because of it. Good movement coming out here for Roxy. Some jiggles.
The bait.
Playing with his food.
Okay. Oh. Okay, we got a game on our hands. 8-8. We're getting a little closer now. It's getting down to the wire.
Spicy U just got a double kill. She's doing my strategy, Lauren. She's going in the middle.
Yeah, she's been listening to Coach Potter. It's a good shout. It's a good play. The tech timeout not needed. It was a coach timeout coming in. Christine running down to the stage, having a chat. Yeah, look, there it is. There it is. That's what you get from a champion-winning coach right there.
Yeah, love it when my players listen to me. Good job, Spicy U. 972, keep it up. Let's see that Marshall here in a couple rounds.
I mean, we may not get a couple rounds. It's 9-8 now. 9-9. Of course, it comes down to basically one round. First to 10's got it. It's OT. And you...
972!
He's listening.
Let's
This
go!
is crazy. Does it pay off? Does listening to Coach Potter actually pay off again? Oh, it does! It absolutely does! Pacific side looking so clean with it. 10-9, a nice close game in the end. Christine, that was sick.
That was sick. And look how cool 972 looks with their duo. I mean, Spicy U carrying her own weight as well. Both of these guys were just having fun out there.
No, they were actually so good. I mean, what a great game to have a little look at these influencers coming out and everyone's getting back on the stage. So hopefully we get to hear from them all because some of these games were kind of quick, Christine. I mean, they didn't get to stick around too long, but it was
talking
good
about
fun.
NA, are you?
No, I would never.
No.
Me? No, come on. I would never do that. And in just a moment's time, I do believe Bella will be down on stage for the Verizon post-match interview with the winners. But again, you can see it was a fantastic display from every single region coming out and putting on a great display to touch into some skirmish. If you guys at home fancy, go yourselves.
Well, the region coming out on top is Pacific. Let's get a quick picture. 안녕하세요. Hello everyone was Pacific. 안녕하세요. 어머, 안녕하세요. Hello를 되게 잘하시네요.
예, 고맙습니다.
Hi, Spicy. Hello, would you join me on my left?
Yeah.
Or actually, where were you looking at? I think it's right there.
Okay.
네, 972와 Spicy U 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Congratulations. Well. Let's see. Let's talk to Spicy U first. I want to ask you, you got to play the show match today at GCC 2025 in skirmish mode. How was that for you?
It was fun.
Yeah?
I thought I was gonna be cooked, but it was fun.
오늘 난투 모드를 GCC에서 쇼매치로 이렇게 한번 경기를 해봤는데 좀 되게 재밌었고 솔직히 조금 자신 없었는데 그래도 오늘 이겨서 기분이 좋다고 얘기했습니다. 972님은 좀 어떠셨어요?
너무 재밌는 경기였습니다.
참 빠르죠?
예, 엄청 빠르더라고요.
Kuchiri enjoyed it too. It was very, very fast. It happened also fast for them. Well, Kuchiri, you have been with us for the GCC journey. You know, you were following up on the tournament with Ninetales. Well, now that you are watching the tournament from the sidelines, like, who do you think is going to win then? 이번에 이제 나인테일즈와 함께 GCC 여정을 계속해서 팔로우업을 해주셨는데
네.
이제는 조금 한 발짝 뒤에서 GCC 이번 대회 누가 우승할 것 같은지 감히 제가 한번 여쭤봐도 될까요?
SR이 저번 계속 우승을 많이 했었어가지고 아마 이번에도 좀 우승을 하지 않을까 싶습니다.
Oh, Kuchiri thinks that SRG is gonna go for their third trophy again. So well, that would be a. I feel like a lot of people might agree with that. What about you, Spicy? Spicy, what do you think? Who do you think is gonna win this tournament then?
I think SR.
SRG?
SRG.
Oh, okay, they agree. Well, I guess that is your prediction for today's match then too. 그럼 오늘 경기는 승부 예측은 SRG로 하시는 걸로.
아, 네.
All right, well, let's see if they are going to be right. And thank you for the interview. Congratulations on the win. 감사합니다.
어디 봐야 되나요?
가운데.
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in, Bishop flashes in, and down goes Light!
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with Valorant Game Changers to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
The unthinkable has happened. Shopify Rebellion's win streak has been shattered, and they are facing elimination. Hello and welcome to the Game Changers Championship lower bracket final, live from Lowell Park in Seoul, South Korea. Mika here, and they say three's a crowd. What do you call four people? You call it this analyst desk. There you go. You call it this analyst desk. That's what it is. Because we've got Kakuga, Baby Bay, and Dandrya joining us for the analyst desk.
First and last name for me. That's crazy.
Yeah, you deserve it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Only you.
Mika Fabs.
Thank you so much. But yes, we have quite a fun day for everybody today. We just saw earlier we had that skirmish show match, and I'm happy to report that Pacific is on top once again, ladies and gents. We're good. We got that one.
I'm with you, Mika, because when has the Pacific versus EMEA final not delivered?
Exactly. Exactly.
I'll sit and wait.
Exactly.
I'll sit and wait.
We know. Crying inside, everybody. Of course, we have our lower final as well, and it's going to be between SR and MIBR. This is going to be very, very, very spicy. This is a rematch, of course, from last year, and we saw from yesterday that both teams, this is probably going to go all the way. Come on, guys. It has to.
Yeah, and Shopify's the team that took MIBR to the lowers, right? So there's a lot at stake here, you know what I mean? And if I'm MIBR, I'm looking at this matchup like, Liquid just took you out? Maybe we can do the same.
Stakes are insane. As you were saying, Shopify hasn't lost in forever. For the side of MIBR, they are getting that kind of momentum. We are potentially looking at a full Brazil final. And I think that there's always that kind of thing of like, MIBR hasn't even taken a map ever from Shopify Rebellion, so everything could be a change today.
Yeah, for sure. And today's Best of 5 is the subject of our Mastercard fan poll. We want to know who you think is moving on to tomorrow's grand finals to face Liquid. Scan the QR code to cast your vote, just like these lovely fans who are here in LOL Park right now. We can feel the energy from all of these fans too, so I bet they've got their votes in. So please let us know who you're rooting for, because I feel like for the crowd, it's probably 50-50 with how intense these matches have been, how intense the crowd has been also here.
Honestly, there's so many MIBR fans.
Yeah.
I feel like at the beginning of the event, we didn't know like, oh, how many MIBR fans are going to be here. But then you see a full group of people just cheering, feeling, especially
shimmying,
especially that comeback that was happening, that 210.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that has to be insane as a fan.
Absolutely. And I feel like that's also where they won over a lot of fans here. When you have a team that can come back that strongly, I mean, you got to be able to root for them.
And I'll say, they haven't won me over as a fan, but the shimmy has won me over.
Can you do it?
Can you do it with me? Can we all do the shimmy?
It's the shimmy. It's got a little bit of that shoulder thing.
Wait, Dan, how come you're not doing it?
I did it.
I did it? Wait, when did you do it?
I did it.
Can we get a close-up of Dan doing the shimmy?
Is this not what you guys want?
Let's go. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Come on, Dan, you've got moves.
No, good enough.
We need to find something for Shopify Rebellion, though, because they were on their way to a three-peat, but then they lose their first Game Changers match in 448 days. That is a milestone, but a milestone that is not exactly quite favorable. I mean, they have to be kicking themselves for this.
Yeah, and imagine what they feel like after not losing for so long. You don't even know what losing feels like anymore, especially in Game Changers. So
you wouldn't know.
I feel like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't know. I only win. But seriously, like sometimes that can kind of play a factor into your head, and you don't really have that much time to recover. It's only like less than a day turnaround before you play your next match.
They've been very dominant in GC for a very long time. I do think that they know what it's like to lose, because outside of it, they've been exploring new horizons and putting themselves in positions where they have to get better to overcome some hurdles. But as you're saying, like in this scene, it has been them for the past 2 years. They are the enemy to defeat, and they have been defeated. But I think that if someone can bounce back, it has to be Shopify Rebellion, and everybody, I think, agrees with that.
They play a lot of third-party tournaments. They play challengers as well, and they're used to, and they want to get those losses to be able to recover and figure out what is going wrong. This is what Mel was saying yesterday in the press conference. Where I do think they might not have that experience is with what happened yesterday. They never put themselves in those situations where it's the 1vx's that they're not winning. They're always in a numbers advantage as well. So you see how that ended up snowballing into them not closing out that series against Liquid, but still it's little mistakes, little details that they should be able to fix for today.
Yeah, we're seeing what Mel tweeted out earlier, right? And she said that Liquid came extremely prepared. And as you mentioned, Dan, yesterday she was saying also that she felt a little bit like she was naive in calling some of that match, because Team Liquid, it didn't look like they underestimated Shopify at all. Perhaps some of that overconfidence got to their head. I mean, it does play a factor here. So, it's something that we'll have to see. This bounce back is going to be very, very important for Shopify Rebellion and for MIBR. Hey, they just need to ride this momentum all the way. But speaking of Mel, let's check in with Mel today. She spoke with Jen Lee earlier, so let's see how that conversation went down.
Hello, Mel. So first loss always stings, but this is also an opportunity for you guys to prove that as a team, you guys can bounce right back. So did yesterday change the mental approach for you, or are you guys seeing this series as more of its own separate entity?
We definitely want to take the MIBR match like as its own thing. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves and start thinking about a potential grand final rematch. But like you said, it stings, but for us, we're no strangers to losing. We've competed for years at this point. So for us, it was just a matter of get back into the VOD review room and just watch back our mistakes and just figure out what to change for today.
Right, good to hear that, and good luck.
Thank you.
That's why she's one of the GOATs. You know, that mentality is just going to be it's going to ground the team for this match. It can get into people's head, but you have IGL like Mel. I mean, how can you lose, right?
It's insane. It really caught my attention when we were watching that press conference yesterday. And because they don't lose, you never get to see them look really defeated the way that some of them look. And Mel, like the leader that she is, she was talking, she was putting that face for the team saying, yeah, obviously we need to recover emotionally of what just went wrong, but we're really confident of that reset that can happen and focusing one step at a time, which is the same mentality that MIBR has of let's not get ahead, let's not talk grand final, let's talk about how we're going to win each one of the maps.
Yeah, live in the present, even if it's like round by round. And I feel like yesterday we saw a lot of great performances wherein the players of SR were doing exactly that. We have to talk about Sarah though, because Sarah, it doesn't seem like she even needs a gun in so many. How many kills did you get with just the shock darts? Come on.
Too many to count for
There's
me, and you already know I can't count in the first place. So, but yeah, seriously. And if it wasn't the shock dart kills, it was the Sobal kills as well.
Yeah.
So when you have a player that's playing the initiator and also putting down numbers like this, I mean, remember this swing shock dart into going wide. This is just, it's so hard to play against.
I think that probably Team Liquid just thrived under the pressure a lot, because what we're seeing, and when we look back at it and when we think about Shopify Rebellion, we see the plans are there, the execution's there, the beginning of the round, absolutely great. It is actually what you were mentioning, Dan, those clutch situations that most of the times go in the favor of Shopify Rebellion. But that pressure definitely got to them, and Team Liquid was just thriving on it. The initial plans and the individuals were definitely there, but there was that final missing piece to close out the rounds.
Yeah, players like Daiki thrive in that kind of pressure, right?
Yeah.
Exactly, and I really like what Sarah, for example, was doing in that situation, because you look at, yeah, we talk about Shopify Rebellion as a team that was undefeated in GC in North America, but they had one series where they were struggling a little bit out against YFP, and when you look at what Sarah was doing, she was the one trying to keep the team alive, trying to close it out, being able to close out those maps, whether it was the utility or those openings. You look at the openings that she got yesterday, for example, she had 10 openings. That doesn't happen in those series where the team feels like they have a little bit more control, but in that series against YFP that feel like they have been the most challenging, this is when Sarah's stepping up.
She's one of those players that really comes alive when it's like, when all of her teammates are down, she will like lock in and become something else. So like, it's something to look forward to, because it's certainly a possibility against MIBR, right? Because Shopify, they're not gonna have it easy today. They have to take down a very, very strong MIBR who eliminated Crew Blaze yesterday. And you know, this squad would love to have an all Brazil Grand Finals.
Yeah, and I think what impressed me the most was the demeanor on stage. I felt like MIBR looked so comfortable, so composed, even when Crew were doing this comeback on Vine. It's just like they had no doubt in their minds that they were going to win, and you could see it on all their faces. And it wasn't like this pop-off showboating style. It was so focused and collected. And when they closed it out, I mean, it's dangerous when a team gets in that mental state.
It's also important to think about the fashion, also look at the maps. We started the tournament, MIBR started the tournament with a Pearl that was disastrous against none other than Shopify Rebellion with a 113, obviously not in their favor. So for us, seeing them play that map, the way that they do it, the way that the Tejo was working so absolutely well for them, it is so important to get that kind of redemption within the tournament if you want to go far, if you want to go into that final. This is the kind of results that you need to get in a good position.
It had all really started after that 2-10 comeback that they had just that series before. They talked about it where they didn't even know how it was happening. It was just the team, without having to talk about it, they were confident. They talk a lot about their resilience, and after that you see them winning not only that matchup to keep them alive, but also look much more confident against Crew.
They just believed.
Yeah.
They just believed it was going to happen, and it was so powerful that they actually did it. SRN was talking about that, and SRN was also talking about how they and Basarda, they have such a good partnership that they've become such a deadly duo for MIBR. We've seen it time and time again. We've seen it map after map. They just keep delivering every single time.
we had two keys for the two teams, like Crew and MIBR, making a run through this lower final. For Crew, it was the playing the Haven and the split, and definitely for the side of MIBR was trying to go towards the map where they're playing that double duelist. And I think it doesn't have to do with not the role itself, but actually the kind of confidence that they inspire into each other. If Bastard is not having a round, SRN will have it, and that just snowballed time after time. SRN turned out to be one of the 3 players that we've had in GCC history that went over a 30 plus after a match, and that is a very scary prospect if you're going up against that, especially today as we're looking at a best of 5. You're only going to be able to fully dodge one map, so we shall see how that works out, and if this is something that MIBR also themselves want to lean into.
Yeah, I mean, they have a 100% win rate on what Bind and Split for that double duelist. The only double duelist map that they don't have a win on is Corrode, and that was a map that Shopify took them out on in the beginning of the tournament, but they're so much better now.
Yeah, it's going to be a different story indeed. Especially, I don't think either of these teams are the type to let the same mistake happen twice. You know, I especially MIBR, they've been on this lower bracket run and they're really feeling the momentum that they have, that strong belief that they belong to be here. And I believe that we have a Jen Lee standing by with SRN to hear more about that kind of belief and this match.
SRN, hello. So, another rematch against Shopify, but this time they're coming off of their first season loss, whereas you guys been gaining incredible momentum, that unstoppable traction. How far is this momentum going to take you guys?
Not too far, just for tomorrow. Yeah, to the grand finals, and that's it.
Sounds great. Well, good luck. Keep up the momentum.
Thank you.
So you're really just living in that present moment, just really taking it one round, one map at a time, not even thinking about what might lag tomorrow. It's just, for now, the team needs to focus on this moment.
Yeah, I think as a player, like when you look too far ahead and things start slipping away from you, that's where things get a lot like shaky in your brain, and you just get cooked. So I think it's a good mindset to have as a player. It's something that I incorporate into my teams and definitely in G2. So it's definitely nice to hear.
But you know what, Dre? It's not about you. It's not about you at all.
Not in his world. Not in his world.
It is about MIBR though, and it is about Melissa. We spoke with her earlier and about this run and this rematch against Shopify and this OMEN player moment.
Sinceramente, não tivemos nenhuma surpresa contra a Cru. Elas são um time que a gente sempre treinou contra no Brasil, então a gente já estava bem acostumado com o estilo de jogo delas. Acredito que entramos no servidor com muita mais confiança e isso ajudou a gente mostrar o verdadeiro jogo que a gente tem para mostrar. Ano passado foi ano de estreia no Mundial, era um time novo, então acho que a gente teve muito mais tempo para vivenciar coisas novas, ser um time mais sólido.
Okay, come on. And I'm surprised we're starting stuck on this angle, but you talk about confidence. When you have that sort of aim, why not? Line them up, knock them down.
É uma sensação de dever cumprido. Acredito que eu já esperava esse pódio, então claro que a gente busca mais, mas eu tô muito orgulhosa do que o Brasil tá conquistando, junto com a Shopify também, que é do Américas, e é isso. Estamos muito confiantes pro próximo jogo contra a Shopify. Eu acredito que a gente precisava desse primeiro confronto para meio que tomar um choque de realidade. Agora eu sinto que a gente tá bem mais preparado, bem mais confiante e prontos para dar uma final brasileira aí. Se a gente continuar seguindo confiantes e propondo o que a gente tem para fazer dentro do server, a gente vai amassar.
Melissa says they are going to crush them, but it seems as though the fans here think that Shopify Rebellion Goal is going back into that grand final. What are you guys thinking?
I don't know. I think I'm going to go with MIBR for this one. I know that last time it was very one-sided. I know that in the grand final last year it was also very one-sided. But to me, MIBR is the squad that, you know, you beat them once but not twice. And also that is the mentality that Bastard has for this one of, you know, has been facing Shopify a few times, but this is the third one, and the third one is the one that she's wanting to win.
Yeah, Kukuka, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts is that it's a best of 5. Mental is the most important thing. I agree with that. I think that if MIBR starts snowballing, we're going to go in that direction, but I honestly have full trust in SR.
Okay. I think we had reality checks across the board. I mean, even Mel was talking about it, but if there's a team that was able to actually apply some things, it's MIBR. They had many matches after that Shopify loss to kind of dial in, lock it in, and Shopify, this is that match to see if their changes are going to work.
This is the moment, for sure. This is the moment. It is time to run it back. Shopify, Rebellion Gold, and MIBR are ready to take the stage, so let's send it over and get the lower finals started.
Comfortable, cause any minute now.
Shopify Rebellion Gold.
We've come to our lower final between SRG and MIBR. With SRG's tumble into the lower final, MIBR has a chance to put a stopper to the once undefeated squad to deny SR a three-peat championship. Can Shopify Rebellion pull through this match to take the crown that was already theirs? Or will MIBR finally take down the defending champions to give us the first Brazil versus Brazil grand final?
With the Game Changers, history is always in the making. It would be the first time in history that we would not see Shopify Rebellion going up to that grand final. But the hunger that we are seeing coming in from the Brazilian region, from these teams coming here to compete, is something that has been honestly on a rise for the past 3 years.
And the mentality for MIBR has changed so much since we saw them in stage 3 to now stage 3. LCQ as well, they were talking about we're focusing on winning the GCC grand final, but the more matches that they played, the more they decided to focus a little bit more on what they have just ahead of themselves, and that today is going to be the champions of last year's Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, that's so powerful. And look at this energy that you have on stage right now. You saw both teams really feeling it. I feel like that's so dangerous on both sides. You know, it's this kind of energy that you need when you step into such an important matchup like this.
Yeah, 100%. And a player that I want to really focus on for this matchup specifically is Dodo Nut, right? The new member to Shopify this year. I think that there is a little bit lack of experience in these high pressure moments, in these high pressure games. And when your duelist player kind of succumbs to that energy, you need everybody else to be able to bring it up.
We're not going into Bind and we're not going into Haven, but we are seeing Pearl, Split, Growth, Abyss, and potentially Sunset. And I think that starting on Pearl, that's quite a full circle moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think MIBR has a lot to prove in this map. We do not see surprises in the videos, as you're saying, Mika, something that we saw earlier in the tournament. But it was actually MIBR that had decided to play on that Pearl the first time around. This time, I think the SR came to the same conclusion as we did, and is that double duelist is very scary. So probably starting on that, also having the showing from yesterday, there's something that they can learn from that.
Yeah, and the cool thing for MIBR in this first map is they get to start on that attacking side. They won 8 out of their 10 post plants, right? They won 8 rounds on that attacking side. Last time they played Shopify, it was what, 11-1? So I think starting on this attack, they're going to have a way better entry into the series.
It should be so much better for sure. I feel like MIBR also started to get a read on how Mel likes to call this map. We saw a little bit of the voice comms as well for one specific round where they were just running circles around the map. And now Sayuri, I feel like we'll have a better understanding of how they want to approach it early on, how Bastarda needs to be strongholding these sides on that killjoy.
Yeah, we're going into our agent select right now, and we're seeing what these teams have prepared for this matchup. We're seeing Melissa on the Tejo once again. We saw how powerful that was the other day.
Yeah, and I think we saw the way that she was using it, especially on the execute, to segment the players on the defense, to force on those duels, especially on the right side of the map. So that is something that definitely Shopify Rebellion needs to prevent. We also know we've been highlighting Noya for this entire tournament, and this is her map. So of course, she will shine.
Ooh, Bastarda, she was really feeling it in her entry, and she is definitely working the crowd, you know, on site and online as well. Yes. So I know that this girl, she's definitely gonna have a performance today.
I love her, and I love how much she likes that pressure. She likes that is a lower bracket. She has to win against Shopify Rebellion even after losing against her on the previous year. She's also going through a role change as well, and a killjoy that has been a little challenging, to be honest, but this one should be the one for MIBR to start strong.
This is a best of 5, and we've seen these teams go the distance before, so I hope you're prepared. We'll send it over to Mimi and Ander for map 1.
Well, In this rematch of last year's finals, it will be MIBR seeking a little bit of revenge. Team Liquid were able to get that job done yesterday and await in the finals. And in the first year Brazil has ever had 2 representatives on the GCC stage, there's a possibility now, Mimi, that the finals is both of their teams.
It's already a big difference for Shopify losing a series at GCC. That was their first ever loss at an international event with this roster, but can it happen twice? Can they actually be eliminated? Could this be a final without the 2-time champ? That's what MIBR is trying to prove, but Shopify trying to show that they did not go anywhere and that they can prepare for that rematch against Liquid.
Yeah, Mel was actually on Twitter, retweeted a video that was Faker saying that, you know, he felt like it was peak right now, and he treats every loss like it's just a little success. Something to learn. That's what Mel is going to try and take down here.
He seems played earlier in the tournament. It was a 13-1 win here on Pearl for Shopify Rebellion. It's MIBR. Take a simple approach to the pistol round. All 5 players contacting A main.
Well, Mel is here for that first shot. Sees a few players and steps on back. Shopify in good position to react to this one quickly, but keep your eyes on SRN. Already quick into the site. Shopify bunker down in the back here. We're in the same place so many times versus MIBR in the previous matchup, but this time the fight comes back into the smoke. It's a little bit of a mess, but Sarah waiting as MIBR keep coming her way. And now actually having other ideas to head into Art.
Yeah, they have Art control, but look at Sarah!
Monster to 4K from her! No ace to be found yet, but she has single-handedly torn down MIBR.
Got the dink on Bastarda as well. And look who's waiting. Noya here to close the round. Truly monstrous from Sarah to start this game.
Insane work out of the Sova. 4 kills on that pistol, and the reposition here too to jump up was sick.
Yeah, what a great timing to choose. Look at those 2 perfect shots. Gets up just with the impeccable crosshair placement.
Even gets the dink at the end too.
Yeah, if she had 1 more shot, would have gotten that kill as well. And when you look at these teams playing almost mirror comps, you think, oh, why are Shopify playing that so? Honestly, probably just because Sarah is so dominant on that agent. I feel like her utility has been excellent all tournament. That S is talking about it.
Now Dodo up in main. Nice shot on the Outlaw. Will dive on up and out for taking another shot.
There's going to be a lot of rounds where players like Sarah or Noya on the other side are under a lot of pressure. The way MIBR love to play Pearl is very often just 4-1 with the strong side contacting into main, while on the other, it's just Lisa containing space elsewhere. So when it's a team that goes through so many hard hits, it really puts pressure on those anchor players to step up and get there too, to buy time for the Flood retake to come in. And Shopify were so good at it last time they played this map.
Well, now with the judge, Noya again for a couple of kills. No issues so far in this anti-eco.
That's spiked down, so not even too much hope of getting some extra money out of the eco.
Yeah, Dodo's just still holding down the line, so good luck here. Nice idea to jump across, help Lisa on in, but this round is officially cooked, and now it is officially over. So Shopify Rebellion up 2, and if you remember the last time these teams faced off, it got off to a similar story.
That it did, and Shopify ran away with that first half. They went up 11-1. That was on their attack side. We didn't really get to see their defense at all because of how dominant that game was. But looking at this eco round, I think it's great to see Dodo getting some of those kills. With MIBR playing that contacty style they do, I think opping into them is really good. Even in the loss, Dodds on crew got a ton of value using that weapon.
Yep, the op and the Outlaw. And MIBR, a team that goes for some buys in round 2, so recognizing the Outlaw, have 2 Guardians in this 3rd round just to make sure heavy armor is achieved. Now that pullback star to break the angle, and SRN jumps up, but SRN shut down. And if you remember the last time these teams faced off on this map, SRN had her worst performance in a map ever. Already, Shopify shutting her down early.
And looking at MIBR, she is the win condition. The other players on this team are great, but they put so much reliance on SRN in their game plans, in how they enter into the sites.
She cannot be shut out the way she was last time.
That was going to be a big focal point for MIBR as a little flash swing combo. Another thing to watch on this map is Alexis's utility. Absolutely stellar. You're going to see cross-map knife lineups and a whole lot of these left-click pop flashes, also at long range.
These are the rounds where I get worried about MIBR because they started 4-1 towards B. They didn't really have a forward in bed. So with 40 seconds left on the clock, as they look to pivot, they'll have to go either into this turret in street, which will quickly pull rotates back into B. And that's exactly what's going to happen. 2 players here from Shopify to hold.
Alexis and Dodonut, and the rotates coming in as well. This is going to be real tough for MIBR. Alexis falls down early though, and now a path into the site opens up. Dodonut swings into the crosshair, so now with the judge, Noya tries to play spoiler, but even with 10 seconds left on the clock, Spike will still go down.
Mel very late to this one, only a Guardian for her in the 1-on-4.
This is a huge round to win for MIBR too, when you consider that Shopify's attack was so strong last time. You need every round you can get on your own attack side.
And you look at the players coming online, sure, SRN got shut down, doubled up with the Outlaw to start this round, but it's Bastarda who's stepping up instead. That player who, okay, Mel does get shut down. Bastarda, of course, who got dropped by Liquid in the mid-season after being with that roster, finding so much success with them for years. Then had to come over to this team and share that duelist duty that had always been hers, playing the Sentinel, this Killjoy, for really the first time you can think of in her career.
But also being able to switch over and play the duelist when necessary. You think about that series versus G2. The only reason MIBR have a chance to be playing here today in a best of 5 is because of what she was able to do in crunch time. Seeing so many different aggressive looks, often on her own as well. She put so much pressure on herself, took so much risk, but it paid off, and now MIBR are here.
Tail missiles are so good to win this A main fight. MIBR will take it without too much contact the other way, and they're setting up for an A split. Again, it's the 2 Shopify anchors, Mel and Sarah, in the hot seat.
But these players are really tough to dislodge. Last time on the pistol, MIBR tried to fight past the anchor smoke. You see center sight. This time, what's the idea going to be? Because again, Sarah and Mel can look for infinite spam. This time, some missiles. Try and push players away. SRN also looking for a higher angle. The spike will be planted. Shotfire Rebellion, now with a good ping out of Alexis. And some return fire out from Lisa. Shopify taking their time. Dodonut still very far away.
But MIBR held on to Art. That's the difference this round. Makes this post-fight so much harder to deal with.
And that high angle too. Always going to be an issue. SRN gets some damage down. And look at Dodonut actually trying to take a late flank attempt through Art. There is an alarm bot waiting for her. Shopify onto the spike, try and pull some attention away as Dodonut strikes 1 for 1. And Alexis too trying to provide some cover for Noya. That's the time to activate for the rest of MIBR. We're all tied up.
Shopify will always play their A anchors in that kind of setup, throwing the right side anchor smoke, heavy holding into Secret. Even with Teo, it's so hard to dislodge them. You saw that missiles tried to push those players away. But the only way you really can deal with them, if you're not just getting a spam kill like Lisa did, is to have a second angle to hold from in your post-spawn. And that means you almost always need to take Art. So I think that's great for MIBR to be recognizing that early. And when they go for future A splits, I always want to see some kind of presence in Art.
Also changing up, making it less predictable where they're planting the spike to stop the spam from owning them in Secret. This round though, Shopify on pistols, 4 players in Art. Alexis very likely just has a knife ready to respond to these players stepping in. SRN waiting for this one, immediately flashed up, and Noya secures a pretty nice shot. The rest of Shopify swing on through as well, but MIBR match the numbers that Shopify bring. And now with Alexis nading herself, it's hard to see a way back in.
2 on 3. The only difference really would be a good share of shot. But there's very few opportunities. The smoke keeps Bastarda safe, and Mel just has to walk into it.
Yeah, where are these angles going to be from Shopify? Alexis trying to play with something. And the smoke fades. Another one instantly to take its place. It's a pullback, actually. Nice idea for Mel, but ultimately, MIBR will take the round.
Another 3K for Bastarda. She already has her ult online. And MIBR deal with the anti-eco. Shopify expected a similar art play to the last round, had this super strong setup with a pop flash in, and a couple more Sheriff shots land, and they could have won this round. But thankfully for MIBR, it was Bastarda who kept things locked down.
That she did. Now, Mimi, you talked about the importance of bringing the op into an attack side of MIBR. Dodonut has that now. What does this mean for how MIBR want to play these rounds?
Yeah, at MIBR, they have to, once they realize this op is a factor, be so much more cautious about where they're contacting. Luckily, they have flashes, they have a Teo drone, they have a lot of tools to push her off the line. But where I actually think it becomes more of an issue isn't just in getting kills, but Dodo holding forward angles for Shopify that MIBR are either going to call back into in a late round or that just allows Shopify to rotate around her position.
Dodonut really liked playing these mid angles in the series versus Liquid yesterday. Now holding for the cross through mid, but caught sleeping at the wheel. And as the lockdown is placed on the B side of the map.
I don't think Lisa saw her though. She can try and walk on this one.
Potentially. Taking her time now. Now Lisa turning around and waiting for her. Not quick enough either. So these mid fights a little bit awkward as a Hunter's Fury from Sarah to try and find Melissa. It was only good for one chunk of damage. And SRN again playing one of these boosted angles in the post plant.
And she still has the hinder as well. This is a nasty spot.
Dodonut, ultimate ready to go. Lights up down long. Try and push these players away, but SRN is still in back sight with Sayuri holding down the fort. A good flash, a good counter on the util, but Alexis charging on forward. Sayuri still a problem over on the side. 2-on-2. Shopify need this round. They need to deal with Bastarda. It's 3 now for Alexis, but there's still utility, still an ultimate. And not a lot of time on the clock. He goes a bad direction, but again, there is not enough time. 4 kills for Alexis means nothing in the face of MIBR.
MIBR are so good at the way that they play their post plants. I think one of this team's best facets is how coordinated they are in those kind of post plant fights. And what it all goes back to, their success there, to me, is Sayuri, and how great her utility is. She's almost always holding on to a second KO flash, something to, as retake utility comes in from SR, she can flash her team back on the line. And then 3 or 4 players are all in position to work together and cut down Shopify's retakers.
And Sayuri is allowed to hold on to an extra flash because there's so much utility for MIBR to overwhelm a site, whether it's SRN diving in or the double drone or double info initiators. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and for a team that so much of the top goes to SRN, the last game against Screw, to me, Sayuri was the MVP of that game. She played so well individually. She's, of course, calling for the squad as well, but I've just loved getting to see more of her KO. You get to watch that on their Pearl, on their Corrode, both of which come up early in this series. And I just think she excels at that on-the-fly util to set her teammates up to fight.
And I think it sets a very good sign for MIBR's chances, not just here in a best-of-5 against Shopify, but in a potential one yesterday, that MIBR are finding success without SRN popping off. Because for so long, the rest of the team, yes, they're playing well, but SRN is always stealing a spotlight. Here, up 4-2, it's the rest of the team and Bastarda that are leading.
One of these classic 4-1 setups for MIBR, leaning towards A main. But Shopify have a lot of players here, ready to fight on their eco.
Oh, well, that knife sees 3 players, so good luck.
Yeah.
Shopify were going for the passive stack on A last round, wanted to switch it up, but now reconvene mid.
Yeah, immediately walking back through art. Lisa is here to hold.
And there's a few more players behind that as well. It's actually Melissa to steal the thunder. She was the 3rd player all the way back in top mid, coming out from window, but she doesn't care at all. Dodo on the angle. Nice couple shots from her, but again, Melissa just whoa. Hold on a second. Noya gets 2 kills. Problem is, no guns are retrieved. Bastarda's going to drop down a nano to secure the spike and get the cross.
But she has to cross. She has to leave these weapons, unless Sayuri can basically single-handedly hold on to them.
Sayuri, pivotal in the last round. Now has to be perfect for the eco pullback star, and she holds down the line. Nicely played from the KO.
The IGL bails them back out again. Another moment where an anti-eco almost slips away from MIBR, but someone right at the end I want to see
kills they need.
Noya shots.
Yeah, where were these from? Okay.
Okay, hard to blame MIBR because they simply got 2-tapped.
Yeah, that'll happen sometimes. Here's that Dodo up again. It didn't get a lot of action last round. She was playing in mid. Again, that's where she's set up, is it's MIBR posturing for A main.
Yeah, the idea from Shopify, show this fight in A main, push players back into the op-on doors. MIBR have ideas to split on A themselves, so the question is how aggressive Dodo is willing to be. Stepping forward here, there is a turret watching her, so she's a little bit cut off from the rest of the fight.
Shopify get out into A main. They need to hold that space if they want to hold A.
Sarah steps on forward, that's a nice kill, and Alexis will also be pivotal. She's already behind this wall, throws a flash through, it's a fight up from Shopify. Alexis's utility is perfect. Remains to be true, remains to be the case. As Lisa finds herself in a 1-on-5. Nice way to start it off, but nothing left doing. 3 rounds now for Shopify.
I'm lauding MIBR's reactions in the previous round. This round, it's Shopify who does that exact same task. They had to navigate against a very quick split coming in from MIBR, but making that decision to fight into main is exactly the right call. And I love that they don't greed for it. They get their 1 pick and then are immediately falling back. Because you know in that position, MIBR is thinking, okay, there's 2 in main. We want to flip the map and fight CT. No, you're back, you have a crossfire, and now you're the ones resetting MIBR's money.
Not taking any of this pressure away, though, is that fight forward into A main, this time for Dodonut to post up and guard window. Not going to hang out there much longer, though, so chooses to fall away.
Sticks around in Art, just on a much more passive line now.
Interesting that Shopify are leaning 3 players over to B, but they're allowed to do it because Sarah's all the way up in A main.
MIBR just hang out in mid. And Shopify, these are the kind of rounds that they love when they have these forward postings, when they can play around a little bit and save that initiator utility for later in the round.
Nice shot from Dodo, and Mel has fully read this hit coming into the A side. Dodo's getting all the kills, but Mel and Alexis had already started shifting over even before the information was picked up for the players in main. So what do MIBR do? Melissa takes an orb, goes for those little wins. But someone has to deal with Dodo before this round is winnable on MIBR.
I don't know if anyone will be able to. She's in the right spot again.
There are 2 players close here, ready to swarm. At the very least, a trade seems possible. And now a jump on over the side, SRN. Nice little entry pathing, but unfortunately the rest of it, Shopify is not far behind.
Yeah, unfortunately Dodo's dying act is to throw the hinder that perfectly hits both those players.
There you go.
Yeah, she's got both of them. I'm really curious to see if Dodo will keep up with this read of starting her rounds opping mid. She's done it every time she's had the operator thus far, and I think that's because MIBR very rarely start early mid. They're very often contacting back into that space with a lurk, so she thinks creating that threat will force them to use a lot more utility to re-clear that space. But I think now that that's conditioned, she can afford to change up her positioning.
Exactly. Dodo actually goes for the Phantom, chucks the operator over to Noya, who's playing B long, is now this time that A fight has a little bit of teeth behind it. Little do Shopify know that MIBR have ideas on the B side of the map instead.
Noya can't be too risky with how she plays. She is the VIP with the lockdown this round.
Exactly, and MIBR throw down this attack Astra Smoke. Looks like it can sort of benefit the defense, but really it just allows all of MIBR to creep up behind this and get ready to pop into the site. Noya needs 1 good shot here, but as the smoke blocks off her view, instead Shopify forced to play 5 on the retake.
But this is exactly what they wanted. They have the lockdown. That's the key to this round. Mel with the Cosmic Divide forces MIBR to try and fight up somehow.
Yeah, Shopify just have to waste so much time because that knife comes out after the null command. So what do they do in this time? 2 players are now going back through connector, trying to get into street to split back into the site as this lockdown comes in. But that's 10 more seconds. We've already waited 10 seconds.
They're choosing not to use the ult for the lockdown.
Sarah and Dodo into the site. Lisa with this late flank into street. And SRN is just chewing them apart on site. Don't know how she got around the lockdown. Bastarda's even getting a kill with the molly. You highlighted the ultimates. Oh my word, the flashes, and Bastarda still gets the kill through it all. So down to the wire again. There's no time left on the clock. A beautiful post plant on B for MIBR.
I don't think she even got a kill, but Sayuri won that round for MIBR.
They invested so much to get into that site with no one home. But the timing of when she pops the null command and then hitting that knife heaven to delay when that lockdown will come in is pivotal to, so by the time Shopify's retaken, there's only like 20 seconds left on the spike and a bit of utility and extra ult, and that wins the round.
So Shopify now without answers on the B post plants. Looking for a honest fight around mid again. Dodo with the op on doors. Holding, but MIBR have not really done too much aggressive here. Without utility, that step forward collateral! Brilliant from Dodo.
You saw MIBR was cautious of the operator, playing back, waiting to flash in and clear it. No, Dodo comes to them.
It's just the hard read, right? Because MIBR were waiting for the early utility, then they throw down a drone usually if they want to step into mid. And Dodo reads that lack of confidence. She can step up for
Here
a
she
timing.
goes again. Nearly gets the shot on Melissa.
Why not? Another peek into street. MIBR slowly advancing on multiple fronts. But if you go too slowly, that's where Dodo is going to eat you alive.
This street walk was a gap for Shopify in their game against Liquid.
Little flash over the top from Alexis, so Dodo steps forward.
The op's just such a problem. Melissa doesn't have a drone. It's so hard for her to get out of that cubby.
Yeah, and even if there's trouble, Sarah is in a good position to throw down Hunter's Fury. Missiles towards Dodo. She stays all right for now. Knifed up, though. Makes things a little bit more uncomfortable, but she's got plenty of teammates to cover her back. Nicely done from the Shopify duelist to get 3 in the round.
It's really great from her. You saw some people posted online about it, but if you didn't know the Dodo lore, she was playing. She's Thai, but moved over to the US, not just for Valorant, but for different reasons, and then continued playing there. But she was competing all the way back in like Challengers 2020, playing against players like Forsaken, like Jing in Malaysia, Singapore Challengers, and honestly holding up to them. Years on now, getting this big opportunity after spending years down losing to Shopify to get to play for them instead.
Locating targets.
Finally with a chance to make a deep run at GCC as well. Been on FlyQuest last year, couldn't quite make a dent in that tournament, but already heavy play, and in this round too, SRN is all the way into mid.
After seeing the op there to get a collateral last time, MIBR read a gap, walk SRN deep, and now they'll go back to re-clear A main.
It is a not a great buy to say the least, and the hero is on SRN, so it has to be off the utility and off a good spacing now from MIBR. They do manage to get the trade.
Concealment.
Although SRN is blocked away by a turret in Art.
You should run.
They're using the lockdown on their eco.
Okay, Sayuri picked up a gun too. She could also have a major impact now for MIBR. They want to avoid being tied up going into the dominant half where Shopify absolutely destroyed them. 11-1. They need this round. They need all they can give. Amel is going to start putting down this fire. And now as Alexis and the rest of Shopify dive on into the site. It is mayhem. Charging forward goes Dodo. Now she falls down. And MIBR holding in main and in Art. Separated. As another step in from Noya, kills 2. One more is what's required, and she will take it. It's a tie at the half.
Noya is so good in the clutches, and that's a round that gives me flashbacks to the last time these teams played on Pearl. MIBR had so many opportunities, so many player-up scenarios, but it was clutch upon clutch from Shopify, and it's Noya to end the half with another as we await their attack.
Enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Things are all tied up here, 6-6 at the half, and we are now moving into territory where Shopify Rebellion dominated the last time these two teams faced off. Shopify won 11 of 12 rounds on the attack side. Things need to change for MIBR.
One of the big reasons they did that with Sarah, you can take a look at her stats in this Coinbase Econ report. Started round 1 of this game with a 4K, nearly the ace, a bullet away from finding it. And, well, if Shopify wants to start like they did last time, just ask for another round like that from Sarah. She's been having a hell of a tournament.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's so simple, but then again, Sarah seemingly makes these things look just so easy. All the dang time, whether it's her utility or her marksmanship, absolutely one of the top players in the Game Changer scene. But MIBR are going to need to start things off on the right foot. The only round they won was actually the 3rd round of the game on their defense side, and that was when they had the gun advantage. They're going to need to show a little bit more here, have a stronger hold, and just more clutch factor all around if they want to see this game through.
Yeah, the clutches are what really killed them in that last game. But despite SRN not having the greatest start to this match, MIBR are here to hang. They're even, and Basarda, who will be very important anchoring here, is again playing an excellent match.
Absolutely. And, you know, to get SRN online, I think a big thing about that is trying to get an operator in her hand early on this side. If you can win the pistol, definitely sets you up for that.
Shopify immediately throw utility to make this feel like a B split. A knife into Street, an early drone towards B. But that hasn't dissuaded MIBR.
A little high-low here. Sayuri caught with a knife pulling out. So MIBR fall on back. That knife tagging a few players is definitely going to slow down this hit, and already the rotation coming in from SRN.
Shopify are stalled out for a bit, have to wait for the smokes to fade, and now we'll look to rework back towards mid.
Do they go mid? Do they start sending long? Because they've left Noya in A main, they do want to go 4 players up into Art. But there's still an alarm bot in Street. Usually when Mel calls into mid, the first mission is to break utility. He's now stepping on in. It's fairly predictable. Alarm bot now broken.
They might just send off this. No follow-up on the alarm bot. They're barreling towards B, so Melissa alone and under pressure.
What can Melissa give us backside now?
30 seconds left.
Only a classic in hand and 1 missile to slow things down. Now she's been revealed by the dart. Shopify already into the site, but it might not matter. Few kills from MIBR. They are chewing through Shopify. They needed this pistol. Set themselves up for a strong half, and it should be there. Shopify might not even have time to plant the spike, let alone get the kills they need. Mel gets a few nice shots, but MIBR cruise through this round.
Melissa just sent out the distress signal, and I am shocked by how quickly SRN arrived. Was full sprinting through spawn. Just fearlessly runs into the site, gets 2 with the Sheriff, and that bit of stall with the missiles is enough for SR to get absolutely cut down here as they try and plant.
One of the key factors is also Sayuri's knife at the start of the round that stalled out the A hit, made Shopify start second-guessing themselves, going back into mid.
MIBR like bunkering this A site a lot and playing aggro on the other side, keeping those initiators alongside SRN, so she always has that play potential.
Shopify have 5 classics, and they are going to all step into a smoke and see what exactly they can accomplish.
The turret's kill to start.
That one is not ideal. Wait, hold on. There's players walking straight past you. Lisa might have thought those were some MIBR folks. Not a few cross on in, but at the end of the day, Alexa sitting here on 16 HP is going to mean that MIBR equalize after the opening pistol in round 2 went Shopify's way.
Yeah, really great anti-eco. So now we get into the real rifle rounds of this game, and honestly, similarly to how I asked about Dodo and when that AWP is going to come online, I think that's going to be a similar key for SRN. Remember, a slower start in the first half, but gets a 2-piece on the pistol, gets some nice eco frags, and now you start to talk about a half where SRN is heating up, and really in the 13-1 loss, she was the missing link. Had her worst game ever playing for MIBR on this very map against Shopify.
Yeah, it's hard to ever see this player even go negative in a match by 1 or 2 kills. So when it's a little more than that, certainly leaves an imprint. Now stepping on up Gets the shot and takes Mel down to 10 HP before the return fire on the spam will knock her down.
Shopify don't realize that it's just her on B. They slow things down, work back towards mid, and they sort of get shoot away by Noya.
Doesn't even manage to break the turret, so now MIBR don't have the chance for these two ART players to come in without being revealed. Both of them even firing off a couple shots, giving Shopify a really good idea. Hearing 3 players around mid.
And hearing a mid fight, you're always going to think that's the A players rotating in to help out there. But SR, after waiting a few seconds, letting MIBR reset to a normal setup, now they work into mid instead.
But they are aiming to finish on A. Common pattern for Sarah to play solo A main with the drone. The rest of the team move into ART. MIBR are waiting with 3 players. Money not good, that's a given. But now with a little smoke to play around on site. And a flash to Saul, we are low on the clock. Melissa, nade in, she's pushing on through. MIBR, Lisa for 4. Noya has to do it 1-on-2. With 15 seconds left, spike secured. Knows where these players are, but they're pushing around every single angle. Noya now spotted, and Lisa will take 4 for another on MIBR.
That crew game, Lisa was so great. Out of every player in this server, the only one who hasn't been to a GCC before, spent so much of her career playing on Loud, being 3rd or 4th behind the MIBRs and Team Liquids of the world. But I'm given an opportunity to join the squad who had just made a world final in 2024. Alongside Bastardo, who's talking her trash across the stage.
Okay. It's been a rowdy event so far. MIBR talking their talk. And why not? Winning the first 3 rounds here, now forcing Shopify onto pistols.
Shopify gonna try and blow up mid on their eco, but you see MIBR. As is very common to their setups, they're just playing 3-2 with basically no attention on mid.
It's really passive lines being held. Now sending out the Tejo drone. See a few players there. And again, I love the way they set up these angles. Sayuri can just take 1 shot, fall away. Then as players try and push in against her, Melissa is just their back pillar to mow him down. That is, of course, if Shopify had continued in, which they're not. Moving back into connector.
With how often you see SRN play with both of her initiators, I think that is a cue to try and go back the other way, find the lighter sight, but is it ever really a light sight when the start is there?
I really like the way MIBR are playing these anchor positions together. Very nice complementary angles. Even on this A side where they only had the 2 players. Never really in much danger of anything going wrong. Now Bastarda just using these smokes to play around in. Mel has really loved calling for these pullback stars. And then fighting out behind him, especially on the ecos. Now, Dodo gets a kill, but that spam comes through and stops the spike being planted. Because Mel needs to run and figure out some way to die in this round, which MIBR will be happy to oblige her.
Sayori takes some time putting her down, but does it in the end. MIBR now up 10-6. A huge turnaround from only winning a single round on this map previous.
Yeah, so to be fair, MIBR have only, or Shopify have only had the 1 rifle round to battle back against them, but it is a stark contrast. Is there anything that we can point to with MIBR that's changed or Shopify need to be talking about? Because Effie's has just called a timeout to figure out exactly where things are going wrong.
Yeah, I think you can try and build some of these faster rounds when you have the ultimates online, but the biggest thing you need to figure out is what side has Bastarda and Lisa bunkered together, because they have been such a problem when Shopify is going for these late hits. They'll switch a lot more than you see other kind of Sentinel and Astra players set up. So I think if you're Shopify, you want to try and play some slower rounds, and as soon as you see SRN, you're going to realize that that's likely to be that initiator site. And I think you honestly want to fight through her and try and clear and force instead this MIBR team to play in a position where they have to retake in with those 2 players, because they've just looked too good when it is that bunkered site with SRN's fast rotations on these floods. They've been winning it every time.
So maybe it's more important for Shopify to fight through the mains earlier on to figure out who's actually where instead of focusing on the Killjoy utility like they've been putting a premium on in these last few rounds.
Because you'll pretty much always have mid against this team unless they're doing an aggro mid look. That's what you're seeing them set up for this round with 3 players there.
Funny, I like the idea from MIBR to blow up mid. Depends how loud they want to be here. It could be a little quieter or with a flash over the top. Being heard by Shopify could actually encourage them to speed things up along down B, because MIBR have stepped 3 players all the way in.
Noya is policing this.
Oh, there's going to be a flash. MIBR want this. Cooked up something in the timeout, but Noya has already left, and she does hear the flash behind her, choosing to come on back. Puts a turret forward for a little bit of bait. I love this position she is sitting in. Right now, that lockdown being canceled out by Hunter's Fury on Sarah. But keep your eye on Noya. Noya in a beautiful spot, but only worth 1 kill. With multiple players on the flank, MIBR now pressuring on both sides of the map.
But Shopify picked this fight towards spawn.
I like this. Now stepping in from Dodonut, only leaving Alexis to guard their backs. And Bastarda up above them. Here's players ratting around behind her. She's all the way out on the ledge. Alexis is beautiful. And the rest of Shopify cruise on through.
I thought they were going to sacrifice Alexis to pick the spawn fight. Instead, no. She just owns a 1v2 on the flank. This position could have gotten so much more. But some good decision making from Shopify to take that spawn fight. And these 2 beautiful shots win it for them. That was a round that was very abnormal for MIBR though. They've been playing these very passive 3-2s almost the whole time. And now, as Shopify head back towards B, it's at one of these aggro looks with SRN.
Yep, MIBR make this adjustment out of the timeout. Play forward, play fast. Now stepping up back pillar. SRN creeps into the corner. MIBR with tons of utility coming on through, and SRN assassinates Mel. Now without their in-game leader, Shopify Rebellion have to find some way to win this round. And it's not going to come right now because all these smokes are making it impossible for Shopify to find any solutions.
And a great knife from Sayori as well to protect her teammates as they fall away. Now, I mean, Shopify have lost their leader, lost an ult, and they don't even have too much to show for it.
MIBR's mid setup is wild, though. Look where that alarm bot is, all the way deep on Con.
Second or third time they've shown this setup. They're very willing to play passive mid and just use those 2 mollies to help support the Astra side.
Interesting that Bastarda is still playing in front of that, though, for the time being. Wants to take a shot before falling away. And Shopify are fully spreading out now. They know without smokes, they can't really exec into a site, so it's now up to the team to break utility, create some pockets of darkness around the map, and seed some doubt in the minds of MIBR.
Little bit of pressure towards A, but now Bastarda chooses to fall away.
Exactly, just that 1 shot is enough. Shopify work back through connector. Now reveal another position.
And Melissa doesn't need to play up here. Instead, she can just wait up. 3 players ready on B.
It's such a good stack from MIBR. SRN primed on this line and holds it on down. Now fighting on in goes Melissa. Another one for her. Lights out from MIBR.
Such a great round for MIBR. They call the aggro mid look out of the timeout and then call an aggro down B long. The round to follow. Shopify was looking to try and figure out this B setup, try and shoo SRN away. You see them using a KO knife, having missiles ready to deal with her. None of those tools work. SRN still gets the kill. And at that point, that round is pretty much already cooked with your smokes dead.
A brilliant second half so far from MIBR. And it is now do or die, it feels like, for Shopify. Forcing 4 rifles and a sheriff now, knowing how much rests on the result of this round.
Practically the same setup as last round for MIBR.
Whoa, there was a dart that was not able to spot these 2 players that stepped up B long. So a big forward line from MIBR. Melissa could even start shifting in a moment. Shopify won't give any time to start up into the smoke. What do you have for us now, Bastarda? You've been the hero all series long, all tournament long, but not to be in this round. Lisa blocked away from this wall, so for a moment, a lull in this round.
But here comes the flank. 2 players have been working around this entire time, and they have Sarah to contend with. That might just be the pivotal piece of this round.
The calm before the storm. It's about to break out. Sarah waits for her moment. Sarah is way too good. And Shopify Rebellion not skipping a beat after those 2 kills in main. Everything was hinging on the result of this round for them, but they have stayed afloat.
And everything hinged on Sarah. Single-handedly locks down main. A round where a lot goes well for MIBR. They get their aggro up B long. Those players undetected. A fast flank into this A retake with the pinch. They had a 2-on-1. But Sarah's heroics turn it around completely.
Yeah, Bastarda getting a little ahead of herself there. One of the big differences in her play when that comeback happened versus G2 was just disrespecting the opponents, right? Taking every timing she could. And when there it benefited her, won that series for the team. This time she's punished for it.
So after seeing the aggro looks on B, 2 rounds in a row, Shopify now go back to that space. Try and early take long.
MIBR have 4 over on the A site, and the drone up into A. We'll see nothing for them.
Noya will get this orb. That'll give her the lockdown. Makes taking B all the easier.
I mean, it should be a simple round setup from Shopify. They're leaving Mel for a late lurk, has a star to play in the post plant. Assuming this lockdown just guarantees them a spike hitting the floor. I started trying to put some pot shots down before leaving, but there's not enough time left, so she falls away, and the plant goes through.
It'll be a straight up 5-on-5 retake. But Shopify have a tough choice. There's a cosmic divide, so you want to play close, but a convergent pass from SRN makes it tough to play any of these close angles. They have to find the right balance.
It'll come down to holding this choke, and it'll come down to Mel on that lurk. Cosmic divide, and it is time for MIBR to hit that go button. First kill for Sayuri, and MIBR continue on forward. 2 beautiful openers, now responded in 2 in kind by Shopify. Noya is untouchable, and the rest is Shopify too.
Full house for Dodo and Noya. The util on that retake, it cut up so many different angles on that site, was so close to pretty much single-handedly shutting it down. But instead you see them finding those angles, finding those opportunities to just jiggle out, and the mechanics just look beautiful from Noya.
So now for the first time in a while, it's MIBR starting to sweat just that little bit. Timeout now called after losing 3 of the last 4 rounds.
Yeah, they've been showing similar looks with that aggro B long 3-2, or kind of showing the aggro on the other side. I would honestly like to see some kind of mid-aggression out of them. Try pushing up in that space again, see if they can catch a Shopify lurker or have ideas to push through on the flanks in these post flanks as well.
The thing is, I feel like Shopify's lurkers have not been activating until very late into rounds. So if you want to fight and hunt them down, you got to go on a mission.
But I think because of the way that that MIBR have been playing, the rounds have been defined very early, where either it's the right 3 players there from MIBR winning or losing the fight in a main, or it's Shopify winning, and then they're up like 4-on-2 in a post plant. So I think if you put a little pressure there and instead kind of push back the timing on when these fights happen, it'll be a different outcome.
And you know, you can talk about the macro or the micro, or you can just feel a little flow, get a little dance going, relax a little bit. Look, it's not that serious. MIBR, they're on a half buy. And with that dart double pinging Lisa, well, that certainly paints a target, not on her back, but on her forehead. Dive on in from Dodo. Now the rest of MIBR trying to work in through that smoke. Absolutely held, and nothing to be done. No one even to play off of this flash. And spam through the smoke will cut down Sayuri.
Part of the reason I like mid control is because with a KO comp, you can pop flash flood retake very quickly either side. Unfortunately, when Shopify just insta-turn your flash and own you all anyway, it's a little more difficult to win that round. This was just the eco for MIBR. And now looking ahead, round 22, the one to come. That's really where this game gets decided. Can MIBR close out cleanly, or will Shopify tie this game up again?
So now that Shopify show an aggro look here on the anti-eco, but the round before as well, had an ult to play with, just went for an exec. That's been their adjustment out of the timeouts.
Guys. Beautiful round, nice.
After the one they took earlier.
Let's go.
What's the idea? What's the plan for MIBR now?
SRN will solo hold B long as the initiator shift to mid.
But that's not with an op, that's with a rifle.
Which is why I'm surprised to see it. You normally only see that setup with the operator, like you're saying. So a similar start to some of these rounds with the KO knives exchanged in A. Shopify now contacting back into that space off a flash.
Yeah, seems like MIBR are not sold by going for the full aggro looks they went for when this loss streak started. It's now playing much more reserved, but you highlighted this anchor duo of Lisa and Bastarda a while ago at the start of the half when everything was going right for MIBR, and that's exactly the side of the map SRG is playing to now.
Drawn into mid, spotted out by Noya, and these two anchors, they haven't had a chance in so long.
And that's a lot of stars. Is anyone expected to be able to see anything?
They're just going art. That's the whole goal of the ultimate.
Yeah.
And Shopify succeed. They've avoided the anchors, and now they have a L-shaped post plant that is hard to break.
Yeah, Mel just trying to bait out some utility, but hasn't planted the spike yet. MIBR have rotated 5 players over, and Mel is already calling the shift away. Freezing into the round as she goes back into connector. There is a major gap to clear back through.
30 seconds left.
No Killjoy utility to patrol on street.
She might just be going back A. Feigns that.
Does this not remind you of the around-the-world pistol play, the bait and switch, back and forth that Mel called at the start of this tournament, but Lisa is still in secret. Lisa could be a problem. Lisa is here, but is dealt with. 10 seconds left. Shopify need this spike plant. They need to stay alive.
Spike planted.
Sayuri in the thick of things. Turns at the wrong moment. 3 kills for Alexis. Shoulder to shoulder. To avoid this game being tied up, Melissa and SRN have only one option. That is to win. It is taken away from them. Shopify Rebellion, we're even.
A wild plan from Mel, and it's perfectly actioned on by Alexis. They fully take A, choosing instead of fighting backside to avoid the problems, take art control, and that just explodes the brains of MIBR. You hear the noise of players running back towards B. You've completely vacated that site, and that gives the exact gap for Alexis to play up forward and cut MIBR down as they rotate back in.
A little bit of that Mel macro, getting to pull the strings. Call another masterclass round. Sets up Shopify Rebellion beautifully. This game was 11-8. Now after 3 in a row, it's MIBR with no cash in the bank. Half bind to guarantee themselves a shot, do or die on round 24.
Dodo with the outlaw holding towards long. Shopify haven't actually put her into many of these embedded positions. This time they leave her B and walk their way back A.
I heard a KO knife. Where on the map is that landing? A main. Alexis threw that up, has that lineup from spawn.
Just putting that pressure, seeing if Dodo can catch someone rotating off this B site.
And the rotates are going to come in. Nice shot from Dodo. Little anti-eco idea. I really like letting Dodo just fish over here on B. Shopify, though, are eating up the clock. 40 seconds left, and Bastarda has crept all the way through mid where the Killjoy turret is down. No Noya now means a moment for Bastarda to strike. Not favored with the Stinger, so she chooses to let all 3 players pass.
But there's another coming.
Yes, there is. Sarah left behind. The shots go wide. Bastarda was still moving. And now this Sheriff has to deal with players on the right, on the left. 20 seconds left. A wall being put down to guarantee this plant. Shopify could be in trouble if Melissa comes through this wall.
Planted.
But now a moment of breath. MIBR only have the 2 Sheriffs remaining. Doesn't matter if there's no util. Dodo is still right here. Trying to bait a shot for the swing on SRN will mean nothing. Shopify Rebellion move up to map point.
Ever since that timeout, midway through this half, Mel has figured out the macro. Starts by calling some simpler rounds. Then in that last, the masterclass here, even just on an anti-eco. Getting Dodo embedded, baiting out a rotation to catch Sayuri as she runs back to A. And while it costed them an ultimate, they closed the anti-eco cleanly and have flipped this game on its head.
What a story it tells that in the last 5 rounds of this game, MIBR have spent both of their timeouts.
Yep.
Shopify have now won 5 in a row. MIBR are unable to secure the answers. The first thing they thought of was the aggro plays, right? The dive into mid, the dive down B long. Those didn't work. Then they went for some more passive looks, the deeper holds. Again, Mel is able to use that, take so much space, called beautiful rounds, and then control wonderfully on the anti-ecos too.
And this tournament, it's been the Brazilian teams with these late half comebacks. That's the only reason MIBR is here. They were down 2-10 to G2, had to bring it all the way back.
It's the only reason Shopify are here too, because Team Liquid did it to them.
Sent them down to this lower bracket. And now Shopify proving that they can find those comebacks too. One more round to close it out. One more round for MIBR to make up for their mistakes and send this to overtime.
And they're going to fight in A main. They see Alexis's ult, Sarah's ult. They don't want to let Shopify play their round. They're back to the aggro. Flash up. SRN chooses to retreat as a knife catches so many players. Astarta's in this fight too. No command ripped. Hunter's Fury behind it. Shopify and MIBR square off. It's Mel for 2. MIBR not dismayed though. They've realized that spike is in the open. Shopify want to pick Alexis up. Want to take the spike too. But the time is ticking. Alexis is no more. And now the trade on in. Dive up from Sarah. Melissa is gone. It will just be Lisa in this round, and she has slowly crept back in.
But Shopify are patient. They walk back, clear their flank, limit the positions where Lisa could be hiding.
Think about the stakes of this round in the context of the series. Not just one map here in a best of 5, but also letting it slip away. If Lisa can't win this 1v2, already a difficult ask, MIBR will be broken right out of the gate.
30 seconds
The one player to not have played on a GCC stage before.
And yet, she has that 6th sense of even the most dedicated veterans. A turret placed in her path will take away any element of surprise. Dodo to the right side of fake plant. Melissa is down. Shopify Rebellion make good on the comeback and will take Pearl.
A masterful start to this BO5 for Mel and for Shopify Rebellion. One timeout, that's what it takes for Mel to figure out Shopify. An excellent game from Dodo, a start to this series, but it's a BO5 and there's a hell of a lot more to play.
Matchup, but this time the fight comes back into the smoke. It's a little bit of a mess, but Sarah waiting.
Yeah, they have art control, but look at Sarah!
Monster to 4K from her!
Truly monstrous from Sarah to start this game.
An update is required. Financial system updated. System updated. We will dance together. The future of money is here. Feels good.
Bumming 6 from a goal with the beach ball. 6'4", but he doesn't like to go down. Lives for the chase, but we shook him off somehow. Security!
Benja, cuckoo body. I'ma sail off that shorty. When for me, I always say come buddy. Benja, cuckoo body. I'ma sail off that shorty. I'ma say want that on me. That body makes a girl go insane. You want me to say it, but you don't need a man. Your body makes a girl go insane. When you tell me to say it, I was screaming your name. Cuckoo body, I'ma say love that shorty. When for me, I always say come buddy. Benja, cuckoo body, I'ma say love that shorty. I'ma say I want that on me.
Hi guys, I'm Bella standing with Shopify Rebellion Gold's FEs. Well, alas, MIBR rerun. You sent them down to the lower bracket 2-0, but they're back up again. Well, what was the energy? What was the talk like, the mindset for the team coming into today?
I mean, honestly, we didn't change that much. Like, we kind of felt good because the first time we played them, it was a 2-0, and the first map was really dominant. So, I mean, we did see that they fixed a lot of their mistakes, though their Pearl was, like, really much better, so kudos to them, honestly. But we didn't really change the speech that much, you know? Like, we beat them before, we believe we're the better team, so we can do it again.
우선 전에도 승리를 해봤던 적이 있기 때문에 오늘 특별하게 다른 접근법이나 이런 거를 실행하진 않았고요. 하지만 오늘 첫 번째 맵을 경기를 해보면서 상대들이 되게 보완을 많이 해와서 그 부분에 대한 박수를 보내고 싶다라고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 하지만 SRG 팀 자신감도 되게 좋고 우리가 더 나은 팀이기 때문에 딱히 걱정하는 것은 없다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 쇼피파이 리벨리언 골드의 에피스 코치님 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Epis, for that interview and best of luck.
Effie says that there wasn't much to change going into Pearl, especially with the dominant win that SRG had the previous time. But come on, this time around, it was pretty close. And we were actually like thinking that MIBR, hey, they're probably going to win this map. SRG managed to make a comeback.
Yeah, I thought Shopify were going to lose this map at some point. I was kind of like, what is happening? Are they like collapsing right now after the loss against Liquid, you know? But what a comeback, honestly.
I think that we could also see it in their faces. And also, as we can see in this graphic, when we take a look at that third row where the post plants are, that was kind of like the key for the game, like trying to prevent that spike to go down on the side of Shopify Rebellion against MIBR, because those executes were strong. I love the fact that FS is giving kudos to the work that MIBR has put on this map. I am going to say it. I am enjoying Pearl. Like, if this is the level that we are going to be getting from Pearl, honestly, give me more, because it's really, I'm really enjoying the mind games that they're playing, how they're executing onto the sides, how important all the utility game is being. This is not just having one or two duelists just absolutely popping off. It's using every single tool that is available for them to make it work, and I like that.
Yeah, but we do enjoy the duelists popping off indeed. That brings us to this HyperX reflex moment of the day from SRG, and she had a map. This was a brilliant map to start on. She had really a good performance.
Honestly, if it wasn't for Donut, I think MIBR take this map with ease. Donut was the start of this comeback with operator plays like this, getting 6 operator kills on that defensive side, going 5-1 in first kills, first deaths, plus 12. I mean, a monstrous performance from Donut, who has really just stepped it up on this Pearl map.
Definitely warming up, you know, exponentially. I think that probably one of the things that we've discussed in the first timeout that we saw coming in from Shopify Rebellion is how to deal with what was happening in mid, and maybe actually implementing that operator onto them worked wonders. I think it gave her a lot of confidence, especially going into the second half, and that's what we saw, the level that we saw.
Yeah, I also love that she's conserving energy. She's not exhausting herself too much because she knows that this is a best of 5, right? Yeah, smile. It really does something. And of course, MIBR, they're probably smiling from those improvements, but not too much because they took that map. They didn't manage to take that map. So I want to hear what Coach Pleat has to say ahead of map 2.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with MIBR's Plets. Good to see you again. And Arthur. Well, another SRG versus MIBR rerun. It is your revenge time. They put you through that lower bracket run. Well, what was the revenge mindset coming into today?
Então, mais momento em que vocês estão tendo a possibilidade de revanche contra a SRG que mandou vocês para lower. Com relação a essa possibilidade de revanche, qual é o mindset que vocês trouxeram para o jogo?
Literalmente, eu acho que o primeiro jogo contra elas, a gente não conseguiu mostrar nosso jogo. Então a gente veio com a principal mentalidade de mostrar o nosso jogo contra elas, jogar sem medo, porque a gente foi muito apático. E eu acho que já deu pra ver nesse primeiro jogo, primeiro mapa, foi detalhes, e eu acho que poderia ter ido pra qualquer lado já.
Like if compared to the first map, we decided to come into this one in a position where we want to showcase our game. I believe in the last opportunity we had with them, we could not show it. We were a little bit pathetic, but like now, if you see by the map and the results that we brought in the last map, we are very different. It was just details that we need to fix there, here and there, but we're gonna go stronger.
All right, thank you for that. Bora MIBR.
Bora, MIBR.
Thank you.
Bella, they're looking at a trilingual host
Yeah,
in
can
the
do it all,
making.
can do it all.
Yep. And of course, we are now going into map number 2. It is going to be split. And this was a statement map from MIBR. This was where they made that comeback and managed to take out G2 Gozen. So they have to be feeling good about this map, kind of claiming that same energy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also something that the coach was saying is that there were many rounds where it was just the details, just those small things. It was just one. So I think that this is a very good prospect for the rest of the best of 5. But I agree with you. This was such a staple from them. What crazy splits that we've been having all tournament around. I expect this one to be the same. Players that we have to look out, definitely SRN. I don't think that Pearl is their map. I think that probably when we are going to look now into the double duelist, we're going to be seeing something else. For Bastarda, we also saw the performance that she had and how elemental she was to that comeback, to that win, to actually keeping something going for MIBR in that situation. And here's where we're going to be seeing that double duelist. My question is, on the other side, what is Shopify Rebellion going to be doing? We have not seen them play this map in quite a while. So do we expect changes? Dre, what would you like to see?
Exactly, you took the words out of my mouth. We haven't seen Shopify play this, so they have an opportunity to like ante the double duelist. I don't know in what ways that's possible. Maybe you'll run a breach, maybe something of that sort, but I definitely don't think we're going to be seeing a double duelist.
Would you be down to some Noya Chamber?
Noya Chamber would be sick on split. I would be so hype if we saw that. I mean, that is kind of a pseudo duelist in a way, right?
It was a possibility, but it looks like not today.
Breach.
Oh,
There's
but you
did.
called
the breach.
You did call the breach.
So we actually run this comp, we're really familiar with it, and yeah, I mean the breach utility can be really good to kind of like deny some of that early aggression that the double duelist can give you, especially with the Raze and Yoru. If you're able to bait out that Yoru's TP early on, especially when Yoru's taking those fights on the defensive side to hold like a line, then you can get closer to that site and your execs become better, your post plants become stronger.
Yeah, I really want to see this Fade Breach kind of combo and how it's going to combo as well with Dodonat. She was, I mean, almost everything's different besides Mel staying on that Omen. So a lot of preparation. We were speaking about Breach not really being present in this tournament, bar the one showing from Daiki that we keep seeing onto Haven. Not a popular agent, but Alexis, I think, is going to change our minds. I think that she's completely given it everything today.
Yeah, and I will say, in order to run this comp and pull it off, you have to have really, really good coordination. Because if your Breach utility is a little bit off with that Waylay, and that's not in sync, all of a sudden Dodona is just going to be dashing in and feeding.
Yeah, well, we hope that she is feeling it indeed. Now, she wasn't the first map, but this best of 5 is far from over. Let's send it back to Mimi and Ender to take us into split.
Well, it's been a hot minute since we've seen Shopify Rebellion play on this map. Some wrinkles here. We get to send Alexis back to Breach Jail. She's been a connoisseur of that agent for so long, but this year had the role swap. Came into play a whole lot of Sentinel. Now they've got against an MIBR that's feeling a bit of a high for the last time on this map.
They thought she was done, but she's going in for one last breach
One last
game.
time on the breach. That's what we want to see.
And with a comp that has such great synergy, I think, well, Breach had huge nerfs, yes. He is still so synergistic with the Wayla. You have such great ideas for fast plays on this attacking side, for using Dodo as a drone and setting tons of util up off of that. Mel often teleporting behind. I'm honestly just really excited to watch this comp in action, especially Chrissy against a map where MIBR have been so good this tournament, where they pulled off some crazy things this tournament.
That they have. And the player to do it versus G2, and the comeback was Bastarda on this very agent Yoru. I was also on defense, playing so aggressively. This round, she has a teleport ready to come over to this A side of the map and support against Shopify's hit. Dash on up, And Melissa was holding for it. Now with the rest of the team coming on in, it's just Melissa doing it all herself. Alexis never even popped the stun. Instead, the rest of the team waiting as they come towards heaven.
But Lisa very passive on a jingle.
Oh.
Oh, that's a great dink.
Good damage, but ultimately Shopify going to try and bail out of this one. Actually, choose to freeze instead. Someone's got to find a shot, find a connection. And it'll just be Bastarda. You were hoping it would be someone on Shopify if you're going to make an interesting round here, but MIBR just playing all these angles perfectly, even sending 2 players up ramp to try and pinch back in on the Shopify duo. It is a flawless pistol round for MIBR. Way to bounce back after map 1 gets stolen away.
And the issue of that round is that Dodo does not look to her left while she's diving in. Melissa was just tucked flower pot and gets away with murder. Here it is. Look at that dive. No one's looking. Free kill. Swings out for a second on the spam. And at that point, it's so hard to win this round when your double dive duo is dead like that.
MIBR also play very quick rotates. A lot of the time you'll see SRN playing deep screens on A with a teleport from Bastarda ready to come over and respond. So Shopify might need to do some earlier scouting before the full commits. This round, just 5 players bundled up on B. As Sayuri steps in, we'll see the first and sees a few more. Great work out of her, and the follow-through from Melissa is excellent as well. So the hunt is on once more. MIBR just swarming all over this map. Chance for back-to-back flawless rounds. It won't be the case, but Melissa getting another 3 kills puts her just 2 off the ult.
And no damage done. Lisa runs over, picks up that gun, and essentially ends up the same as getting the back-to-back flawless. So now we settle in, and the first round that Shopify showed us with the new composition was a fast play towards A. The reason they held that breach stun was that they were hoping Dodo would get info on her dive and that Alexis could stun off of that. I expect that to be a theme as this game continues. Dodo, in a lot of rounds, won't honestly be the one taking first contact. Obviously, she'll be taking the contact, but she won't actually be shooting. She'll be pulling back, letting Mel or someone else swing in off of the utility. Used from her information.
I think you can expect Mel to be one of the first people into a site behind Dodonut, even Sarah as well. If she's using her prowlers initially, she'll be coming on in. Shopify Rebellion do a lot of work to make sure their spacing is good on the approach.
MIBR going for a re-clear in mid.
Orb down, 3 players right behind that one. And yet Sarah and Dodonut react very nicely, just cut them down 1 by 1.
Yeah, great hold from SRG. They'll now call back into this B site where Sayori is waiting.
And she's got that high angle with the Outlaw. And quite a few vulnerable players here. See if she can make it go as the wide swing from Dodo is one of the players with armor, so that Outlaw is punished.
And from 2 dominant rounds from MIBR, it's SR with a dominant round of their own.
Now, we've got a whole lot of time before Melissa's eventually going to die and unlock the ult for the next round, but
sure.
I think it's interesting seeing MIBR, some of the power behind the Viper Orb, being able to call down that orb at any time and fight, also just the infinite stall. What does Shopify's comp do to break this mid-control that MIBR have?
I think the first thing is it is always threatening hard execute. So you'll see MIBR likely wanting to play more from mid like they did there. But where other comps get fully stalled by that utility, think about how many tools that SR have to get through it. With the Omen TP and the Waylay dive, but also just double line control. With the changes to this map, with some teams even picking up the Astra, you've seen a lot of teams lack a paranoia, lack a stun, but those tools are so good at pushing that Viper away, forcing them to either drop into vent or play further back in heaven and make those smokes way less effective. So I expect in their slower rounds, Shopify to always want to at least spend some time pressuring that mid space.
Exactly, right? Because the Viper Orb, you're not throwing that from anywhere else on the map. You're either playing in vents to throw that at the round start or you're playing in mail. Either way, Dodonut is quick enough to capitalize off of stuns to get instant kills.
But if you're on the side of MIBR, I think that you do want to continue to play more into mid in some of these rounds because hard anchoring against the Waylay is brutal. You either want to be fighting up or in positions to fast flood in as they exec.
So the early utility will be a stun into B main and a fake teleport threatening popping into the corner. MIBR are always going to be a little bit worried. Now a smoke onto Mail. We talked about how you deal with mid control. You can also figure out how to deal with B main control that MIBR are throwing 3 players into right now. Alexis can hold on to this stun. and use that for the refight. And SRG just stepped into the smoke. That play was wildly aggro. Thinking maybe Mel could have been on her own, and MIBR punished for it.
Still Melissa here, chooses to pop the ult, stand and fight.
Wow, big commitment, down a player. Still with a minute remaining on the clock.
But Shopify will leave, look at Noya. She's still in sewers, here's this rotation.
Exactly, the footsteps are confirmed. Shopify now wonder, do they go back? They don't have enough time to clear that player and spawn.
I wonder if you just go Vents into A, knowing that there's gonna be no one else A because of the walk.
It's Vents into B, and Sarah has to be ready for this player. Bastarda, right into her eyes. And the next player to clear will be Lisa in Hell, now inching up the rope. Had a moment, but ultimately needed more shots to connect. Melissa unable to do so. 3 kills in the round for Dodonut and another for Shopify.
That round highlights what will be Alexis's entire game.
You just got sheriff fragged, and it's true.
It's very true, but if you're watching her on the minimap in this round, all she's going to be doing is standing somewhere, holding her left mouse button with a stun in hand. MIBR send aggression, great, counter stun, we get 2 kills on the spam into that smoke. We're going for something aggressive in mid. Okay, guess what? Dodo's gonna be double diving. Alexis is holding a stun and waiting. So much of Shopify's game plan will be built off how they can follow up that one piece of utility.
They can follow up the utility and also just control mains, whether it's using the stun to refight or even on an anti-eco. Now pushing back Lisa. That stun gets her out of the area.
That's precisely the util pattern I'm referring to with how you dominate mid-control. You see how far she got thrown away from her orb? That could have let someone sneak up.
At the same time, Noya on the anti-eco goes for an outlaw purchase. Was initially just playing contain, but after not seeing MIBR for so long, now has ideas to get a little bit more aggressive.
Look at Lisa going for a walk down mid.
I mean, Lisa is the one hero guardian. The one real shot for MIBR, and she's caught a very quick timing. This is brisk into B main, especially with Alexis slowing down to secure the orb there too. Now Sarah comes back to deal with this player. Unsuccessful this time guarding the flank. With Mel inside of the smoke too, that's a little aggro. Might have thought it could have been more players going down mid. MIBR making a go at this. Dodonut, backside with an ultimate. Some chip damage. Pushes back onto a new line, now tethered up and stuck with nowhere left to go. Needs assistance, won't get it. MIBR have stolen this round from nowhere.
Shopify put their early presence into containing mid-control, forcing Lisa back into B heaven. But the second Lisa's gone, she just walks right back up, finds a great timing here into main, furthers that for another kill.
That's the thing, right? MIBR, or Shopify thought they had A main controlled. They thought they had mid controlled after the early aggro. No one's expecting the walk down.
And it's an impeccable Mastercard thrifty for MIBR.
Even keeping 3 players alive, that means 3 guns stolen from Shopify. Really padding out the piggy bank for MIBR.
And if you're MIBR, you're keeping mid control, having fast rotations and quick floods into the site to avoid having to anchor against Breach Waylay is going to feel real good for your defense.
Shopify have let Noya play up in A main while the other sides are just holding for the walk down, because even on rounds MIBR lost, they were still looking to stay very aggressive. Contact walks into B main, down into mid as well.
Sarah's been jiggling B main since the beginning of this round.
And now going to catch a few players. Sees Shwaylay's shoulder, so can throw down this slight pixel on the one-way.
She's allowed to stay on site because she has TPs to get away should she be stunned.
Also has some support from her teammates. Dodo to light things up. The paranoia just makes her a sitting duck. The rest of Shopify can't go anywhere. Now this lurk has been shut out. Shopify Rebellion have no other options in this round.
That was the only cancel option they had. Now they have to scamper and try and make something happen from scratch. Mel and main. Her 2 teammates working back through mid, but MIBR have a vice grip on this round.
Mel continuing to step forward, trying to catch that jump peak. Here's 2 players spamming, so now her teammates a little bit more comfortable. Walking into heaven. Here the reload out on Raptor, but it's a bait. Melissa and the rest of MIBR turn around to deal with Shopify. Sarah, the last of live, down in hell. Actually has some kills, but the spike is in heaven. All MIBR need to do is survive. Best artist says she'll get the kill regardless. Shopify Rebellion sort of botched the exec there to a good counter paranoia from Sayuri, and it all falls apart.
Yeah, I love how willing Sayuri is to anchor forward even under the threat of all this utility. There you can see that paranoia. Right after she throws it, she's TPing out of danger, and Bastarda with that TP waiting in spawn was very quick to rotate in and help Sayuri as soon as she had contact. That's going to be the crux of these rounds, how quickly Sayuri and SRN can get into these sites and support their anchors.
Now Shopify Rebellion, I'm wondering, is this... Looks to me actually not like a tactical timeout.
Well, can you read the Korean up there?
Instead of tech timeout. I know when the whole arena lights up red, that means tech. So I don't need to read any of the words on the screen. We've got an in-ear issue. That's why Noya's fumbling around with the electronics right now, trying to sort things out. This comes at a very interesting time because what I wanted to ask if this was a tech timeout or a tactical timeout, and they were trying to solve some issues. It seems to me like Shopify have been playing with very little information these last few rounds. They've been stacking with 4 players and then trying to exec into sites that MIBR have perfect stacks on.
Yeah, I want to see them go into the mid control more. I think the big problem right now is that MIBR are getting very fast rotations because Lisa is locking down mid alone in most of these rounds. I think that if you can push her away and get an embed mid, it opens Mel up to be able to call into either side, and also you still get a lot of the advantages with the breach Waylay. You can use that early with the stun to fast take mid control, and if you play a slow mid round, then you'll have the stun after, yes, a minute, but eventually back again.
I was going to say, that's the tough thing about playing for the faster mid control, is that it is a little bit all or nothing in that sense if you need to capitalize on the stun with the nerf.
But in my opinion, with the utility they have, I think most of the time you expect Shopify to win that fight in mid if they're committing the right resources, like the stun, like the hinder. It's costly, sure, but I think right now not having that space has been probably the biggest problem in them hitting into stacks repeatedly.
And it has been. So as we said, we have a tech pause at the moment for the in-ears. Looks like Noya just swapped those on through. Now she has to test to make sure she can actually hear anything with the new things in before we can get things back underway. She looks very calm right now.
I feel like she always does. She has a very chill demeanor.
Unflusterable.
Is that a word?
I don't know. I'm gonna call it there.
I like it if it is.
Yeah.
It's got a good ring to it.
Oh, that looked like a nod of affirmation.
She's affirming that the audio works.
Yeah, I mean, that is the job. Tech checks are done for a reason. And as I see, oh wow, I've just been told we're also going to have a tactical timeout after that as well.
Okay, so now you can ask me what they're talking about.
Well, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say that that is the most joyous thing ever for Effie's back there, because he's like, the whole tech timeout, he's like, okay, how exactly am I going to lay in this tack timeout? Like, you can, because you only have 60 seconds. That's not a lot of time as a coach to say all the things you want to say. But when you have a little bit of an extra moment, now we can lay it out very clearly and get Shopify on the same page.
When you were coaching, did you rehearse in your head what you were going to say always?
Sometimes, yeah, because I would write down notes of like 3 or 4 main things, and then I'd be like, how do I say these as quickly as possible, but also not be overwhelming at the same time? Because that can also very easily happen when there's a lot of adjustments you need to make. But I think that you're onto something with simplifying a little bit, focusing on a big macro idea of the mid-take. You can come in with a timeout with an idea like that and then focus on a few micro points of, if MIBR do this, A, B, or C, this is how we react.
And you don't always have to snap an instant mid-fight because MIBR do like these aggressive rounds. I think it was a good read early on to play the slow starts, holding out the stun, waiting for the aggression and shooing it away. That's fine. It's just that second piece of taking mid-control has to come at some point, or you're always gambling on the execute.
Shopify might do a little bit of an extra risky gamble on a round like this, considering they are on 2 Guardians and 3 Sheriffs. But mid-control is the name of the game as Noya breaks the haunt. Alexa still holding the stun. Lisa is a little bit in front of things here, but with a nice kill and backing away, caught Alexis without the stun ready, so now that follow-through isn't going to be there.
Well, they had mid-control.
And the stun even came in at 1:15 seconds left on the clock, so Alexis won't have that till a post-plant.
The breach nerfs really hurt. Beyond just the timing on the stun as well, with when it activates being a little slower, is pretty challenging to find the right moment to play around it.
Yeah, I remember talking to Alexis after the breach nerfs, and I think she told me she was never going to play the agent again until some buffs came in. She's like, yeah, the nerfs are really brutal. Hard to capitalize on, and yet here she is, locking that one in. Here Sarah is with 2 kills, bringing things into a 3-on-3.
Well, they want to go back A, but look who's here. The monster of the A site, Bastarda, stuck in towards Sign.
30 seconds left.
She's got a real good angle to deal with Noya when she comes out of main. Noya choosing to move into heaven instead. She throws out the clone, trying to dance on both ends, but she can't secure the kill. Shopify Melian might have done this.
Alexis just earned the Rolling Thunder as well.
That is major. Sarah with 3 kills already. A Rolling Thunder in response to this dive. Here it comes.
Player standing.
One more kill. SRN has to do it all, but Sarah with another 4-piece will steal away this round.
They've been Sarah fragged again. She hit some beautiful shots with the Guardian. Started off in mid, with Lisa getting this opener. And maybe overstaying a little bit on this re-swing. It's punished by Sarah. She flicks around for the second. And then that's really the key piece around for me. Bastarda whiffs out on her opportunity, buys time for Sarah to make that wraparound happen.
And so the Mastercard Thrifty for Shopify Rebellion, trailing by 1. Bastarda goes for an operator on this round. There's a whole lot of ults for MIBR. The first one planted firmly in mid will be the Viper's Pit.
And that's to funnel Shopify into the operator.
Exactly. Noya's been getting free lurks here the last few rounds. Makes Mel think, hey, we can walk in here. But a Prowler is always going to be spent in the stun to force the teleport away. Still a big piece of utility spent at, again, the minute 15 mark.
Fataled in. Sees only 1 player on that site, but the op's still a factor.
Does Mel want to ult in? It's a little bit delayed, and Bastarda's in front of the fight. It's so slow, but Mel deletes 1 player, cancels another teleport. A rocket out from heaven makes this round an absolute mess.
And Shopify will fight in towards screen.
Mel! With that teleport. Only a 1-on-1.
This position is so hard to deal with.
Hard to clear, though, from Bastarda. She does not spot the player wrapping heaven. Sarah with 1 kill. Buys time for Dodonut to filter in. The spike plant is good for her. And that satchel doesn't do it. No, it's on the other side of the wall. I tell a lie, she has to sprint forward. There's no time. And the full stick from Bastarda takes the round right back.
Round comes down to an absolute inch. The pressure that MIBR have out from heaven early means it's a safe plant. And while Dodo's play was excellent, finds the perfect timing to circumvent that Yoru ult. It's just not enough. So many little kills that if it just went the other way, that round could have completely flipped.
So, they're failing to deal with the op after failing to deal with Bastarda. More attention put on A main. Lisa behind this orb. Threatens the cross, but chooses to go on back. She is in a very exploitable position, but so is Mel. She likes her odds. A good slow down there from Dodo. Will secure the trade with Alexis guarding their backs. Shopify Rebellion have an angle into B, apart from Bastarda.
Mel said, sure, but you traded for excellent space. Bastarda.
They're just hard holding it. They know. How does Shopify know? The absolute hard read, while MIBR were taking space everywhere on the map because of how clued in Shopify's prep is on this team. And it pays off because Melissa's also going for that walk down.
Look at Noya, still waiting in mid. That position will be so hard to deal with.
Sarah's guarding B main again. Every round it's been here. And the step through is seen. Melissa survives on 8 HP. Needs a little bit more. SRN will find it. Noya now out from heaven. Deals with the satcheling SRN as a spam gives Melissa a chance with 8 HP. She wants the Nightfall for the blood trail. Noya falls down, fully pinged out. This fight is everything. Melissa is unreal.
That is such a crazy investment on 1 health in a wildly unfavorable fight. chooses to invest the ultimate and destroys Noya in the Red Bull clutch.
What a round, because Shopify seemed like they played everything perfectly, holding for every piece of aggression. They were numbers up, but Melissa didn't care.
The last time these teams played, it was a matter of clutches, of player advantage scenarios that Shopify stole away. Here it's MIBR to flip the script.
This buy is all over the place for both teams. 3 Bulldogs on a team that just won the round and an Outlaw versus 4 Stingers. B main control from Shopify. It's just 5 players ready to hit the site.
Sari has help from Heaven. Lisa here to aid.
Already the smoke's in. Dodonut full blinded again. This time doesn't fall, but with the snake bite on B main, Shopify can't get in yet. So now places the smoke. Sayuri swings on into them. Melissa is finally taken out. And the ult from Dodonut to try and get further and further into the site. Shopify Rebellion playing with no space anywhere. They are boxed in. And now Bastarda taking pot shots from Heaven.
Noya chooses not to use the pit. Instead, retreating back to main. Leaving Alexis on an island.
It's a tough ask in a half that's about to run away for MIBR. Alexis creeping around the corner. Alexis, you can't do him like this, no way. Already given up the position, but it's one-on-one now. Bastarda is so low, has to be perfect, and she is! Of course she is!
Back-to-back rounds where an MIBR player on 1 HP wins the one-on-one and clinches the round.
This round was crazy too, neither team had money.
Yeah, just outrageous to begin. Lisa getting those 2 kills. Shopify seemingly having no chance. Until Sarah opens it up, gives Alexis her opportunity to clutch.
Mimi, MIBR have won 3 rounds in a row, and they have a second round with a scuffed bye. 2 Guardians, light armors, a Bulldog.
Well, it's been like 3 one-on-ones in a row.
And of course, the first round of these they won was an eco round.
Yes.
A little bit silly. And yet the clutch factor, as you mentioned, has been the defining factor in these late round diffuses.
Shopify.
Ooh.
Oh, deals some damage,
Oh,
but Bastarda.
wow. Just carving up mid. Lisa, there's no way we're stepping through that one. Instantly traded down. Importantly for Shopify, Alexis and the Rolling Thunder survive the mid fight.
But look at the refight for MIBR. They want to go into Sarah. Sarah dodges.
Sarah down. And now there's nothing to lean back into. This stun for Mel does nothing. With SRN still holding the line. Alexis now in the middle of 4 players. Has an open B site for the time being, but not as Sayuri starts calmly rotating over onto the B site. Alexis needs a kill or 2 before the Rolling Thunder would matter, and she takes out the knife trying to charge into Sayuri. Oh my, turns around for that shot. But MIBR will take their 8th regardless.
Honest question, has anyone told the Brazilian players that when you're 1 HP, you get shot once and you die? I don't think anyone has.
Someone needs to let them know.
Yeah, because they seemingly just don't care. The amount of incredible one-taps that they've been hitting in these last 2 rounds is really impressive. But I think what MIBR are doing great is always fighting forward and disrupting. Earlier in this half, they would go for these very structured refights where they'd be caught by a stun, Shopify would punish and fight back, and now they're just picking timings to disrespect, get ahead, and kill Shopify, but for their utility, before the waylay becomes a factor whatsoever.
And Shopify are just running execs, a Rolling Thunder into the site. Suns up Melissa, and this time Dodo is holding Flowers. That lost him the pistol. Dodo now has a path into the site. Still alive back there, isolated from her team. Dodo has to be the hero, but he is pinched down and executed. Shopify Rebellion have gone nothing. They put 5 players into main, and 30 seconds later have nothing to show for it.
They had a spearhead, but no follow-up. Couldn't actually get into that site. And now the refight from MIBR.
SRN with the rocket! Good night, Shopify!
MIBR have been lights out on defense. And for different reasons, it becomes the same solve that they found against G2. start to disrespect them. Fight up, play the confident angles, and win these rounds. Look at these swings. Melissa's a fade with utility. Nah, she's just sending it out. It's a 4-on-3. Don't slow down. Pop the rocket. Keep it going. MIBR, what a reply to start split.
9-3 at the half. But we've got a special guest in the arena, a GCC alum. Jen Lee is standing by with Roxy.
Hey guys, Jen here with Roxy. Roxy, thank you for joining me. Now, you competed in GCC 2 times. In 2023, you finished 3rd. So you were in this position before. So tell us what's going on here and also here when you're only 1 game away from making it to grand finals.
I mean, obviously, it's super stressful. And even the night before, like, it keeps you low-key sleepless. You're like, overthinking, like, oh, what's going to happen? I'm so stressed, especially, like, if it's a rematch, right? Nothing is guaranteed, and obviously on stage it's a bit different because you have to be fully focused on the game. So I just hope everybody is going to overcome their nerves, just going to perform their best.
All right, thank you. And by the way, do you have a bias? Who's winning?
I mean, I love all the girls from Shopify, but today my heart beats for Brazil.
Ooh, okay. Thank you. 네, 록스님 만나봤는데요. 2022년, 2023년 직접 선수 생활을 하면서 챔피언스 경기를 뛰기까지 했습니다. 23년에는 3등에 그치면서 지금 경기를 치르고 있는 선수들이 좀 어떤 심정일지 잘 이해를 할 수 있을 것 같은데요. 그때는 너무 잠도 잘 못 자고 떨려서 많은 생각이 많았고, 그리고 특히나 리매치이기 때문에 장담되고 보장된 게 아무것도 없어서 스트레스를 좀 많이 받았기는 했는데, 그래도 오늘 선수들이 잘 이겨내고 좋은 경기 보여줬으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 하면서 쇼피파이도 굉장히 잘하는 것 같지만 개인적으로는 브라질 팀인 MIBR이 이겼으면 좋겠다고, 그리고 우승은 꼭 브라질이 했으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 여기까지 록시님 만나봤습니다.
Bars.
Yeah, so true. Christy, does your heart beat for Brazil?
I don't know, but I got chills when I heard that. It did a little something.
Certainly my heart is beating when I've been watching the Brazilian teams play, because my God, if they've been playing some bangers.
And always on split too. MIBR continue to find success. We got the Coinbase econ report on your screen right here. And I love that we're highlighting SRN because I think it is a very different player to the one we just saw on split, or saw on Pearl. On split, SRN taking over right next door to Bestarda.
Yeah, those double duelists have led the way for MIBR. They took the last 5 rounds of the first half, and now big questions asked of Shopify. They made a comeback happen map 1 to take Pearl 13-11. Now have to do the same thing again.
And Mimi, I have a quick yes or no question for you.
Yes.
Do you believe in the triple sheriff buy from MIBR?
Hell yeah.
That's crazy. Who cares about any utility? You're the Rays and the Viper.
That was 2 words, sorry.
Absolutely insane. Bestarda is in B main alone right now to teleport to rotate back to her team. As the rest of MIBR play right behind this Viper wall.
I'm not gonna lie, Yoru Sheriff is aura.
It's pretty sick. I mean, you don't need a flash if you just shoot them better.
Yeah, true.
Not a lot of time before that teleport runs out, so Bestarda might end up taking that one. At the same time, Shopify, as they often do, stepping down into mid, playing for this retake.
How did MIBR play the post plant? Seeing no resistance, so they want to fight up. That's good spam damage. But SRN is pushing this.
I like the idea from Sarah to play for the spam. But now the hold, look at this, back on these sewer players. Bestarda with a perfect crossfire. Oh, turns away, just the wrong moment. And that gives the gap for Elisa. Doesn't matter though, because Bestarda will take 2 kills to the back of the head. And MIBR still have 3 players locked in on site. A paranoia now guides Sarah on forward. A drill out into the open, Alexis to take another. With Bestarda wrapping back around into heaven, Shopify Rebellion are wrapping circles around MIBR. Bestarda though, for 3 in the round. And the spike out in the open. Sarah doesn't stand a chance. MIBR are dismantling Shopify on split.
I give you my initial impression, and upon reflection, I stand by it. I like the triple sheriff buy. They were taking heads that round, and this timing ended up being so weird with the flank through, but started looking the wrong way. Only to then fight back in completely unexpected and get 2. Something MIBR always do well, I think, is picking the right timings in their post lane to be reactive, right? Fighting forward there after seeing that flank to kill the players coming out from screen. They're very good at that quick decision making in their team fighting.
So as the stakes of that round set in, it's Shopify left to think about what went wrong. 5 classics, no chance really going to force on the defense. And now just guessing wrong here on the A stack.
Lisa here to hold again, even if these players try and push up. She's in such a passive position.
Here they come. She will fall down.
But it's an anti-eco where you have a solo Sheriff player. Okay, she does whatever. We've got a free B site. We have a great post plant.
Yeah, the small wins for Shopify, of course. The Sheriff and ult orb on Alexis. A kill as well. That started though with the Sheriff too. Hold on.
Yeah, now you should have some concern.
But here's the thing. It was the 2 Sheriff players that played aggro that ended up falling off as they were on their own. But it's
still
so hard to set up the crossfires MIBR want in this post plant now. Paranoia held by Sayuri. Stun doesn't find much. Now jumping up behind the smoke. A good seize. And a better paint shell. That combo instantly equalizes.
She's got another.
Oh yeah. Use it again. Now this crossfire. I love that from Melissa. Down, up, down. And so Shopify fall.
You're right. It is hard to win that even up numbers, but when they go for the funky smoke, easy solution. Heads up to go for that seize nade combo. Bails him out of a round that could have gotten quite dangerous. And now Shopify. This is really a brutal task that they have ahead of them. Down 11-3. Needing a pretty much flawless defense half here if they want to bring it back and avoid this series going to a tie.
We've seen some comebacks so far in this event from big deficits.
Oh yeah, SRN fast up mid.
Oh wow. Noya steps out in front of that one. Here's the satchels. So MIBR now without that heaven pressure are worried about players just stacking into the B site. They need Lisa to get a pick here. Need players to turn back around. They've actually called the spike back into Lisa in mid, assessing their options.
But they have nothing towards A, really. There's still a forward player holding ramp control. So if they want to pivot back that way, that will give early info to Shopify. The great thing for MIBR is that they have a lurk on the other side. They can always head back to Bastarda.
But with so little time on the clock, once they're done walking up into heaven, that is going to be a difficult ask of them. The easiest way forward is just deal with Dodonut on site. The support from Sarah isn't immediately there. She's playing very passively towards heaven.
But Dodo has a hinder, can back away with that tool.
Wall up for the cross.
They're burning the candle here. There's not a lot of time now.
I mean, Bastarda is irrelevant in the round just to get late round. They need the plant for Bastarda to be entering the equation. And Sarah has the seize. Does that catch all of them? Gets 2. Melissa still untouched. It does not matter.
One enemy remaining.
Brilliant utility and better shooting from Dodonut. Shopify bounce back.
Just wait a little too long on that one. And the utility is great from Dodo. We talk a lot about how good the Waylay is as a proactive character to go for forward plays, to set up around creative ideas, but also similar to Leon, she's just so good at hard anchoring. The hinder in a choke point is one of the most annoying abilities to deal with.
Yeah, just that reactive, oh, players are coming at me, throw that down. It gives you either a tool to fight or fall away. Saw it on display there with Sarah C's too.
And even better if you're a Shopify fan. Dodo got the ult off that.
Looks like some damage went down on Bastarda. So on 66 HP and a stun sent from the B site, Dodonut will move in, but it's already a teleport away. Just a clone there. Noya holding in fence, gets another kill in mid. And as Dodo falls on A, maybe this round won't be so hard for MIBR.
MIBR freeze though. Where does Shopify reclear? What information do they need here? Mid, that's the obvious answer. And that'll help to aid the understanding of how much pressure Sarah could be under.
It's hard for MIBR to play though without smokes for heaven. Normally in a round state like this, you use the Nightfall, you could just rip into A, but instead, well, they might go for it anyways. They are very vulnerable. Actually, there's an orb lineup just thrown out by Lisa. That is massive to have that coverage. So now Sarah does not have an easy angle through this smoke unless her aunt connects onto players. Instantly broken, actually with a couple of pings. And the MIBR still get the plant down.
So a retake for Shopify. Down a player, but Alexis with all her utility. Mel and Paranoia. This is doable.
Have to clear Lisa first. Pushed back into the corner. No one to help her out. Just a wall thrown up, dodges the Paranoia. Teleports, where is Mel going? Lisa is untouchable. So Alexis' utility means absolutely nothing. She will back away in this 1v4. MIBR up to map point.
I love the pressure MIBR is putting on mid. SRN has died there both, or at least in that first round, and almost did here as well, but what has been so good is constantly shooing that Viper player away, not letting Noya dominate that space, means that in these late rounds, they always have options on where to pivot.
And equally as important in this round is Lisa still having the orb and finding the solution to the Omen dying. Having the orb lineup from A main gives them the ability to hit that site, takes any chance out of Sarah's hand to swing the round back.
There's that fight, Sayori sacrifice, they swing up, and then MIBR hold for this re-aggression. I think that was a bit of a mistake for Dodo. Swinging the way she did, just contacting into that line. Her teammates had a ton of initiator utility she could have asked for. Instead loses her head, and now 12-4 MIBR. Well and truly dominating here on Split.
8 rounds the advantage for MIBR. And okay, so Shopify haven't played a ton of Split this year, you know?
Yeah.
That's the cope.
But it's still Shopify.
It's still Shopify. You'd still expect them to look strong. But it's a very different picture for an MIBR that has had, I mean, even just so many rounds played of this map in this tournament alone.
That's what's so unforgiving about Split. You had a rough first half, but you get 8-4. That's what you need on attack Split. No, you lose the pistol, you lose one rifle round after that, and suddenly you are in really some big trouble.
Now MIBR full chillin'. Even have a showstopper in SRN's kit. Look at, I mean, SRN, Bastarda, and Melissa, so many people on MIBR just absolutely storming down Shopify this game.
Yeah, the change in the first half was to just start fighting everything. You can tell how confident this team is. They got the name tags turned off. They don't care that this team 3-0'd them in the final last year.
They don't care that Shopify just came back and stole Plural away from them. Firing back in a major way.
They 4-1 this round. Bastarda puts some pressure on A, while the rest of her team contacts into B. But look at Mel, a high angle, and Dodo to bait for her.
Classic round from MIBR, now teleporting back for 5 players.
But Dodo doesn't break it, now Mel has to leave.
The thing is, MIBR don't pull the trigger just yet. Snakebite even. Try and push Mel away there. Actually, that was a missed snakebite from Noya, thrown out from heaven. So MIBR pump the brakes a moment. There's still an orb on B heaven, so likely they want to come back into B regardless. But by leaving SRN in B main, it lets you have a showstopper to come out as 4 players can fight into mid.
And that makes it feel like the strong side. That makes your mid players all the more impactful.
Shopify Rebellion aren't trying to re-clear B main either, so they don't have a chance of picking off the showstopper early into the round. The only issue for MIBR would be a little bit of time if they don't act quickly. But already into heaven, now a Paranoia. Noya out there and the showstopper in. Mel unable to find her. SRN cleanly into the site. The rest of MIBR has not made it through heaven though. It's a great stun! Sayuri caught jumping. Noya holds the spike, 20 seconds left. Noya holds it down! She is just that good. And with the spike stuck in heaven, MIBR have nowhere left to go. A beautiful hold from Noya and 4 kills on the top of it.
It's just all Noya. So excellent in these anchor positions. Always a treat when she gets to play this Viper. But it's the utility that I think shines there. A stun, a seize, all going into that pocket. She knows that MIBR is stuck there, isolates the fights and cuts it down, and that has good implications. MIBR will be reset onto an eco. They use one of their big ults, the showstopper, in that last round as well. But how much can Shopify build? How far can they take this?
MIBR Much quicker into mid this time with C's nade. And a teleport following behind it. Trying to catch these players. Stuck in the tether with the Bucky. As soon as Dodo hears the Bucky shot, instantly slips up the rope.
Run away, run away. Do not engage. That's the name of the game.
Alexis in hell. I like that we're switching over to her.
Yeah, a great stun line here.
I mean, it's a beautiful line off of Noya's contact in B Heaven.
Noya has a angle to swing here as well. SRN will get stunned.
And there's that stun again. Alexis choosing not to pull the blast yet. Instead, a flash to refight in, sets up Noya, SRN dodges it. And now instead of committing back into B, MIBR have ideas to stick around mid.
It's because they have a lurk in main. Lisa was waiting here, but she doesn't have very forward information. Instead, it's Shopify re-clearing into B main.
Exactly, and now with Mel up here, Shopify can think about leaning back to A.
And that's because of Dodo, tucked into the corner on this site, playing an off angle.
30 seconds
Dodo and Sarah have played very nicely back and forth on A-holes.
And Dodo again has the hinder, and MIBR, they don't have time.
And Sarah again has the C's, this time in heaven. Sarah raining down bullets on MIBR. That combo piece tandem play on full display. Alexis once into the party.
Great hold. Late round, the A anchors have been good, the 2 chances they've gotten. But the crux of that round is holding on to mid. MIBR every round are putting focus on taking mid control. And sure, eventually SRN gets into B Heaven. Think about how much time it took. A stun to push them away. Noya refighting. By the time they're actually pivoting to hit a site, there's no more choice to cancel. And the stall utility wins the round, even without those kills.
Shopify have won 2 in a row now, within 6, but this is the round to make or break, especially with the dimensional drift. Paranoia combo, and the Prowler chasing Bastarda, fully supported to blow up the map.
Stepping up into B main for Shopify.
Mel! Huge opener, but SRN is there. Trades back and forth. This round is ridiculous, and a teleport back from Bastarda. She gives up B Heaven to secure the spike. Alexis worried about her flank. Dodo not falls. A Nightfall out from Heaven. We are going nuts on this round. Sarah seizes the reins back while MIBR pivot back into their lurk.
It was pinch on pinch, but now the door is open. MIBR have found their side and Shopify theirs.
This round is nuts. That was just 40 seconds to see all those ults and all those kills.
But now the plant will go down. MIBR will get to post up with the spike on the floor.
MIBR could have given the plant to Lisa, could have gotten the ult instead. Prefer her position in Heaven.
And it's such a commanding spot. This open plant, they can be playing from pretty much anywhere. There's so much that Shopify has to clear.
Now that it's been so long, Lisa fell back into hell, but she's not guarding the right angle. Footsteps being made, though, allow her to turn. And now MIBR can set up full control over the choke. The solution is Heaven for Sarah. MIBR falling backwards. Bastarda dominating split versus G2. Now seeing it through in the last moment for MIBR. This series is 1-1.
MIBR, they got 3-0 dominated when they played in a final against Shopify. But here it's different. A close map 1, a win on split. And what a way to win it. SRN and Bastarda.
So good.
Lights out on the double duelists.
Absolutely fantastic, but it's time for a quick break. When we return, the analysts get us ready for map number 3.
And now the refight from MIBR.
SRN with the rocket! Good night, Shopify!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Keep it on the hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah.
What you want?
Sorry to bother. I don't mean to be blowing your cover. No, we probably shouldn't take this no further. But you beat the cookie up like no other. I seen your whip was parked in the lot out front. You was fine on me. I know I could never be a Cinderella. Together we started a messed up telenovela. Oh. I like the way you rock my whip. I like the way you lick my I like the drugs you let me hit. Do me so good, I'ma pass out. Love it when you keeping your mask on. Love it when I'm running dirty with a rough boy. Guess I gotta take my mask out. Ice, money, sex, trees. Everything's bliss when I'm paying my bills with the money you give me for free.
You guys are back on the analyst desk, and we have a very special guest. Dan Dryad and I would like to welcome Monch over here. Hi, Monch.
Hi.
How are you? How are you feeling?
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, you're good?
Yeah.
Awesome, because that was a very close map. We have 13-6. This time, MIBR takes it. It was very, very close. We were watching over here, and we weren't exactly sure who was going to take it because you can't count SR out, but MIBR, they were just a powerhouse on split. It came down to such tiny, tiny micro battles, and especially all of the clutches that we had, all of those 1v2s, 1v1 scenarios that they were able to win over SR.
Absolutely, and this was, mind you, the win condition yesterday for Liquid to win against SR. So the fact that we saw 3 1v1 situations that Bastarda was closing out, 4 of those very close 1vx situations for MIBR to win it, these are all just good indications of this Brazilian squad looking better and better the more that we go into these series. And this is exactly what I wanted to see, kind of pushing a little bit of SRG, getting them a little bit uncomfortable, and knowing, how difficult it is for you to get just enough rounds on the attack side and denying every single one of those opportunities.
Yeah, it felt as though Shopify Rebellion, by the second half, it feels like they slowed down quite a lot. It felt like, they were kind of letting MIBR almost take so many of those rounds.
One thing as well is, it's something that we saw last year as well, and we continue to see today, is on this map of Split, the team is so confident, but because it's coming down to the slow scenarios, I feel like it's also a mental thing. I mean, Monch, you've been in so many of those scenarios. You have an iconic one as well with the knife that I'm never gonna forget. When you're winning those clutches, how much does that help the team as well to come back and know that you can win the series?
Yeah, I think it helps a lot. I think winning, anyone on the team can win that, and I think all the energy and all the hope you get back. So, I don't know, winning clutches is very important.
I like that. You get a lot of hope back. You kind of, it renews the team also. And it doesn't even matter like how far down you are, right? It still does get the energy up for the team. I remember you hyping your team up quite a lot in so many of those scenarios, and you were amazing in those scenarios. But of course, we go back to this match, and we would be remiss not to talk about the double duelists on MIBR. We've been talking about it the entirety of this tournament because it's just so powerful. We have SRN and Bastar, this dynamic duo on the side of MIBR, once again doing their thing here on Split.
They are insane in this duo with the Raze and the Yoru specifically for this double duelist. They continue to be undefeated with the composition. It's just something that clicks. Not only are both of them amazing at opening up a few of these rounds, but Bastarda specifically, as we just talked about, closing these rounds as well. I mean, Munch, you had to face these two. What do you think it makes them so good at this comp?
Yeah, I think Bastarda like closing some part of the map with an ult or with an outlaw. I think that makes strong to the other side too. And I don't know, you have on one side Bastarda and the other side SRN. So I think the double duelist comp makes them stronger for that. And I don't know, I think this map Mel played really well. I think she won some very important clutches, and the info she gave to the team, it was a very key of the team, and that's it.
Do you think that because of the double duelist that MIBR have, that gives them like so much that gives their other members like so much confidence to just do their own thing? Is that how you felt like when you were playing against them?
Yeah, I think they have so much aggression on the map. I think they play really aggressive, so that gives them like that confidence they need. And I don't know, I think like they play really well. They seem like they got into some flow on this match, so it was like winning rounds, and you can't stop that at some point.
Yeah. That flow state is also, you know, it's very dangerous if you're on the opposing side for a team to get into that, because you know that they're just going to take round after round. They win rounds with a relative ease. They're flying through everything, and now potentially they could fly through Corrode. That is, unless Shopify Rebellion can pick themselves up after this loss. We've been talking a lot with Mel and how she's able to, regroup with her team to be able to bounce back on so many of these maps. She's been quoting, some guy named Faker quite a lot, talking about like some guy. You might know him, maybe. Who knows? He might have stepped foot in this arena, once or twice. But yes, like about how even losses can be small victories in their own way. And I think she's really taking that to heart. I think she knows that this is going to be a very tough one, and it's going to be an endurance match between both of these teams.
Absolutely, especially because we're going into this third map of Corrode, where yes, we just talked about the Raze and the Yoru on the last map, but going into this one, MIBR are still going to be playing this double duelist, but with a slight change with the Waylay. Munch, how do you feel about this double duelist when it changes a little bit with this agent?
I mean, I feel like the Waylay gives you more like aggression, like the Raze, like more diving into the sides and more quickly. And I don't know, I feel like Bastarda pick is still good with the Yoru, so the ult, I think she secures the round when she's ulting. And I think it's going to be, I don't know how to say it, fun to watch, yeah.
Who do you think would take this map of Corrode? Last time it was Shopify who won this.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it's a tight match, but it will be nice to Shopify win this match.
Yeah, I think you're right, Munch. I think this is going to be a very, very close map. What do you think, Riot?
I think this map is going to go the way of MIBR, and I think they need it because going into that fourth and fifth map, if it really goes a distance, is going to be that single duelist for SRN. So that we just talked about is a win condition and has to be the turning point for MIBR.
Oh, well, we're going to see if it is indeed the turning point. Let's get into map 3 and send it back to your casters. Here's Mimi and Ender.
Well, I think it has to be the turning point here, right? Teams tied up 1-1, win this map. You only need one more for that spot in the final. A rematch for either of these teams in the context of the year for MIBR, facing off against Team Liquid, or Shopify bouncing back after yesterday.
Shopify were expected to be in the final. They're the back-to-back champs. They're going for their three-peat. It'll be a lot more of a surprise for in the first ever event with 2 Brazilian teams attending to see the Brazil final get ran back in Seoul, South Korea.
Would be absolutely insane. Of course, MIBR could also be thinking that, well, Pearl easily could have been their map too, right? Leading 11-7 at one point, ended up getting knocked back. So the 2-0 is not real for MIBR, but after Corrode, a 2-1 very much could be on the cards.
It's a double duelist again. The desk highlighted a lot how strong MIBR are with this composition, and no surprises, they're clumped up to start this half.
Playing a little bit deeper in A main early. Shopify not ones to instantly rip the paranoia.
They always like to do it off contact, have a hinder to go with it as well.
Yeah, so Sarah on a little bit of a wider angle. Actually the one to take a first shot with a Sheriff. Good shots out of her. And now that follow-up is in form, but Shopify Rebellion get cut down. All 3 players in that exchange fall.
Yeah, the paranoia just missed, and now quick into the side is Alexis, the last player who can really save this round for Shopify.
This shot has to be hers, taken away.
Lisa's been so astute this game. Last map on Split, well, the double duelist got the highlight. I feel like she was always the one closing out these rounds. But you talk of closing rounds, you look at clutches. And who else would it be but Noya?
The problem for Noya is there's no one really giving her an angle. Saw Lisa's shoulder. Now she sees nothing except darkness around her. As the walls close in around, and Lisa with a 3K wins this pistol.
The round just comes down to the A main fight. SRG have that trap play ready to go. Have a great hinder, but I think the paranoia just missed on some of these players. There you see Sarah go 1 for 1. And then, yeah, that player on the right doesn't get caught by the Noya, or the paranoia.
Yep, that's the one.
To be specific.
I think the idea was the paranoia is a little bit deeper for the stragglers.
Yeah, thinking the people will be running back for the hinder.
And it was the saturate that only caught the one player up in the
you
front.
have that little gap, and they perfectly get into it.
2 players unaffected, so the pistol goes MIBR's way. Now, different on Split, it's actually 4 rifles picked up from MIBR here. Remember, things got a little hairy in round 2 after winning the last pistol on Split.
It's interesting to see them just like 5 hit on an anti-eco. You almost always see teams 4-1 with the pistol player alone. It's a lot riskier to just go for an exec this round. Doesn't matter, they're not here.
I mean, it easily could have been execing into 5 players the way Shopify have been playing their ecos. It's actually pretty standard from Shopify. Like, they'll buy nothing, like not even 1 Sheriff, counter to how a lot of other teams operate on the low buys, but they will stack 5 players on a site and sort of pray that they guessed correctly.
Sometimes all you can do on an eco, on defense. It's a lot harder to craft something truly special on that side of the map.
But what it does mean for Shopify is that even after losing the first 2 rounds, they have a buy in round 3, should have a buy in round 4, even if things go poorly, at least with light armor. And while a kill goes to Donut, there's just not enough time. That was the pistol anyways, running up from MIBR. And all 5 gonna die to the spike.
Mission accomplished, you die. Down
Good work, good work.
Great work, Shopify. MIBR, they guessed correctly. They get a free anti-eco. And now they keep their 4 rifles and we have a very potent bonus here.
Some Sayuri fans in the crowd. Gotta respect it.
Yeah, there's a lot of Brazilian fans out here. I've been impressed with how they've shown up, how passionate the cheering section has been for Brazilian teams.
It's fun, too, because the majority of the Brazilian fans are seated right behind MIBR, so very loud.
Oh, yeah.
MIBR, I can feel that a bit.
Shopify are crafting something into mid here. Both initiators here alongside Dodo.
Just laying down some fire is Sarah. Actually, early knife from Sayuri. Trapped Alexis. Up in mid, and MIBR are up here. They're going for a fight through the smoke, absolutely catching these players. Bastarda working off a brilliant flash, but the counter fight on B is there. Even playing field, Noya swings straight into Bastarda's Odin, of all things. She picked that up for 4 kills. Are you kidding?
On for the ace with a stolen weapon.
And now those Brazilian fans seated right behind MIBR egg her on for that final kill.
Shopify wanted to go for a re-clear play in mid, but they waited a second too long on the timing, and it's MIBR instead, the tip of the spear.
Final target acquired. Bastarda could go explosive with it instead. Realizing no reason in sticking around, risking dying to the spike. Might catch Mel on the exit instead.
Cutting through.
Mel's now gonna run towards her. Is the ace still on? Bastarda not chasing for it, so ace denied. Robbed away, but still a ridiculous round from Bastarda.
Yeah, let's just watch that again. Bastarda into mid. MIBR had been contacting his space the whole time, and you see it's the exact same timing that Shopify wanted to go for a re-clear, but the Utah's just a little ahead. And with that picked up gun, she's so aware of the right angles to be looking at. You know what a beast the Odin is when someone is swinging into you.
Such a good round. Also just playing off her own utility. Didn't even need the support.
Yep.
Her 2 flashes were good for 3 kills, all things considered. That's where the knife landed in the last round. The roof Alexis was looking at. This time, Sayuri's knife up for B main to spot any early stack, early aggression.
MIBR stick to the theme of a bit simpler rounds on their anti-ecos with that Odin now in the hands of Melissa.
MIBR knowing the pack mentality of Shopify on the ecos. This wall catches Dodo on a brutal timing. Might have been a slight miscommunication there between Noya and Dodonut.
With no Viper themselves, MIBR will always struggle at these like slow taking mid rounds because they don't have that early utility.
And now as the double face comes in, Sarah quick on the fire. Catches Bastardo before the teleport. Now MIBR can move on. They had 4 players in mid ready for this exact situation.
And it's all fine as long as Mel doesn't get a kill with the Sheriff. She does. She opens the door for her team.
Well, Mel has the classic. Noya might have a shot with the Sheriff. Timing into this smoke with the classic. Some good damage, but now Noya is absolutely bullied. Every single piece of utility under the sun has caught her.
Spike planted.
Alexis did manage to secure a rifle, but has to survive past SRN. Easy enough task for her, but still whittled down to 20 HP. And the harder task is moving past Melissa's Odin.
Sarah getting a taste of her own medicine. That Odin that got survived through used against her.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Sarah risking dying with the Odin means that MIBR are just going to carve you up with it in their hands.
I like that MIBR are taking a slower round on the eco, expecting that re-aggression behind the Viper wall. They hold for that, and then just go for a nice, simple A hit together.
By the books.
Yeah, and I think that's what's so good about them when they play these double duelist comps. They aren't a team that you actually see do a lot of like very crazy early round stuff. If they're running an exec, sure, that'll be fast. But for the most part, I think they tend to play like slower 4-1s and actually really like having that time to call back into the mid round, let their individual players work a little bit, and then actually going for these execs much later. They love getting that opportunity for both Bastarda and for SRN to do their damage in the mid round, and Bastarda a great chance to do damage with an op into this one.
Big purchase on the attack. Something she'll like to do, especially to take the fights up into mains. Especially because Shopify are playing without a Sentinel. Leaves them vulnerable. Noya's always going to be having to check some angles onto B. Bastarda can calmly clear forward to deal with that player.
Shopify with some crossfires in mid. Alexis in a position to flash over to support these 2 players off their contact.
Drone over the top. I think that dart actually went down towards Dodo. Could have been spotted. Now the fight on in. What's going on?
Team flash.
Yeah, Alexis had thrown that through the top. In case there were more players behind, it was necessary.
Luckily, both Waylays just rewind, and all's well that ends well.
But now I'm looking back at B main. Bastarda has inched forward.
But it's a high angle. It's a passive angle for Noya.
But seeing nothing, Bastarda's gotta feel confident. Sees that player heaven. I think Bastarda was spotted too, so a knife thrown out by Alexis, and Bastarda takes the shot. The boost up seeing over the top of the wall. And now the gun switch back over.
But a freeze for MIBR. They hold in mid, they wait for the re-aggression.
Not for long, Sayuri went back to throw a left kick flash over the top of site. There's actually a knife coming down. Bastarda now into the site, Alexis. What can you do to hold this down?
Spike down.
Creeping to the left-hand side. An assassin as Lisa lights them up in mid, but there's still just 10 seconds left. Alexis now on both sides has to turn around to deal with everything. It will not be. Instead, 5 rounds in a row for MIBR.
Lisa is a beast. She comes out of nowhere in that round. Just sitting in mid, waiting for her opportunity. That was the opener for Bastarda that got them into this side. But you see Shopify is clearing down mid with 3, trying to push a flank on this retake. And Lisa decimates them.
It's such good control too. Those 2 or 3 brief moments she paused for a millisecond to reset her aim. reset the spray, and just take down Shopify, even as they quickly turn back to deal with her.
So Shopify call a pause now. Lisa's still yet to die, by the way.
That is crazy. 7-0 on the Omen.
I don't know if I've ever seen an Omen not die after 5 rounds of play. That is wild.
I mean, certainly not versus Shopify.
No.
Like, this is a team that it was a shocker to see them even lose a series.
Even
in
a map.
GCC.
Remember,
Yeah.
2024, the last time these teams played in a final, in a BO5 at all, was flawless. They didn't drop a map to lift that trophy.
And now to lose their first series in a Game Changers Champs ever? This Shopify Rebellion team, with this roster, getting knocked down by the Brazilian #1 team now, in a tied series, mind you, trailing 5-0 against the Brazil #2 squad.
A team that they sent down here, that they 13-1 to then 2-0 to start on this whole lower bracket run.
I mean, Brazilian teams have done that lower bracket run before. In 2023, it was Team Liquid. Had to do the same exact thing. Now MIBR primed to cut down Shopify on this anti-eco. That would be 6 rounds in a row. And they're doing it by the books as well, investing the ultimate on Bastarda. Now thinking about fighting forward too.
This has to be a retake for Shopify, and they're losing space. Already this fight into elbow for SRN.
The only chance here really is Noya. And she's good for the first. Hold on a moment. Paranoia. Retake some space. Teleport under. Hell, there's 3 players waiting underneath Noya. And now with the op swinging back in Sayuri's hands of all things. It's a little bit silly. And there's not enough. That is 10-0 now on Lisa. 3 kills there secured again in back-to-back rounds.
Is someone gonna kill her?
I'm not so sure.
Can someone please kill Lisa? She's been alive for 6 rounds.
I'm not sure what the mission should be for Shopify. Is it win a round or kill Lisa? You might have to do both.
I think one has to follow another. I don't know if you're getting around on the board until she is dealt with. Look at that.
Snappy.
It's so similar to the previous one, though. Quickly adjusting her aim, flicking around. Just looks so confident right now. But this is the round Effie's was talking to them about. An op for Dodo.
And the op is still for Sayuri. Because MIBR are looking for the 5-hit. Off of the ping. That's the Hunter's Fury Mel teleporting around. As the reaction comes in from Shopify. And Orb to buy some cover for Shopify. They've rotated in. MIBR have gone virtually nowhere. Alexis through the smoke sees nothing. Knife suppresses 4.
So they're stalled out. And with no cancel option, MIBR might just have to walk back in to the Lion's Den.
Because Shopify Rebellion have space gained in B main.
And looking mid, an operator holding the line there as well.
Great line. So they know MIBR have nowhere left to go.
But there's still the matter of executing on it.
Sayuri just picked up an orb. Switches guns because now she has the ultimate. A null command. But there's still Sarah Zoden. Forget the utility. She is absolutely carving alongside the rest of Shopify. They need this round. Shopify can't let it slip now. Back through the smoke goes Mel for 3. And 1 on the board now for the reigning champs.
Finally Lisa killed. Finally a round for SR. And the stole utility, all of it for Shopify was very good in that round. It started off with, I think, the ult getting popped a little too early for Dodo. She threw it into Yard before anyone had even made it out. But Alexis, that knife that tags onto 4 is pivotal.
Exactly.
Full stalls the hit, and while that's happening, it's the players on the other side cutting MIBR out of any rotate.
You forget it for a while when Alexis plays so much of the Sentinel throughout the year. But her initiator utility is elite.
Interesting start. SRN popped quick into B main and goes again to challenge Dodo.
That is bold, but look back behind A main. That is where Lisa finds herself. 15 seconds into the round.
And Noya's trapped between 2 sides, has to fight her way out.
Is she trapped? Is she trapped, or is this exactly where she wants to be? They have no idea, but the first shots are whiffy. So a 1-for-1 is all she finds.
And now a plant for backside. Lisa, who had been in spawn this whole round, waiting for her moment.
Wanted to equalize. Still down a player is MIBR.
Alexis has the ult for the retake. Flashes still to get back in.
Lisa calls Sayuri up. It's a forward flash. SRG are scared. And now smoke down. Lisa has to die to win the round. A good flash coming on through. First player dealt with Sayuri, slowed down too. And Melissa falls back-to-back rounds, multi-kills from Mel.
They get the opening kill onto SRN, and then I think Shopify have done a good job in these last couple rounds at realizing that MIBR is almost always playing clump. There's that opener. And then how do they react? A drone back into mid. A walk up to hold forward in B main, and that means that by the time that they're actually rotating back into this A site, they've eliminated any other positions that MIBR could be in, and they can full focus it, trading each other out on that retake.
You see Noya get excited there. I think that's a big round for Shopify to win because the wince I saw on her face after the whiff is tough. She can't allow herself to get in her own head. The rest of her team picked her up in that round. She's been struggling a little bit at the start.
Dodo's up this time in mid. Got the opener last round.
Flash and a swing, only blinds a drone. But I don't believe Dodo was spotted with the op.
Maybe just on the fate of the drone. A dart, a smoke to push her away.
She's still dodging it, but SRN has crept ever closer.
Alexis with a flash to swing back in. Let this op get a forward line.
Drone spotted. SRN in trouble. Shot doesn't connect, and SRN is still moving. MIBR do not want to let Dodo nut out. Another flash, this time coming around the other side. Alexis to equalize, and Dodo holds it down, trying to escape by the skin of her teeth. She's a clone in main. Means Alexis now has no support behind her. Alexis has to fight her way out, gets 3 onto the round. And now Lisa, who has been perfection in this map, has 35 seconds left in a 1-on-3.
She finally died, but there's still
30 seconds
a
left.
huge challenge to this round. They all holding her angle.
But 30 HP makes Lisa's Vandal an op too. Oh, a leg shot of all things. 20 seconds left. And now the switch to the shorty. Double shorties. They know how low Lisa is. Getting wild with it to string together 3.
That mid fight is very well executed, really by Alexis. The timing she's choosing to re-flash her teammate back onto the line. Here you can see it. Flash up, they swing forward for the first. Now they tuck back in another flash to get Dodo forward. And finally, when she's out of utility, when she's done her job for her team, she holds strong herself. That's down 3 in mid.
Nice, let's go. Thank you.
Alexis feeling good after a round like that. So it'll be MIBR to call a timeout now. And it seemed like they could do no wrong for 6 rounds, whether they were playing slower from mid control, whether it was catching Shopify's refights. But I think a few rounds in a row now, the combination of teamwork and utility out of Alexis has been tough for MIBR to break.
Seeing this Waylay pick into the operator instead, I would almost like to see them call an A-hit round. Normally the Waylay is playing the close crossfire with the Omen, using the Hinder and the Paranoia to hold that space.
Yes.
When they're opping, Dodo almost always is playing in towards mid or early fighting in extremity. If you can push off that extremity, make sure she's not opping there, I think a hard hit on A can cook.
Yeah, because you'd look to other agents on the team to offer that similar level of stall with KO having a molly, but KO is also always escorting Dodo Nut around. Alexis is always in those fights. I think you might be onto something.
But they read the opposite side. They want a B hit, and guess who's here?
Wow. Dodo with the operator, and Alexis too. MIBR have a Waylay ult to play on. But it's hard to capitalize and punish the op when there's the knife ready to go. Early drone right off the riff and a flash too. Sends Dodo Nut away, 4 players tagged up. And a Hunter's Fury from Sarah has a great line from mid. Nice shots. Take out one of those 2 duelists.
So MIBR stunted. They're getting pushed through from mid.
Yes, Mel has gone all the way forward.
They have to exec into B. That's their only way to win.
So SRN asked for a major task. Find the entry pathing, find the entry kills. Alexis in the corner. Hasn't been pushed away, trying to find the spam into the smoke. MIBR finally into the site. But still that flank coming in quickly. Mel is about to activate. Onto the planter, Mel for 2 again. And Sayuri has no HP. The blind from Mel secures yet another. This train will not stop.
MIBR are going for uncomplicated rounds, trying to slam their executes, and Shopify have got it figured out. Their stall utility has been very effective at cutting down these plays in main. Look at that Hunter's Fury from Sarah. Untested in mid. Then even though Alexis dies here, gets that molly up. That further buys time for Mel. And with a stall utility to fight, that's all good. The crux of it is that Shopify are always pushing through on the other side and enveloping MIBR, not giving them a cancel option.
Exactly. Whenever they get the information, instantly playing the macro off of what they learned. But MIBR have another buy. Sayuri has another ult on the KO. This time dodging away if there was going to be an early knife, but this time it finds nothing. MIBR's doesn't either.
So they send the drone mid. I think this is in part to try and pressure an AWP away.
The initiators have traded utility in B main, now drones kissing each other in mid.
But the thing is, Shopify held mid through that exchange. So again, they're in a position where if a B hit comes, they can fast push around.
The difference is, with that null command, no utility to stop the flood. Only Sarah's Odin for some chip damage. Noya repositioned Heaven.
The question for MIBR is, where do they fight in the post fight? Elbow seems to be the answer.
First flash finds nothing for MIBR. Paranoia too. It's slow from MIBR. It's slow from Shopify.
Great paranoia. Push the elbow players out.
Here we go. First fight goes evenly. Now a teleport into Heaven. Lisa getting way too crazy. It was trying to combo with this fight, but now in a one-on-two, Melissa suck in main, a Guardian. All she has at her disposal. Here's the cancel. Here's Dodo Nut. Knows where these players are, but they have exactly the same information. Taking her time to pull out the gun, the shorty, to deliver another blow to MIBR.
Great retake from Shopify. That round they actually had to give up the site because of the null command. But they very quickly recognize MIBR's win conditions and have answers to them. The only way out of this round was for them to hold on to either elbow or mid control. And Shopify had players ready in both. The counter paranoia from Mel. The operator holding the line in mid. As soon as MIBR try and break out, Shopify is holding. And damn if they held well. 5 rounds now, 1 in a row. From a half that started 0-6 down.
We saw this yesterday. It was Shopify on Pearl versus TL that went up 6 rounds, only for TL to equalize. Now Shopify a chance to see the other side of that. If they can find success in this round. Teleport up. Sees both initiators on Shopify. Guides her team into the site. Bastarda now locating 3. Lodges herself in. Already the spam from Sarah to try and connect. As a knife catches 3 players on site, MIBR can't fight forward. They plant the spike, and they hold the line.
It's basically the same round again. Can MIBR change the outcome?
The difference is Melissa is all the way back in spawn, guarding flanks and holding onto double shocks and an ult. So the retake has to come in. Now the paranoia! Where are the shots? Bastarda is still alive against all odds. Finally dealt with by the leader in Mel. And now Ultimate's on the other side. Dodo Nut up and over and around the top. A Hunter's Fury on the back of everything. It's madness. But Melissa is so far away from this fight, she's out of the fight entirely. The shock darts won't come in time. She doesn't have a chance to stop this defuse. She was way too far from it all. And Shopify brought it all the way back from 6-0 to tied at the half.
It's just quid pro quo. 6 rounds one way, 6 rounds the other. When Shopify got the adjustment, they locked this down. These retakes, impeccable on B. In multiple rounds in a row. And look at Dodo just dancing on him with the movement to fight back in. And from what looks so grim for the reigning champs, it has now become as close as could be.
6-6 at the half. And before we get into the rest of play, Jen Lee is standing by with MIBR's superfan in the house.
네, 춤선이 참 예쁜 그 시코님을 모시고 이 댄스를 한번 제대로 배워보려고 합니다. Hello, Shiko. Now, we tried doing the dance, but I don't think we're doing it right. So can you please teach us? I mean, this is your song. Yeah? Okay.
Try. Okay, try.
Okay.
1, 2.
1, 2.
Yes.
Okay.
1,
1,
2. 1,
1,
2.
2.
1, 2. Let's go, everybody! Let's go!
All right, can we try?
Vamos lá! Vamos, Brasil! Vamos lá! Vamos ganhar todo mundo! Vamos!
Okay. What makes you a great dancer? Practice? What is your secret?
Just hungry.
아, 왜 어떻게 이렇게 춤을 잘 추냐고 했는데 You're hungry?
Yeah.
아, 그 배고프면 춤이 이렇게 나온대요. 같이 추면서 하프타임 보내시죠.
Let's go.
1, 2.
1, 2, 1, 2. Everybody, let's go. Woo!
Unbelievable scenes here in Lal Park. I thought the halftime interview with Shopify Superfan yesterday couldn't be beaten after the infinite answer and the hyper rap god translation from Jen Lee. This one she keeps simple, less translation and more dance moves.
Jen Lee is a treat. Thank you for that.
She truly can do it all.
Here's the Coinbase econ report to take a look at. We're 6-6 at the half.
Oh, right. We're playing a really close 1-1 tied series.
It's actually map 3 of a BO5.
Right. Tied at the half 6-6. And if you win this, you go to the finals. So, yeah.
Oh, and by the way, Melange, IGL for Shopify Rebellion, not only called them into a great comeback, but is kind of fragging herself. Oh, the Shopify Superfan getting in on it, too.
Wait a second. Wait, is that just a turncoat right there? Should the Shopify fans be doing the MIBR dance? Okay. Okay, we got to fight
Still
back.
repping Shopify while doing it, though.
Maybe it's like trying to steal it and make it Shopify's own thing.
They're finding the common ground.
Right.
That's so beautiful.
Okay, you know what? I hope they can be friends after this match because ultimately, at the end of the day, one of them is going to be elated and the other one is going to be really sad.
Yeah. At least if you're the Brazilian fan, there's another Brazilian team.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, well, we don't know that they love Team Liquid, though. So
maybe they hate Liquid, but they love MIBR.
I mean, that would make sense considering these two teams have been fighting each other forever.
We're playing again. Let's get back into the game. It's defense for MIBR. It's Shopify group towards B. But it's MIBR working 3 down mid early, getting an embed for Bastarda.
Ooh. Deep wall to fight up into elbow. Split up this site from Shopify. And this snake bite stops Elise's intention. She wanted to be inside of the smoke. Shopify are actually letting MIBR into the site to try and attack back up into heaven. And with Noya getting the kill on site, Melissa now taken down as well. Shopify just eliminate MIBR out of nowhere.
I love that pistol look. MIBR likes doing a lot of combined fights with the double duelists on their pistol rounds, on their eco rounds. And just contacting into B circumvents that.
Now Sayuri dinged with a little up-down action from Dodonut. So pistol round secured from Shopify. That play was really cool, and I swear I've seen a version of it somewhere. I can't remember if it was Shopify that have run this before.
NRG does that play too.
NRG, there we go.
I mean, I think a lot of what every good team is doing on this map is stealing from NRG because of how dominant they've been here. Look at Shopify's comp. I've never seen that before. Curious.
I'm sure they didn't steal anything.
But yeah, the wall is really good for those kind of gimmick plays. When you get a post line on B, you always either need mid or elbow, and that makes it so easy to take elbow.
Early knife out of Alexis this time. Going for that as an anti-eco idea to see if there's a stack behind B main.
And there is a stack on B, but not forward.
Yeah, that's the thing. MIBR are ready for that, so they play behind the knife initially, can then move back into the space because Shopify aren't speeding up behind it. They're expecting, which has been true of MIBR all the time, is when MIBR are down or maybe struggling a little bit, just start walking and taking fights.
Yeah, Melissa's trying to mess with them. You saw she darted space. They already had to be like, no, we're not here. We're re-clearing this right now.
Definitely, we're re-clearing
Come B, guys. Oh, they might be coming B.
They may just be doing that.
It might have worked.
Threw out the little worm at the end of the line. Pulling back all of Shopify right now.
It shows you've never fished.
Get Potter up here. She'll tell me exactly how that works.
Oh, boy, the bait might be too good.
No one was actually holding for Lisa.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Absolutely no help. Might need to look at that one again in the Valoplant after this, as this anti-eco is quickly secured. Unless it gets one on the other side, but Shopify have now strung 8 rounds in a row together.
You may not have experienced this, but sometimes the fish eats you when you don't do it
There's
right.
always a bigger fish.
That's what we learned. The analogy can die now, but yeah, a bit of a mistake. Seeing that player get caught off in the open, no one really holding, and then Shopify does well to dismantle what could have been a dangerous stack. Now this is the round. MIBR, like you said, they've lost 8 in a row. Now they have guns. They're against Shopify's bonus. You have to break the momentum here.
Felt like after the last map where I think 3 of MIBR's players looked like they were positive on the double. Now finding it hard to put more than Lisa in a positive score. And with that pick going down, a classic versus a rifle on A. This map state is uncomfortable. SRN.
She's not going to stop walking, by the way. Noya has got this gun, has posted up as well towards A, and now the team will slowly call back into her.
But this is how MIBR always play. Down a player, step on forward, and it works somehow. A critical miss out of Mel. And now Shopify pinched into A.
Backside is SRN.
The problem is backside. The problem is 2 players coming in from mid as well. SRG have to divide their attention to deal with MIBR. Noya out in the open and takes down SRN. Bouncing back from a tough first half, but Melissa still holding it down. Melissa for 4 shuts down this momentum.
Hell of a way to reinvigorate the team. And the first kill she gets is so unlikely. It looked like she was looking the wrong way initially. Here's that kill we missed, a double ping from Noya. But yeah, full 180. Melissa destroys Mel. And then flooding back on in. Great reset. Transfer on the spray. It's just beautiful.
That kill on Mel is almost more important than the 2 kills at the
sure.
end because Shopify have no control over mid anymore. That's where the pinch comes in and Melissa can punish once more. Now Shopify still have a buy, but Melissa got the Hunter's Fury off that.
It's a 4-1 for MIBR. They fought through a main very early on, and now they know it's going to be a B hit.
Yeah, the rotate's coming in immediately. 3 players ready to defend B.
But SR still a little slow to activate this. Now the null command pops.
Lisa still taking this fight as Dodo comes into the site. Now Hunter's Fury forces Dodo away, but the tracking on Alexis will take down the KO. Still, MIBR not in a position to retake unless Lisa can secure a shot. As a res comes in, these
Mel
players
in
on
heaven.
elbow pushed away, and the teleport from Mel to pinch back in. Steals away that deep space.
And Sayori now smoked off. She has 2 teammates coming in from mid, but it's so tough to get into this site anywhere.
SRN, Melissa, shoulder to shoulder. Inch back forward, and the movement from Melissa. She picks up right where she left off. Another kill for SRN. Now pinched back by Noya. SRG will take their 9th.
MIBR gambled the 4-1 there. Early pushing through A main, ready to fast flank. They were fine to retake B. But the critical moment for Shopify is Mel's teleporting to heaven here. As her teammates are pressuring the other side, she pops up behind. And that's the key to winning B post plants. Once you have a crossfire in elbow and you stop anyone from flooding CT, retaking is nigh impossible.
It's virtually unlosable. That was after Shopify had no map control either. They had to get that done.
A fake B main start for Shopify with the teleport and the KO flash, but instead they're going to re-clear mid, try and punish Bastarda, who's been walking here.
Because on the last anti-eco, they just stuck around in B main. Now Shopify changed things up. Teleport's still available for a few more seconds. As the smoke clears, Bastarda steps in with the timing on the dart. No kill secured and a whole lot of damage.
In B main, Mel has just taken down Lisa, so that door opens up and Shopify call back towards it.
MIBR rotating the wrong direction, but Shopify going to wait for all 5 players before they make a go at things over on the B site. And this has given MIBR a chance to stack on in. Melissa is still the key player to watch with the Guardian in hand.
And she's had a few key rounds, but a great knife. That should slow it a moment.
This time the approach will be from elbow. Melissa, 1 kill, but that's not enough. 3 for Melissa. Cleans things up here on the half buy from MIBR.
Yeah, it's just the anti-half buy, but Mel has been having a couple rounds. You know, we talk a lot about how long-standing this duo is, but this tournament,
Mel and Alexis.
yeah, really marks a milestone for those 2. First matches they played together all the way back on Magical in the first precursor tournament to Game Changers, the For the Woman Summer Showdown. That was during the Ignition series. It's been 5 years since then. 5 years of excellence in North America. And Mel, she's the one to close out. Ever since that tournament, they have never not played together, Mel and Alexis. Every single team, from Magical to Cloud9 White, attending their first GCC and failing there to version 1, and Shopify now winning back-to-back Game Changers championships and trying to do it again here in Seoul.
Yeah, the shocking thing for them is, even though they are the reigning back-to-back, this tournament, by falling down into the lower bracket, feels a little bit more like that Cloud9 year where the hype was there, but they have an early loss, ended up bowing out earlier than they ever had before, ever did after that.
Yeah.
Of course.
That was the big disappointment. That team disintegrated after. Only Mel and Alexis stayed together, picked up new players to form what became version 1.
Yeah, ironically, that was the year that Shopify, not these Shopify players,
the old Shopify
was in the final.
Yeah, technically Shopify's been in every Game Changers Championship final, just with a completely different core in the first year.
Yeah, I don't know if you can tell me about the Mel Alexis duo being like the heart and soul of this team, and then also sell me on the org was always there, so that's good.
Yeah, KP, that was the same team, right, guys? Not quite.
Yeah, now KP's over on the playtest team and helping nerf some of Alexis's favorite agents, getting her revenge. Of course, Shopify Rebellion.
That's a crazy narrative.
They've been living good.
This is a big round, though. MIBR just took a timeout. They've been trailing ever since they started this game 6-0. And remember the stakes. They go into maps where it's not the double duelists that are good for Shopify. They really want to win here on Corrode.
Back in a flash.
Up behind this wall, Dodo wasting not a moment. Mel teleporting back, sees 3 players, so Dodo hits the brakes for a moment. Shopify Rebellion play together. MIBR swinging on through, that is mental! And Dodo's still alive. How do you swing all those players? Dodo not in the front, and she never even goes down. Mel as well for 2 more kills. And in the blink of an eye, this moment that meant so much is ripped away from MIBR.
Yeah, Mel is destroying right now. It's not just the kills she gets, but that information. She doesn't pop that ult in C3. Dodo probably charges straight on in, dies for it, and then maybe MIBR flood in. No, doesn't happen.
Exactly, Mel teleports in, sees 3, says stop, wait, we go together. And it's that fighting in perfect tandem with one another that pays off beautifully for Shopify. And it is also that level of play that has been the staple of Shopify. It has been that togetherness. It has been that level of cohesion that has allowed Shopify to dominate the scene for as long as they have.
Mel's going to go on the hunt, try and see if she can find the other IGL. She's just saving onto her rifle outside B. And this is where you really have to look deep for MIBR. You had such a great map 2 on split, 13-6 there. Here on map 2 as well. Started so strong.
6-0.
Yeah, but this is now where the pressure starts to mount, where you have to turn back and reflect and find what to change, find it in yourselves to pull off a comeback. You really feel like the deeper this series go, the more maps you play, the more it starts to favor Shopify. They're so experienced in these kind of long series.
No one's played more. Usually Shopify playing those in the upper bracket. Since that 6-0 start, 11-1 in the favor of Shopify. MIBR need this round with a broken bye. Donut is chasing down prey. And SRN trying to bring the fight to her will fall as well. These 2 last players pushed back under the cover of a smoke.
The crowd cheering for an ace already. She has 2 kills.
It's early to ask for that one. But with the way Shopify have been on full cruise control since that early deficit, makes you believe they can do just about anything.
They pick up the pace big time this round. Dodo just runs over the site. You saw MIBR was trying to play close on that choke, fight together and suffocate SRG as they came out. But the Waylay just breaks out of that.
Wow.
They're using the ultimate here.
Ultimate pulled by Dodo just to guarantee the round. No, there's 2 more for the next round. Shopify doing everything they can to make sure this round is unlosable. And that it is. Melissa now with so little time remaining on the clock, and Mel pinching back from the other corner will put Shopify onto map point.
1 away from sending this series to Abyss. MIBR. Do they have anything left in the tank on this map? Because these last 2 rounds, they have just been getting snuffed out. Be it the fast rounds or the slow, Shopify's been a step ahead.
Yeah, MIBR should have everything they could possibly ask for.
Guys, beautiful. Beautiful, guys.
In this round. Trailing 5, but they have 4 ultimates. Bastarda has saved for the op. That has solved problems for MIBR in the past. This round, that op in B main, and now Mel down.
She's been such a problem, but there's still a reaction to push back towards A. There's a crossfire here.
And Mel 20-8 out of this round. Takes so much weight off of MIBR's shoulders, but still there's no room left for error. The crossfire set up. SRN and Sayuri with near full utility behind them. The contact from Dodo needs to get that shot, and she does. It's slow from Sayuri, and now the dive over onto the other side, just trying to bully Sayuri. She's flashing herself. Sarah jumps out of the smoke. It's a huge advantage, only answered back in turn by Melissa. That Hunter's Fury.
Melissa's been so good this game, despite the struggles for MIBR. Now with Bastarda alongside her, the hero of the previous map.
But the ask is of Bastarda, given the rifle. Now, spotting the Odin, turning back without a teleport to go away. She can't go for the kill. Needs to get on the spike, needs to fight on in. And now a Hunter's Fury out from Sarah. It is Bastarda versus the world. 1 kill, back onto the spike. Needs another! Not again.
Stop trying.
How much can she do? Bastarda is the best there is. But will there be time? She's trying to go for Bastarda. Do you have it? No! 4 kills was not enough. Shopify Rebellion, 1 more map for the rematch.
Crushing disappointment for Bastarda. To fail at her clutch, it is a dominant map 3. We head to Abyss after this.
Another flash, this time coming around the other side. Alexis to equalize. Alexis has to fight her way out, gets 3 onto the round.
Red Bull gives you wings.
He like to hear it a crate. Saying for me, he gon' fight. He's catching a fate. Giving, but he never takes. Where you at? I can't take you in your sim. I think that he's an imposter. I'm thinking about jumping ship. Really call it a toss-up. I don't know if it's clipped. Got me thinking I lost ya. Eating strips with the whips. Cut me lobster with a monster. Keep it on the hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. Shh. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah. Keep it on the hush. Keep it on the hush. Yeah. Shh. On the hush. On the hush. Oh yeah. Shh. I left you a message at 7 p.m. last night. On a whim, you ignore my call. I'm over the ghosting. I can't give you another chance to shadow my heart. I'm gonna let it burn. You know I care, and I love you deeply. More and more every time. Your voice had left a scar. You said you're crazy, but baby I'm crazy, yeah. Now you get to look and see. It has to make you burn. Let's make you burn. Let's make you burn. Yeah, I wanna watch you burn. I wanna see you burn. I wanna hear you burn. Yeah, I wanna watch you burn.
Did you get what you wanted? What you were hoping to find in me? A willing victim. Maybe I needed you. I know that it scared you. Remind you of your insecurities. So you took it out on me. Do you remember the time you left me out in the snow while you were having fun? I waited quiet.
Hello, this is Noya from Shopify Rebellion, and I play Sentinel. We just lost our match against Team Liquid in the upper finals, and obviously that sucks. I didn't like how I played on some of the maps. I think I'm way better than some of the things I did. I think we are better as a team than some of the things we did, and I hope that we get to show that in our next match.
Hanging on this round, and already Noya! Good God! That's just inhuman!
I think MIBR is a good team. They put up like a good fight with Liquid the entire year, and we obviously lost Liquid, so we need to be on our A game in our next match. Obviously, I think we shouldn't let SRN heat up. Like, when they have a good game, they have a really good game. Mel said it a million times, we need to just focus on ourselves. We know how to deal with things we see in game. We just need to stop over-focusing on everybody else and just play our game.
A Corrode that we thought was going the way of MIBR, but Shopify Rebellion, they managed to take it back and they managed to close out Corrode. It seems like this is a series that is going the distance indeed because Shopify Rebellion managed to get back that momentum. And this feels like it was a Shopify Rebellion that was so prepared for this map.
Yeah, I mean, it really all turned around at round 7. I mean, that is what started that streak and getting those rounds back on the defensive side. Yeah, no, but it really was though. Without that round 7, you don't get the momentum to get going, and you don't get your ultimates online to close out that half, make it even, and then you get on the attacking side and win that pistol.
Yeah. I think that if you look at the bottom of this graphic, which is the important thing and what Baby Bay is talking about, is we saw an MIBR that started extremely strong. But then after that round 7, that was very close, but very necessary for SRG. They started getting that momentum. I think that the confidence was 100% back, and after that, they only lost one more round, which was their bonus. And I think that especially because of the way that we have been seeing them, there was not a lot of smiles. I would say throughout today. I get the feeling of the first map where, and also we just saw that that OMEN PMI from Noya saying she wasn't feeling like she was playing to the best of her ability. And today I feel like there's been some moments where she's missed some shots that I've never seen her miss. And I really hope that the way that we were seeing them towards the end of this map is the kind of energy that we're going to continue seeing throughout the series.
And that connects to how they lost yesterday and also how this map started, where you see the team not really playing the way that we're used to, of them kind of taking over. You see how those first couple rounds worked. We were talking about Lisa being 10-0 at some point. We were talking about how much space as well Sayuri was getting with the operator. And then it seems like MIBR got a little too comfortable playing for these post plans where they are taking too much pace. Lisa's TPing forward. You see an operator as well that is not able to back up because Sayuri is playing that KO ultimately. And so that is giving slowly but surely a little bit more comfort for SR to play the way that they've always played.
Yeah, you look at the SR that started that map, and it was entirely different from the SR that ended that map, right? You saw like a very low dip in their energy. They weren't exactly popping off the way they wanted to, but of course, you can always trust in Mel and Alexis, the dynamic duo of this team, to be able to pull their team together. And it was by, a lot of plays from them that SR were able to get that confidence back there.
There's many moments where we have seen Shopify Rebellion, even through today, already losing this best of 3. But these two brought the momentum back completely. There was like 2 or 3 rounds in a row where we could see the difference that both Melon and Nexus were making. When we're speaking about Shopify Rebellion and them always making the grand final of Game Changers Championship, it has to be, we have to think about this too. The veterancy that we've seen on the server, how everything was being bad. When we talk about the sad reactions that we were seeing, I also saw Alexis giving everything. And just look at the numbers. What a performance from Mel. I'm extremely proud that even in this situation, these two were the ones showing up.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we were saying, right, it's a very, very different story when you look at the first map, when you look at the first half of the map, because the way that they're able to turn things around, even when it looks like MIBR are running away with all the momentum, that is the power that this team has. But of course, MIBR, they managed to take a lot of amazing rounds as well. I mean, let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment from Bastarda in round 3. And this moment here, Bastarda has always been one of those players that even in the clutch, even in the last moment, you know, she is definitely going to pull through, Dryad.
Yeah, she was incredible in this moment, and we thought if MIBR are to win this map of Corrode, is going to be because of this bonus run that they were able to convert early on. With the Odin as well, they had a really strong buy as well going into this one, but as we talked about, is an SR that were slowly feeling more and more confident until, you know, we saw the dominance they had going into that second half. For Bastarda, I think this is a player that we always see getting those multi-kills. We just talked about it in that last map, opening up a lot when they're going with this double duelist, but also closing out. But honestly, I am a little bit concerned for MIBR because even though Bastarda is an incredible player, for the next 2 maps and what they've shown us, she is potentially going to be playing that Cypher. And it's a Cypher that we haven't seen today. It's a Cypher that not many teams are playing anymore because it's nerf, and it's a Cypher that might be a little bit uncomfortable for that aggression and that style that they like to bring.
So you'd like her to maybe take a chance and make a change for this last 2 maps?
Yes, bring the Yoru. Bring the Yoru. I want to see the Yoru again.
I'm in for it. I also really like from that play, like the way that MIBR was like 100% given it in the plan of like, we use the recon, we make sure that they have not inserted anyone onto mid, we're going to walk, and we also see the disconnect from the side of Shopify Rebellion, not being able to keep the tempo. We see the paranoia, we see the utility coming in from them, but the follow-up is not quick enough. It's a little bit of the things that we do not expect to see from them. So it's also the ability to bounce back. I really want to know about what happened in those timeouts and the conversations that were happening, because definitely they did end up having a very good read onto them.
Yeah, and for the side of MIBR now, you got to think, what kind of mental state are you in when you kind of felt like you had control of this map and it just slipped away, and not only slipped away, but you only won 1 round after that comeback started, after that half. So I just feel like it's a brutal way to go out, and it's not something that you could goldfish memory very easily.
Yeah, I totally agree. Especially, I think that MIBR are a little hungrier for this one because of you know, just how far they want to get. They want to get that Brazil versus Brazil Grand Finals. But you know, Shopify Rebellion, they're in that state that they have so much experience that they can actually like outplay MIBR even when they are adapting. But you look at a player, for example, like Dodonut, who is having an amazing day today. You see her all smiles, by the way. You know, even when you have the sad reactions, like he has a little bit of that smirk. But Baby Bay, Dodonut here was you know, amazing with the operator.
Yeah, the operator play has been phenomenal today from Dodonut. I don't know what's gotten into her. Maybe just realized yesterday, like, okay, she needed to step up for the team, and she has done just that. She's plus 24 throughout this series. She's having a monstrosity of a series here, and she's gotten 14 first kills, mainly from the operator, and 6 first deaths. I mean, this is what you want your duelist doing.
Yeah, I think especially for this map, 2 things stand out to me, and it's the fact that on the second round, I remember Ender speaking about how Shopify plays this rounds where they do not have the economy, and they were just going, oh, full pistols and whatever. And I see she hasn't even bought the utility, because I think, oh, maybe she's going for an operator, you know, just thinking about that. And then they go into the Odin, things start going wrong, and they're like, actually, let's go into the operator. I'd love to see that she was able to have that impact. She also went 6-0 in duels against SRN, so there was a goal that needed to be fulfilled. There was something very specific that she needed to stop, and she got it time and time again.
Yeah, they have been really good at understanding what that win condition is going to be against MIBR, which is what they struggled with yesterday against Liquid. So I really like to see this version of Dodo, because honestly, I think about this year, and even if the team was getting all of those wins, Dodo, I feel like, was not playing to her full potential the way that we saw her, you know, previous years with different teams. And now I feel like she's getting more and more comfortable on stage, more and more comfortable playing with the operator, and kind of going back to that form that we used to know her for in North America.
Yeah, and it's exciting to think that she's on that form in this series in particular, right? Because you look at the other maps, and Dodo has definitely been putting up the numbers. I want to see more of that as we head into our fourth map. It is going to be Abyss. We have seen, of course, both of these teams on this map. What are we expecting here, Baby Bay? Coming into Abyss, we've seen the compositions. There shouldn't be any surprises from both of these teams.
Yeah, well, I think we're definitely going to expect SRN to not be on Waylay. And just to give you guys just to nerd out a little bit more.
Do you like that or not?
SRN's Waylay has not been looking too hot, mainly in this series. I think, Dan, you said that their first win on Waylay was what, yesterday?
Just yesterday.
Yeah, just yesterday. And in this series so far, you're talking about 18 kills, 39 deaths. That's minus 21, right?
On Waylay.
On that one Raze map alone, SRN had more kills than 2 maps on Waylay.
But the good thing about it is that last time that they played this map of Abyss, they were playing that Jet. So you talk about the maps that MIBR has been winning. Yes, the Raze and Euro maps every single time, but also that one time that they played Abyss against Giant X on that Jet, they also won that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, sure, maybe the Waylay pick might be a little questionable in SRN. Perhaps it's something they might still need, a lot of work on. Maybe it's still something that, they're still widening their strat book for. But you go into Abyss, and it's something that might be a bit more comfortable. And I really want to see that duelist head-to-head here on this map.
Yeah, I think comfortability is so important, especially with a high-pressure match like this. I think being back on that Jet, which is probably what we're going to see very, very soon, is going to be very important, especially when you're trying to deal with this Viper Killjoy composition that Shopify are going to come into this game with, right? It's very unique. Not a lot of teams are running this, but at least with the Jet, you could proc that dash, have the confidence to run through that Viper wall, try to get that entry and get out.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure also on MIBR because Shopify, they are one map away. They win this and they go into the grand finals. And MIBR, of course, operating on that deficit. There's a lot more pressure here, Bea, for this team.
Yeah, I think that probably the saving grace, or like something that we can look into that could go in MIBR's favor, is that yes, we have seen Shopify play in this map in this tournament. We also know that it was against the KC that has showed all their cards and the way that they played that Abyss, and the counter was there. We could see it round after round, and they did it perfectly. I don't know if we're going to get the same vibe when we see them playing against MIBR, because I think that we might see more diversity coming from the side of MIBR in the way that they interpret the rounds, and we're going to see on the server. Also, I am not completely sold on the Killjoy, but it might be the difference.
Yeah, I remember we were talking a lot about that pick, but hey, a win is a win, right? And it seemed to have worked that time. But I am curious to know what adaptations both of these teams are going to make for each other. They've kind of been doing that and kind of out-reading each other on Corrode. I'm expecting to see more of that here on Abyss, and we have Agent Select right now up on your screens. What are we thinking?
I mean, I'm going to give some good stuff for Shopify fans out there, and it's the fact that Mel and Alexis were the ones that were popping off on that previous map. They were a big factor of why they won against KC. If you remember, Mel had how many 3Ks anchoring? Even on the attacking side, we saw Alexis get so much value with Noya's wall.
Totally. I mean, there is something that the Killjoy gives you, especially if we're speaking about an SRN that might not be finding their pace. The stopping power from the aggression that they might have from the defense will be shut down thanks to Mel, thanks to Alexis. I think that they have to go in with this with a lot of patience, because the pressure, as we're saying, is on the side of MIBR.
But also, I'm thinking about MIBR and what they can do here, and I'm still thinking back of that final or semi-final in Brazil where SRN in this map of Abyss got 50 kills. So if you have your questions about, how she's going to be doing on this map, how she's going to be doing on this Jet, I feel like I'm pretty comfortable with what she can do here on the defense.
Oh, well, let's see. That was in previous match, right? Dodonut has been keeping up that momentum, so it's going to be exciting for sure. Will this one head into another map 5? Let's find out, and we'll send it back to Mimi and Ender for the call.
Thanks, Miko. Well, if this game is going to go to a map 5, MIBR need to win here on Abyss. And Dan was talking about the 50 bomb SRN dropped in the regional finals in Brazil versus Team Liquid. It goes deeper than just that, though, because that was also a game for Abyss that they lost 23-21, and Ultra Banger that ended in them losing that series and not being the #1 seed out of Brazil. That's the only time they've lost Abyss all year in Game Changers. Now they need to win it in Game 4 to force a Game 5.
They lost that series and had to get here the hard way. After making it a final in 2024, had to play all the way through LCQ against the second best team from North America and Latin America to then make it here, lose to Shopify, go on this whole lower bracket run. But it's all in jeopardy now. You got to win Abyss. You have to force this to 5 if you want that all-Brazil banger on Sunday.
And it comes after MIBR were in the driver's seat on Corrode. They went up 6-0 at the start of the game, then lost 13-1 after that. The momentum is with Shopify.
But it's such a different character of composition. We just watched back-to-back double duelist maps for MIBR. Now they go classic, keeping the Cypher, the Jet in the comp.
Melissa and Bastarda to receive this hit on A. Melissa, who played a belter of a map, and Bastarda, who got a 4K to end it, only to lose on 0.6 seconds on time. But so far they've been able to find nothing, not actually playing on the site. As the smoke clears though, maybe an angle for Bastarda yet.
I'm looking at Dodo fighting deep in this post front, has a player to crossfire. If Shopify can buy time on site.
The rope is a little bit too bold. The first kill goes down. I don't think she had any stars left. Was willing to risk it. Now MIBR, 4 players, 5 rather, behind this orb. Now some utility to flush out the early angles. Shopify have gotten up into heaven though. Have a chance for a crossfire. Alexis in a nasty little spot, taken down though. And now, executed out from heaven. It's only Dodonut left. Needs a few shots, needs to deal with the planter up the rope. Dodonut has 3 kills, make it 4, but the spike is still defused.
Another bullet or 2 onto Melissa, and it would have been a different story.
And that is the perfect reversal of the final round on Corrode, where Melissa and Bastarda, the round was stolen away this time. They stick the defuse to win it.
So close, but they make it happen. SRN hit some great shots on this retake, got on that spike with the team and even just dancing around to buy that attention.
It's even the 4K out of a Yoru on the other side. It's poetic.
Too perfect in the way it mirrors. It's been a while since MIBR have won a pistol. You have to look back to the start of the previous map. They went up 6-0 on Corrode. Only won a single round after that. Essentially a 13-1 game if you discount the first quarter.
Wild stuff. And here start things off nicely. Shopify Rebellion gear up towards B. Interestingly, for a team that never buys on round 2 after losing pistol, Dodo gets the Sheriff because of the 4 kills from the last round.
And the plants being on attack as well.
Exactly, so it pays for itself.
5 suppressed.
That's gotta feel good. Already MIBR start to shift over. SRN sprinting through A main. Starting to close in on Shopify.
Shock darts do a lot of damage. Spam is here.
Oh, it's a full-on lineup for Sayuri. Having a little bit of fun there. Ended by Noya, but these tripwires in back-to-back rounds posing some problems for Shopify on their approach. 2-0 to MIBR.
And now I'm looking to see how MIBR want to play this once we get dug in. They're playing the old default composition, but remember there's been big changes to the game. Cypher's a lot weaker, it's now a slow instead of a stun. Takes a while for that trip to wind up. Nowhere near the pure stall power that that agent may have once had, especially when you're playing against a Yoru comp. It doesn't pose a huge threat. So instead, I think you have to oftentimes be playing that Cypher more for information, retaking with cages on the Cypher site, and seeing how you can fight up and aggressively take space elsewhere.
That's not how Bastarda wants to play. Wants to be the aggro player, has been the hero for MIBR. Now attention turns to a player like SRN. The desk was putting a lot of focus on her. Off the waylay.
Gets away with just grabbing that orb, and SRN up top should get droned off here.
Yep. No one there to break it. Mel is trying to charge in, but Sayuri is right here around the corner as that smoke falls. A little bit of chip, a repost from SRN. Warning shots on both sides.
And they don't get a kill off it, but that's the kind of aggression I like to see. Pressure one side, push them away. Try and make this hit end on your bunkered site with the Cypher and the Astra.
And this is where Bastarda is challenged, especially with Dodonut into Dimensional Drift.
Round 3, by the way, thanks to that 4K.
So early. Bastarda trying to chase down Dodonut. Get away from this Yoru. Stay back inside, has called in the reinforcements. Lisa is here. Doubled up on backside. Clone to take first contact. And with Lisa dropping too, MIBR are routed.
The Dimensional Drift makes the round so easy on the execute. And now just a retake with 3 for MIBR.
Doubled up in backside. Some more pockets to play in on the new Abyss. Getting in front of those fights, actually.
These last 2 players just going to get cut down by Shopify's onsite post plant. And before the changes to this map, most teams, Shopify included, when they played double smokes, would play the Astra and the Omen. Now instead here, we actually see Noya locking in this Viper, and I think that is a really interesting wrinkle. For one, it gives her a lot of opportunity to have agency on the lurk. Second, it's going to make your post plants very strong on your attack side, thanks to Molly, thanks to the orb you can cycle up in those positions. And then once we switch sides, in a change where it becomes all the more important to hard anchor on sites with how many more angles there are, the Viper is so good for that.
Absolutely. Talk about Noya and Dodo. 10 kills between the two of them. No one else on Shopify has one to their name. It's a 2-player show right now for the Rebels. As early control down mid allows some free walk up out of Dodo. Viper Orb just thrown here for mid control.
Yeah, look how good it is. The Orb to cycle a Molly to make sure no one is actually playing top mid as well. And bye-bye mid for MIBR.
See SRN already responding.
Okay.
Wow. Nice shot.
Yeah, you lose mid control, just decimate Noya, all good.
Fight it anyways. That is the MIBR way, isn't it? Step on forward, take a chance. Dodo now, still hanging around top mid. Is a teleport to escape and a nice shot in and out.
Yeah, almost felt like the comms a little late on seeing that player on the jiggle.
Difficulty is 3 players on B. Shopify have no other place to finish. Bastarda locks it down with a couple of cages. 30 seconds remaining. Now the dart, the flash. Shopify on the approach, and Sarah to cut them down. Good spacing, good shots, and better teamwork out of Shopify should give them the second round.
No duelists for the execute. You just have to have the fundamentals perfect. And Shopify certainly have that in spades. With this team having to make changes, picking up a new duelist in Dodonut, I think a lot of the focus for me has come to those players that maybe got overshadowed by just how ridiculous Floor was at the last GCC. And in particular, that is Sarah and Noya, who have been the best players for Shopify in this event, in my opinion.
Absolutely. I think you have to look no further than the utility of Sarah and no further than the clutch factor out of Noya.
Yeah, she won so many clutches. Sarah as well. I think she's had to fill into a lot of the second entry role playing Initiator this event. And she's so good at it. Look at that round, right? Where Dodo's not really in the picture. She has to run through a cage, look to the right, flip back, and immediately gets that entry for her team.
And it's because Dodonut is playing so much of the Waylay, right, that you're tasking your second entries to do so much when Dodo's always running away.
And it's basically the same when it's a Yoru as well.
Exactly. Jumping in, teleporting back at times, or just calmly working forward together with the spacing.
Those 2 players have certainly stepped up alongside the rest of this team.
Now this round gets a little bit awkward for MIBR as the operator was saved on SRN, but the rest of the team has absolutely nothing to spend on.
And SRN definitely wants to keep this gun into the round after this as well. She's had to buy down to 650 credits.
Yeah, so it's this balancing act of still play the round out, look for the shot, but at a certain point you got to call it quits if MIBR don't have the advantage.
Seeing the KO on A, I wonder if Shopify read in and just expect the jet behind that, or if they walk into it.
They're hanging out. The worst thing Shopify could do would be to calmly step forward. They're waiting for a reswing. They know that MIBR want to get forward lines usually on SRN to have info to play the rest of the map, so using this attack smoke actually to push SRN back. There could be any amount of players inside it ready to pop out.
Yeah, Mel embedded in the off angle. The rest of her team is going back to B. There'll be a fake clone here as well to try and exec with.
Exactly.
And pull rotates off B.
It's a very clear read from Mel. I think she has to know the op is here. After the early KO utility, after no contact, now she hears it for sure.
And knows that she's right in her reach. She'll stick around towards A.
But what that very likely means is a stack on the other side of the map. So now Shopify with 25 seconds left and a null command out of Sayuri. Our back's against the wall. It has to be a Hunter's Fury for a kill from Sarah, and it has to be the rest of Shopify to follow on through. They do not have lots of time. There are players on this site from MIBR trying to hunt down the planter, but the plant is stuck on through, and now the kills follow on in. What could have been hairy for a moment is now secured by another kill out of Alexis, and the slow walk on the flank by Mel.
They've baited SRN into the open, and now they've taken away the operator.
That is a gorgeous round that, again, was not simple on the exec.
No, it's so hard to piece together a round like that. Are they stacked behind the op? Are they full stacked on the other side? What does the setup look like on such a weird buy? But Mel figures it out. Sarah just outside the corner of that null command to get the Hunter's Fury burst off.
It's huge, and it kills Bastarda. So
Yes.
without the Cypher, 20 seconds is far less of a concern when there's no trips on the ground.
Util, and then only Sayori is there to punish the planter, who doesn't even really have an angle with the changes to the map.
And so Dodonut chooses to pick up SRN's off. SRN, who is sprinting exactly into her position. Two players here. Gets that first shot, falls on back. Now for a flash and the reswing. How confident is Dodo right now? And justly so.
They gave that to her for free. Now Lisa in mid tries to make a play, but Noya's ready for it.
And in true MIBR fashion, lose a player, lose two. Take some liberties elsewhere. Bastarda tries to walk into the exact same space. That kill just went down, and Melissa's rewarded for it on the other side.
But A is open. There'll be a post plant here with Dodo already full taking heaven with the operator.
Bastarda on a full walk down mid. The question to be asked now is, do you play the round? Do you play contain? Do you play full save? Seems to be a little bit of everything, and Mel is in outer space. There's an astronaut on your screen. Shoot her or something.
Okay.
Bastarda understands the instructions. She'll get it done.
Okay, that's a silly interaction in mid.
In her defense, it's possible. There was a left-hand gun model, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what happened, because she was trying to clear the angle around that pillar.
Shopify are always doing this when their opponents are saving, hanging out, getting to know each
How
other.
else are you going to talk to each other if you're not looking at each other?
That's true. It's proximity
eye contact
voice,
is
isn't it?
very important.
Oh, eye contact. See, I was going proximity chat, but eye contact too.
Yeah.
They could look at each other on stage. They don't have to do it in game.
No, it's okay. They can do it.
But look at these shots
this
again.
This was so good from Dodo.
And the confidence to swing for another.
Yeah. And perfectly place her crosshair. And then this is, I mean, you talked about it in the round, the MIBR special. You're down a player, swing everything, try and find your way back in. Noya is very thorough. And if I'm MIBR in this timeout, I think one of the big things I'm talking about is mid control, because they've lost it pretty much every round. Two double smokes at the start, a Viper Molly top mid, and then Noya just waltzes in and contains that space for the entire round. I think they need to look at ideas to flush her out and make this mid-rounding a bit more difficult for Mel to call.
Sure. MIBR would have seen those walks in the last round. Seen a few different looks out of Shopify, but it has often resulted in the B finish.
The one wrinkle now is because Dodo has the attack op, you have to be a lot more cautious in any like active re-clear or active push you're calling. Because a lot of the times, I mean, you look at that last round where they try and fight through A main, if the op is just holding, you're in a losing position.
Well, the guys on your screen are trying to figure out their plans. MIBR are also trying to come up with some solutions. And the money is not exactly ideal. Only two Vandals in play here.
Yeah, Shopify have been conditioning this Viper Wall B in a lot of rounds. I'm interested to see if they'll show us one where they walk up behind it. Because generally it's been these mid lurks to start.
It's just so hard to play into mid from MIBR because of the double orb setup.
Yeah, their comp really relies on SRN dominating the extremities on this jet.
The camera in mid is nice for some control. Double trips on B to stop anyone stepping up, but it really is hinging on an A stack out of MIBR, and this high-low with the 2 rifles could be very effective.
Shopify navigated around like this previous. Knife won't catch onto the drone. Sarah takes a more passive line.
It's good, though, that Sarah knows that exact range she can play behind it. No issues there. But I think Mel has figured it out.
Yeah, here's that KO. Now you're going to hear the dart as well. Mel turns, and I think that'll just confirm her idea to want to mark her way back towards B.
Yeah, Mel spends a lot of time trying to download enemy positions in rounds, and it puts them in difficult positions again. 35 seconds left. Mel is calling the spike back. Remember, a few rounds ago, this play ended in the B finish. Now Mel is calling circles around MIBR, and it comes down to the wire again. If she guessed wrong, it's 2 players walking into 5 on the A site with 20 seconds left. Round is over. Instead,
Dodo look down.
She just solo gets it. Okay.
That's that up back, so something to hold on to, I suppose. But with 2 guns here, you want to at least make a go of this up numbers.
Mel's position with the Viper Pit backside is so good. She's stepping into that fight, as a matter of fact. Trying to get a few kills for herself. Pressure coming in on her left shoulder with that Cypher. She'll secure another. And now Shopify positioned to fire at both angles on MIBR on this drop out of heaven. Alexa Serenoya, line them all up.
Out called again. And I keep thinking about what a problem this mid control is. Because Shopify are bullying early round with a smoke and a Viper orb there. And then MIBR never have that space, so they're basically like gambling 4-1 on a site every time. It's such limited info. While Shopify get all of mid to rotate through, all the time they want for Mel to pick the perfect site to execute on.
All right, make we go, squad.
What can they do about it? What can they change? Because this map is starting to slip out of their hands.
Shopify, so streaky in the last map, continuing it here, but the adjustment from MIBR coming out of the timeout, setting up Cypher on B, where 2 ultimates thrown at this site. Dodo Nut scouting things up onto the rope, popping up, falling down. Dodo getting a little bit too wild on the wrong side of the wall. Oh, Sarah dropping 2, and a Hunter's Fury tracing the outlines of Shopify. We realize the spike's on the wrong side of the wall. Not sure what went wrong there, but Shopify have no chance in this round.
Yeah, Dodo had such a big job to take space up towards heaven, as well as to try and fight back site, and gets caught dropping down. And unlike previous rounds where there's always something to cancel back into for Shopify, here, just get completely stalled out.
I think what happened was when Dodo died, Sarah, who had the spike, tried to swing through and help her out.
Read for that trade a little.
And then the spike's just on the wrong side. Simple as that.
Obscuring vision.
Shopify is still going to try for something. They have the money to do it. And damage would honestly be big.
I mean, the bait and switch setup here. So hard to break. I like how MIBR have controlled this round so far. How many can Alexis find? Absolutely nothing. So now that momentum stalled out for a moment as the 5-round streak is brought to a finish.
The change MIBR made that round, besides switching the Cypher over to A, was posting their operator in mid, and early round, walking her through.
Sarah was pushed away by the Hunter's Fury. That's why she swings.
But I like that adaptation. I think that having SRN on that kind of forward angle in mid allows you to call these rotates on the site a lot earlier in rounds. That means the risk of that lurk doesn't ever come to fruition. You see they're setting up for that again. Actually, full leaving the B site, just going to send the KO back there after getting mid control. Or
I mean,
maybe
usually
not
it's been,
even.
Yeah, it's been very late B finishes from Shopify, so it's a hard read out of MIBR.
SRN is going all the way down. There'll be a full wrap on A. Shopify will have the lockdown to break out.
Bastarda has plenty of teammates here, and now SRN catching the orb lineup. Shopify Rebellion have nowhere to go. Dodonut tries to clear a path. Both SRN biting at the heels. Sarah has to shut this down. Sarah delivers, as she does, time after time.
And they're pivoting. Shopify, they open the door. They know that that flank came through mid. So they'll waltz their way back through to B. And now they have such a good scenario to set up a post flank. Mel still has stars. Double mollies for Alexis.
Oh, and Alexis doesn't care about your mollies. Alexis all the way behind enemy lines. Nicely done.
Wow.
That smug look too.
It looked like MIBR had the checkmate there. They hard read the A hit with the lockdown. They pushed down mid off the start. The read's perfect. The initial execution so good as well. But look at these kills. Dodo breaks out one. The lockdown is held by Sarah, and then they just run back through mid untested.
And when that swing from Sarah comes in, it's the same time SRN, who had wasted a couple knives, is pulling out the operator, so she can't even fire back.
Yeah, had to break the turret and the alarm bot for SRN. And now an attack sided up. Reading mid-aggression, Dodo wants to counter it.
Yeah, Melissa, back away. Was thinking about running down into mid.
And I love this. Shopify have left mid control a couple rounds in a row. Now they'll test it in a brand new way.
That Viper orb is a little bit more to the right than normal.
I think it might be intentional to give an off angle.
Yeah, there's a slight gap to work with. Dodo doesn't even care about it. Tries to clip a shoulder, but Noya's still here as this refight comes in. Noya, hold on! What is happening? Mid just exploding in the blink of an eye, and Alexis, in meantime, has crept all the way into B.
I don't think they expect her this far forward. She is so deep.
That she is. Last round in spawn. This round, back sight. Here's the clear. Alexis for another. And the alarm, too, is a little bit extra. Lisa finds herself in a 2-on-3.
But Dodo's holding the cross. This is a perfect angle for the operator.
The wall first. So 2 players forced behind it. 1 flash for Dodo. Ready to swing through with the up. Mel! Precise. And Dodo too.
Another great round from Shopify. After ignoring mid control, they work the op up with a fake mist orb to get her on the angle. She doesn't hit the shot, sure, but Noi is there to follow, and you always expect this from MIBR. They see something, they feel like they're lacking information, they'll always challenge back into you. Shopify punished that, and while they're baiting out the aggression, Alexis alone takes B.
Nice, guys. Let's go. Good shit, bro.
Sure, it's an attack-sided map. Sure, you expect them to be up. But the momentum Shopify has right now is dangerous.
Full B stack. 4 players. Waiting for Dodo on this eco. Nice shot. In and out, but Mel a little bit over-eager. Sarah for 2 more. This stack absolutely thwarted. After the last 2 anti-ecos, calling slow rounds, calling all around the map, finishing late into B. Mel again mixes it up with a new formula to win again.
After the first quarter of Abyss, or rather Corrode, we have seen 4 rounds won for MIBR in the last almost 30.
And that is to 21 on Shopify.
Nice, let's go. Good comms, Karn.
They are rolling.
Let's fly.
This is the expectation of Shopify whenever they step into a server. That level of dominance. MIBR felt it last year in the final now. Nearly being denied the chance to make it to that same stage again. A null command. Cosmic Divide, SRN in front. Alexis has already gotten 1 kill. And SRN yet to see the angle. Nice flick! And another! SRN shows up to play once a little bit more. MIBR just waiting to strike, waiting to pounce behind this wall. There's still time to work with as it's brought down. Mel down again. SRN lethal in this round.
Time to jump.
MIBR might be down 5 rounds. They've still got fight left in them. And SRN certainly does too.
SRN was truant in the upper quarterfinal against Shopify Rebellion. Had her worst game ever. Had a slower start to this series playing the Waylay. But when her team needs it, steps up, delivers a 4th round. The question, is it enough for MIBR? Can they push this series 2-5? We find out after this.
Boa, nice shit.
in their regional final against Team Liquid Brazil. This was the map MIBR lost in what was one of the longest overtime games ever, 23-21. That team is now in the finals of Game Changers Championship. And for the first time ever, MIBR is here as a second seed. They were 1 round away from beating them. They know they can do it. They know they're competitive with that squad that's already beaten Shopify, already made it into the finals. But now MIBR, to even have a chance to show they're at that level, have to not only come back here on Abyss, but push this series to map 5 and beat the back-to-back world champs.
It has to be the revenge tour from MIBR to take down Shopify after last year's final to have the chance versus MIBR. But first they have to take down DodoNut, highlighted in the Coinbase Econ report, 16-7 in that opening half, has led Shopify to an 8-4 lead. And yet MIBR were in a position down in a critical map before. Versus G2, they were down 10-2 at a half, only to clutch up, come back, and win it. It must start here in the opener.
That half looked grim. But MIBR, they already won 1 pistol in the first. SRN showed some life in round 12. What do you have in the tank?
Shopify have not dominated the pistol rounds at this event. That is a weakness for them, and it can be the start of a snowball for MIBR. SRN got the 4-piece to close. Operator in hand in the first half. Now on lower weaponry. Will be tasked with so much. One of the rare times you see MIBR playing a solo duelist comp is here on Abyss.
And starting with a slow round, a lot of pressure applied towards B, now walking back towards the A side of the map.
Jump peek from Mel. Sarah already out of heaven. Some shots fired over at B, but SRG are already calling the rotate over, halted for a moment.
They're so worried about mid, they fully gapped that area. Now they'll look to re-clear it as this hit comes in.
So the ask is, Shopify play a little bit more passive. If MIBR overfight, you can go for a kill. And if this dart connects, Sarah has a moment, held by MIBR.
I really look to SRN this round. What can she do in the post?
This fight back into spawn, SRN holding it down, and the rest of MIBR is cut away at by Alexis. Sarah too from up in heaven. Sayuri and Melissa Sayuri for 3 takes the pistol.
That came out of nowhere from MIBR's leader. All 3 players flooding through spawn. Line up all but perfectly.
I couldn't even believe it. I think that was a classic too. She's just collat headshotting them.
Yeah, let's watch. Turns the flash so fast. I don't think she even realized she got the second. And
Unreal.
That's what they needed. That's MIBR back in this game.
Sayuri instantly slingshots to the top of the leaderboard. Look at this buy from MIBR too. 3 guns. They know they need to start snowballing rounds together. So setting up for a buy later. Bastarda blocked off. This is risky.
But she's just the canary in the coal mine.
Sure, but there's now a lot of pressure coming back through mid. That ping onto Sarah simplifies a lot.
They get a post flank. They have 3 rifles. This is a winning position.
A boost up into heaven. SRN in a beautiful position. There is no pressure coming in through heaven from Shopify. And as a result, SRN can hold confidently here. Where are those shots going? The classic from long range. Melissa and Sayuri again being asked a lot. Melissa's playing off site. And now they're trying to retreat a little bit, take a shot before falling back even further. They have some util, but not enough. They're gonna need to get these fights. The initial pull off the spike. Those shots again are whiffing. Melissa though, steady hands for MIBR. She'll take 4.
Way too close. SRN, that was a brutal whiff top sight.
And it's tough to highlight as well because SRN is always the top fragger. Yes. Always the best player in the server when she is playing. Today, not finding that typical form.
But her teammates are stepping up, and maybe that's the difference from other games. Melissa with 4 here, Lisa helping her out. Sayuri in the pistol round as well.
The contrast is ironic because usually DodoNut is a duel still take a little bit more of a backseat for the supporting staff of Shopify. Instead, she's lighting up the kill feed. Top of the scoreboard currently.
This round, MIBR will look to take some mid control. Playing solo controller, it's a lot harder to dominate this space.
Certainly is, but they do have the cages to block off
Here.
that A-Link. Now, because MIBR only survived with 2 players, they don't have the big buy in this round they were hoping for.
Dodo, how long left on that TP? Does this come in at the right time on the A main reclear?
She might have thrown a second one, doesn't have any remaining. So it could be lasting for quite some time. She will teleport out, had a few more seconds left on that one. But it comes with MIBR making a whole lot of noise. And some pressure from Bastarda in mid.
It's a good knife, but the Viper is playing opposite her orb, so it doesn't go down.
3 players from Shopify in backside. Mel already advancing forward. SRN whips around on her. Right out of that one, Dodo flashes on through. Chaos on this side as Dodo falls. Sarah unable to assist. MIBR in a good position in this post plant, fighting on forward as this smoke clears away. SRN again for 3. That is the player we know.
Delivering a bonus round. The round that was so needed to make any chance of a comeback relevant. This is a very attack-sided map. This is a very snowballing map. And SRN with a 4K has just delivered her team a chance to start rolling down that hill.
And the vibe in the MIBR camp is completely different when they are winning and when SRN is performing. SRN is a player out of her seat all the time, yelling, screaming, rowdy. And when you have that level of energy behind you, it doesn't matter if your back's against the wall. It doesn't matter who's on the other side of the stage. MIBR can feed off of that fire and come back from any deficit.
They proved it already this tournament. When you come back from down 10-2 against a team like G2, it just makes you believe you can win any game.
You are simply immune to fear and immune to doubt.
They're proving that again.
So, Shopify take a chance to call a timeout after only 3 rounds. One of the earliest timeouts I have seen in this tournament.
Yeah, that makes me think that Effys has a specific call that he wants to see. Or maybe just something egregious that he saw in a previous round. For Shopify, I mean, we haven't seen a ton from this defense.
What I'm thinking is, well, last round Shopify were very disconnected. They're playing more passive on the A site. Dodonut flashes through and tries to find this timing.
Yeah.
Those players on both sides of backside A were completely on their own, and that is very untypical for Shopify.
Certainly is. MIBR. On the Santico, though, they've shown us some of these slower rounds, and now I think it's time for them to just return to their roots. 4-1, set up heavy towards A main.
I think a quiet factor in this half will be how Bastarda works in mid. Usually she's way more explosive on the Yoru, but can try to play lurks in this.
Yeah, I do like seeing Shopify work for mid control here. I think that pushing players down here, denying that space will be big for them as this half continues.
There's a camera on the other side of that bookshelf, but MIBR not clicking into that one, just playing 5 together. Mel on the other side of the smoke is dealt with. Right as that dart connects on backside. And barring some magic with this Sheriff, barring any gaps in MIBR's hold, Shopify kept at bay.
And this would be the game tied. As Shopify 4 group towards spawn, but look at this crossfire. Sayori was excellent in this position on the pistol, and she's ready to deliver again alongside SRN.
Very nicely handled. 3 kills for Sayori again, playing a slightly different angle, but dominating this forward fights.
That gets her the null command. Shopify, do they have money for an op on Dodo this round? They do. That makes your defense on Abyss so much easier. And especially, again, against a team that doesn't have double controller.
Yeah.
In mid, posting Dodo is fantastic. You can lock that down against the Cypher Lurks. On either extremity, getting her posted lets you stack behind it.
The struggle for an op in a round like this is that MIBR, with the early kills on their initiators, have a null command and that Hunter's Fury, so it'd be very hard for her to teleport away.
But the Viper plays opposite the setup on A. So that orb, it does not care about the null command.
Shopify playing pretty much retake A.
Yeah, super passive setup. They're fully giving this one up.
Again, it will always be Sarah's job to look for a dart timing, look for spam, look for shocks onto the planter. Usually she's been good for some damage, but MIBR have just calmly walked through. They haven't even used their ults. They're reading this passive look from Shopify, so they'll have those ults in the post plant.
What a read. Immediately the Hunter's Fury coming through from Melissa.
Trying to catch Sarah, knows exactly where the enemy Sova wants to play, but no dice so far.
It doesn't catch. So this retake has to come after the null command, and it'll be a straight up 5-on-5.
MIBR thought it would be a fast flood, but Shopify calmly rotate back over. 10 seconds lost, sure. Now ready for the fight. The forward hold once more from Sayuri. Clone broken. Still keeping Shopify contained. The utility just to stall Noya. Lightning quick around the corner. The fire back as MIBR dip away from the site. 4 players back into main. Not heaping amounts of utility, but there's trips on this point. There's no time.
They won it with the knife. No, nothing to be done there. The pull on the spike. Shopify run out of time, run out of chances.
Where did the clock even go? It was so much eaten up at the start because of the null command.
And it's all because of this read from MIBR. Full contacting into the A site, using nothing to take that space.
Hey, pay attention. You're supposed to be cheering them on. What's going on? MIBR have come back to win 6 rounds in a row. Okay.
Her roll bot?
I'm not so compelled with the momentum that MIBR have gotten here.
9-8 now. That is a huge round, but Shopify still have guns.
Talk so much about Mel's calling. Got to see Sayuri call a brilliant round herself too, but this time Mel, the IGL playing the forward line in A main.
Dodo's up in mid. Trying to keep Bastarda from getting too aggro here.
Shopify need kills on this anchor on site. They can't afford to keep playing retake or they're getting stalled out for an eternity. They can't afford to fall down easily. That being said, MIBR decide not to exec into the...
And one,
sent to util.
Sure, one key to not have to play that retake is that they do have mid control now. The Bastarda cannot get a lurk going because of this operator, which means on either site, there will be quick rotates to flood in off of Mel's early info on A or off the sent to util on B.
I'm not sure how quickly that info on A is going to come because Mel has started walking on backwards. Might have heard that drone from a far distance. It'll again be a full retake over A. Doesn't matter how quick those rotates come in, they're not going to be here to receive the hit. So what we're going to look at here is how far forward MIBR play. They use so much utility, and I was also going to lurk at that mid lurk.
Yeah, that's big. Bastarda is dead. Now the Hunter's Fury gets to come in. Now Shopify set up with a kill on Melissa.
Okay, Sarah is a monster. With 10 seconds left this fight in, a plant for backside Sayuri. No shot. She locks this angle down again. Turns her attention back to heaven. MIBR, mobile, with a teleport into main. That is crazy. Sees the flash being thrown on out, but there's no bullets left. SRN. The plant is backside. SRN can't play the round. One on too long of a march. It is 9-9 tied again.
That was the dream of Dodo playing mid for so many of these rounds. To set up with the op and pick Bastarda. And once she's dead, that is free range for hunting season. Sarah with a perfect Hunter's Fury. Gets pick onto 2. And at that point, the retake is trivial, 5-on-3.
Becomes too easy. So things all tied. MIBR still have a bye. Both teams feeling very kitted.
But MIBR say, hey, we've had A for free the last 2 rounds. Let's try it again.
Currently, Sarah playing up with an early shock dart. Gets some damage onto the other Sova. Are they just going to pop immediately? Do we hit a freeze? What's the idea here? Take flight. Drone up and over. Oh, drone spots Mel in the corner. That is bad. There wasn't a break, and Mel somehow escapes back behind the wall. And now dropping out of heaven, Sarah, and lines up for Mel! Unbelievable! The push and pull from those 2 players. Now Bastarda cut out of the sky. What a round!
Mel gave them A the last 2 rounds. This time, she does not let them take it.
How quick is that thinking? Realizing there's a pocket, calling the drop out from Sarah, to then swing back in herself.
It's so sick from Mel. And just that lineup, the mechanics to make it happen.
Even 129 damage onto the Cypher could have been a 4K.
Nasty. And we were building this narrative, 5 rounds, 1 in a row. MIBR working back into this game. Bye-bye momentum.
And now to halt that momentum even more, SRN has gone for the attack op. Something they'll do even in OTs when there's no armor available. Will rest so much on finding value with early picks.
Dodo had been fighting for mid control. SRN thought she could get that pick, win the op duel. Dodo's gone back to the rifle. Mid's been given up, and SRN won't get anything with the op.
This is a fight with an Astra and a KO, trying to see if that attention with those players could pull a rotate through mid, I guess, to see if that op could find a pick. The whole time, the spike is still hanging out in spawn.
Yeah, this is a very slow round for MIBR. They have to play slow when they have this operator.
But now you're in a situation where you either finish into the Viper KJ, don't love that, or you finish into A where there's 3 players playing very forward. Bastarda has found a moment. Is the door broken? It is. Looks like Sarah holding Heaven. Nice shot out of Mel. Taking her out of the round. Bastarda still holding it down, dodges the flash, but falls too. And now Shopify Rebellion can turn their attention back onto the site. Smoked away for now. As SRN tries to stick this plant, it goes down.
So the backside fight. No Sayori there. This time it's just SRN stuck into the corner. What a weird pit.
Is going
I don't
on?
think it was meant to do that.
Maybe trying to flood it out from Heaven. Now it just blocks off the rope entirely, and Melissa is on the flank. The fight forward is just from SRN. She will fall. And now as the pit comes down, Melissa is there to strike a fatal blow to Noya. 3-on-3 in numbers. An early pull. Now baiting up the rope. Dodonut is taken out. Sayuri trying to swing with this upright. It's a full defuse. It's a full defuse. Melissa pulls some attention off the spike, and Sarah will take 4 and another round.
How sick has Sarah been on these retakes? Whether it's the ult, whether it's diving out for Mel, or this round a straight up 4K to win it. Shopify have won 3 in a row. All 3 have come on A retakes, and all 3 have been successful. And it was such a gift to start Bastarda, finding that timing, getting the lurk onto Mel. But of course it's Sarah who flushes her back out, who then becomes the hero in this retake.
Nice!
Insane work from Sarah.
Yeah, MIBR have to call a timeout now.
The mid-half turnarounds from Shopify Rebellion are a thing to be studied.
Yes.
We saw it on Corrode. Now we're seeing it again, trailing 5 rounds in a row in the second half to win 3 more themselves. Now just 2 more rounds is the difference between them being here and in the final tomorrow.
Remember what's at stake for MIBR. A team that their only time attending a GCC was immediate success. A grand final against Shopify Rebellion. This year, a change. Shelly gets taken from them by Team Liquid. They make the tough choice to drop Jubes and pick up Lisa. And they come back in a second seed, having to play all the way through an LCQ to make it here, to get their rematch. They'd hate for it to end like this, in disappointment at the hands of the back-to-back champs.
Yeah, revenge against Shopify is old history. Revenge against Team Liquid and that opportunity is far more recent. They've got to find a way to get to tomorrow. But first they have to get through today. They have to get through a Dodonut who has been obscene on this operator. Pushed away, tagged up. Still 2 players to support.
They're playing in the smoke. They're fighting up.
Oh, they're going to swing on through with this dart. Look at this play. Lisa holding it down. And SRN too. This A-main trap completely dismembered.
Lisa may have just saved this game for MIBR.
SRN is going Heaven. Playing into the smoke. If SRN falls, there's a chance, and she's called away.
Won't take the risk. With the lockdown in play. But unlikely to be. Oh, Sarah.
No
I mean,
way.
You're committing it here?
In a 2-on-4. But look what it does to those players in main, trying to push them out into the open, into a pocket. That's how confident these 2 players are.
Lisa's on a reflank. They still have a pull. Shopify have got to go, go, go.
They need the fights on these players stuck out in the open right now. Alexis can't miss. Noya can't miss. They won't even fire a bullet. A huge investment and a round taken by MIBR.
If MIBR come back, if this game goes to 5 maps, that might be the round Shopify remember. The fight in main doesn't go their way. They take a risk in investing the ultimate.
And more than anything, they might have thought there were players underneath heaven, right? Playing on site that would then be trying to escape and run away. They thought they could have some kills, but MIBR's choice to fall back to main is what wins them the round.
And even that could have been risky. There was a Viper Orb still in main for Noya.
Oh, Mimi, this game might be getting good. It's 10-11. Now Shopify forced onto an eco of their own. They could buy 2 hero rifles, technically.
Oh, a big decision point for Shopify.
Yeah, the thing is, they have so much money, they could buy 2 hero rifles and be fine, but probably not enough to buy those hero rifles and still save for an operator for Dodo, which is crucial.
That is the crux of it all. It's rare you see Shopify on the back foot. They lost their first ever series at Game Changers Championship.
Yeah, you can't go any higher than 3-2. There's no 3-3 option for MIBR if they lose this map.
But now kind of on the ropes again. They choose to save the money for the op next round.
Yeah, well, it's Sarah spending the money this round to drop that rifle to Dodo. That's how much trust Shopify are putting in their newest member.
They want to show another A main fight, this time with a different look, a forward flash, but no one home.
That flash hurt and there's shots too. MIBR have a few choices. You could accelerate mid, you could come back into A and try to reclear. The knife didn't catch players, so now a stun. Dodo still with the option to flick away on the TP, and she'll take that pathway out.
She's still here though, but is MIBR execing? No. They're happy to eschew these players out of main, and now they can slow the round down, put some pressure on mid, bait out that drone before they make their final decision.
Astarta has not been quiet in mid in many of these rounds, always putting the pressure in.
But Noya knows she's rarely following up, so Noya posts forward, and there'll be 3 players on the A side of the map.
MIBR call around it though, 5 raid hit into this A site. SRN on high. The mission is simple, kill Dodonut. If you can do that, the round is theirs, and Dodonut falls. 1 kill is all she'll have. Sarah is another problem. There's a new mission, people. And now, ahead in numbers.
She gets out as well.
She scampers out of the site. Sayuri is back in her place. And that place is fighting deep towards SRG spawn. A Hunter's Fury invested another eco round, another losing round that Shopify tried to win with a key ult. It takes Sayuri low. Sayuri has to make this work. She has to get it done. The shots are not found anywhere. Sarah has done it again.
I think this is the 3rd round that Sarah has single-handedly won for Shopify. And now you talk about rounds that should have been won. You talk about rounds that will haunt you. And that's the one for MIBR.
You can talk about rounds that should have been won. You can talk about maps that should have been won. MIBR could have had Pearl. MIBR could have been even now on Abyss.
But it's always these late half comebacks. It's always Shopify getting the read just in the nick of time. And now do or die. You either win 2 rounds or you go home in bitter disappointment.
MIBR have to put themselves in another overtime situation. That's been Brazil's bread and butter this event in OT and crunch time.
Here.
But 2 more rounds necessary before.
MIBR has been ending A almost every round. They have loved this side of the map.
But what is this setup with their duelist and their KO on B side, the drone and the spike working up A?
It almost feels like a double fake. Send the drone, pressure A like you're doing your same A default.
The thing is, if they're going to try and fake a B hit, they need to send SRN to her death. See what she can accomplish with virtually no assistance. That Hunter's Fury from Melissa is kind of just going haywire.
I still don't understand this round.
What's the vision? The spike is still A main. And there's no mid control either. Lisa's gone back to look at that.
So it is a double fake. They pump it towards A. Now they pump into B.
The knife catches both players. SRN, it is time to go. Pull the attention back fight the site or something. No, instead.
She's done her job. A is open. That's what MIBR wanted.
But not having that pressure keeps her so far away from the rest of the team. The casual walk up is going to let that start into heaven. And now Sarah keeps her down. So no forward control from MIBR. Their duelist needs to get back to them.
This game has been decided on A retake after A retake. This game has been decided by this position backside.
Sarah with spam takes the first kill. Mel has the Cosmic Divide, so MIBR have to play forward for their entire year. They have to win this. Down 4v5, make it 3v5. Sayuri, what can you find? Best starter now in SRN, the two duelists in a 2-on-2. Hopping up and over, SRN keeps their hopes alive.
It's all about that spot, back sight. And it's about these razor thin margins that this time are won by MIBR.
The misery of MIBR, though, is that the job is not over yet. Had they not stumbled in the previous round, this map is looking over.
And credit to Sayori.
Nice.
Against the IGL, synonymous with this scene, calls an excellent round. She needs one more.
That pressure still mounting. In the last round, Shopify don't have a buy. They have an op and 2 rifles. Mel on a Stinger, Sarah on a Sheriff. These are the A players. This is exactly where MIBR need to be. SRN already primed the dash, but not choosing to move into the site. Is this a reverse fake like the last round? Because Melissa is playing over B with a drone ready.
She'll send it again. But Sarah, seeing Lisa here and no one else, what do Shopify think? They hold their nerve for now. Keep the Killjoy bunkered, have so many players towards the A side of the map.
Last time on the eco, Dodonut had the gun, but it was Sarah who was fatal. Similar fashion here, and Dodonut has already rotated over. This operator could do it for overtime. The A site. Shopify Rebellion already to take the first kill. Bullets answer back inside the smoke is Sarah again. 3-on-3, it's a mess. Dodo is riding around the other side. Where are these shots found? Dodo has pushed Lisa into an impossible position. MIBR's year could be over with one more shot. Shopify have done it. They defeat Brazil's number 2 to have a shot at their number 1 and revenge in the final.
The hope of the three-peat stays alive. Mel embraces her team. After 3 maps, they come down to second half, late stage comebacks to crush the hopes of MIBR.
This series might not have been a 5-mapper, but these games were absolute bangers. Down to the wire to start, down to the wire to finish. MIBR ultimately could not win today, but they improve on their record last year versus Shopify. They get a map, could have had moments to take this series, and ultimately will bow out here as the number 3 team in the first time Brazil has ever sent 2 squads to the Game Changers Championship.
The only 2 teams that could test Shopify this tournament came from Brazil.
Brazil is just the best in Game Changers.
The best region, that is. But the best team, there's no doubt that today that's Shopify. They give a hug across the stage, and they ready themselves to defend their title tomorrow. Shopify Rebellion. No one would have said they wouldn't make the finals, but in this fashion, having to go through the lowers, having to battle it in back-to-back BO5s, that is a tough task.
Mel and Effie is taking a little bit of extra time. Mel, who called a brilliant series, has once again led her team to a final. Shopify Rebellion are ready for another chance against Team Liquid and for another chance to raise that trophy. Lal Park is ready for them again tomorrow. That rematch will be an absolute tale. So much fun ready to be had here And Shopify Rebellion ready for more. We're sending you down to the stage with Dodonut for the Verizon post-match interview.
And once again, Shopify Rebellion Gold are in the grand finals. Congratulations, you guys! And Dodonut, please join me over here. Hey, are those tears, Dodonut? 네, 결승 진출에 성공한 쇼피파이 레벨리언 골드의 도도넛 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 지금 약간 눈물을 머금고 있는 모습인데요. 사실 결승 진출에 익숙한 쇼피파이지만 도도넛 선수에게는 또 첫 번째 결승이거든요. 참 의미가 남다를 것 같습니다. 어떤 기분인지부터 물어보도록 할게요. Congratulations, Dodonut. I mean, Shopify Rebellion, you guys are no strangers to the grand finals, but for you, it's your first time and you had a lot to prove, especially when it comes to this tournament. But it looked like you deserve to be in the grand finals and you belong in the grand finals. Is that how you feel right now?
Obviously, all the hard work that we put throughout the year has finally paid off, and hopefully it'll be paid off tomorrow. And I mean, losing yesterday was like really heartbreaking, but for me, I didn't want to let my team down, so I had to show up today. Yeah.
Did that give you an extra mental boost, you know?
Well, I guess the past games has been like a mental game for me. So today I kind of just let loose and like do what I do.
일단 그동안 정말 팀원들과 함께 너무 열심히 연습했고 노력해왔던 것들이 이제서야 빛을 발하는 것 같고, 그리고 내일도 또 그런 부분이 드러났으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 하면서, 사실 어제 팀 리퀴드에게 패배를 한 이후에 개인적으로도 많이 속상하고 너무 슬퍼서 오늘 조금 더 열심히 잘 해야겠다라는 마음을 먹었고요. 그리고 어제와 달랐던 점은 여태까지는 뭔가 좀 보여줘야 한다는 마음에 굉장히 긴장을 했다면 오늘은 조금 더 부담감을 내려놓고 편하게 경기를 치르려고 했는데 이렇게 승리를 가져갈 수 있었다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 내일 팀 리퀴드 브라질을 다시 한번 만나게 되거든요. 승패를 이번 대회에서 한 번씩 주고 받았는데 내일 우승을 향한 각오도 한번 들어보고 싶네요. So moving on, it will be Team Liquid Brazil once again. You know, you told me about how that loss actually made you step up a little bit more. So tomorrow, why should it be Shopify that claims the throne again?
Why should it be? I mean, look at my teammates. I'm gonna do it for them.
내일 팀을 위해서 정말 최고의 퍼포먼스를 보여주면서 우승까지 꼭 가져가겠다고 얘기해준 도도넛 선수였습니다. 이렇게 해서 도도넛 선수 만나봤습니다. Congratulations, 도도넛! Let's go celebrate!
Dodo says, look at her teammates. Look at Sarah over here joining us on the desk. Sarah, those last few rounds, can we talk about what was going on? What were the comms like? What was the vibe of the team like also? Because I was going very back and forth and, you know, the entire crowd was like waiting with bated breath.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're a team of energy, and when we're not nervous and very calm and collected, we definitely play at a very high level. But when things get dicey and we can't quite find the adjustment, sometimes things get a little crazy, and the end of Abyss was definitely getting a little crazy.
Speaking of crazy, can I ask, what was the craziest call? I'm pretty sure like Abyss was like pretty fresh in your mind, but what's the craziest call that most likely like switched the mood of the series?
It's really hard to say. I feel like playing under Mel as an IGL, like every other round is an insane call. Like she's just unbelievable. She's mid-rounding left and right. So it's honestly hard to think of a specific round. I feel like, I mean, on Abyss, we were ending sites with 20 seconds left over and over again. Like, it's really hard to say.
I guess I can like backpack off of that a bit. How important was Effie's timings and stuff like that? Because I feel like every single time he called one, when you guys were down, whether it was Corrode or whatever, you guys went on this crazy comeback and you basically went out the map on Corrode after you called the timeout.
Yeah, I mean, Loke was very helpful. We definitely, I think in our last series, we talked a lot about just tax kind of overloading us with information and getting like really overwhelmed. And then our coaches sat down and had a talk about it, and they improved a lot. Like this series, their tax were very, very well thought out. A lot of them were, just telling us to calm down and take some breaths and relax because we're fine. We have the right adjustments. So yeah, they were really helpful this series.
I want to talk about one specifically. It was 11-10. It was like after you guys used a KG ult in a 2v4 and it didn't go your way. What was said during that timeout that you can share to like just bring it in? Because that's, on Abyss, this last map.
Yeah, honestly, I think Mel had a call. And we had 2 tacks still left over from T-side, so Loic just called it so that Mel had time to explain her play. We could all just relax and take a breath, because like I said, things are getting kind of crazy in the Cubs.
So sometimes it's just to rein you guys back in. I wanted to talk about the vibes of the entire series, because we were talking about how, you guys looked a little bit more serious, of course, entering into this series. And like, for example, when you take, early on and Corrode versus at the very end, you guys were very, very different. So was it that way? Like, was it what we were seeing that, you guys started maybe a bit low on energy in the series?
I think strangely enough, like, we tend to perform better the less serious we are. Like, the more goofy and trolly that we are, the better things seem to go for us. It's sort of like when we get really serious and locked in, it kind of looks like the end of Abyss, where like things are a little crazy, we're just overcalming and kind of yelling. So if we can just like find our energy and just chill a little bit, I think we'll be good.
And I think that's what makes, your team like so endearing to everybody. Everybody loves how like, oh, they're so unserious. I just love this team. Finally, I want to ask you, did today feel different because you were entering the series for like, in the lower bracket, which is a position that, this team, you guys don't really find yourselves into often?
Yeah, honestly, going into it, I wasn't sure how I'd feel. Like, I wasn't sure if we would enter some kind of crazy lower bracket demon mode, but I think it kind of just felt like another day at the office for me, at least. I don't know about my teammates. I can't speak for them.
Sarah, you've won 2 champs already with that 2 map ban advantage from the upper. And I know that we were talking a little bit before we went live here about how last year was free, right? Do you feel like now that you're going against Liquid again, who brought you down to this lower bracket, having to run through MIBR, now you don't have that 2 map advantage? Is this like kind of spark it up a little bit for you again?
I'm definitely excited. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Yeah, like I said, I mean, winning back-to-back champs, like, I think the first champs that we won was like an unbelievable experience, one of the best days of my life. The second champs was also amazing, incredible, but I didn't quite get that same feeling of just like raw, like adrenaline and like joy. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I think it will feel a lot closer to the first champs that we won in Brazil.
That's interesting. Oh, why do you think that's so? That it's gonna feel like even more special this time around, even though it is a potential 3-peat.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting Karn her first win. Hopefully, that's the objective. And also, I mean, last year it was a 3-0, right? It wasn't the closest series, I think. And then in Brazil, it was very, very close, like 5-map series. It was our first time winning, so it was just unbelievable. So I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. I hope it can compare.
I think everybody is looking forward to tomorrow, Sarah. We are so, so excited. And after 2 weeks of competition, only 2 teams are left standing. We have Shopify Rebellion taking on Team Liquid Visa in the grand finals of Game Changers Champions 2025 here in Seoul, South Korea. It's going to be extremely exciting. We have fans for both teams just filling the arena here. And Sarah, you have some very special fans also. I just want to ask if you have a message for everybody that's been screaming Shopify there. You have some very dedicated fans in the audience that made it all the way out here to South Korea. What do you have to say to them?
Yeah, I mean, I always just say it's unbelievable that we have people willing to come across the world, really, to come cheer for us. So yeah, huge shout out to people like Soracon who are here every time just watching us play and cheering for us beyond belief, and I'm really, really grateful. I never really know how to put it into words. Like, there's no way to explain it, really. I'm just really, really grateful.
Yeah, there are no words. There are no words at this point. Of course, all of the girls love their fans, and there will be more to look forward to, of course, tomorrow with our best of 5 grand final. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. And we're gonna see you tomorrow because Team Liquid Visa will take on SRG in a showdown for the trophy. And following the trophy presentation, one player will be awarded the MVP bracelet. Thank you guys for watching. We will see you guys tomorrow at the grand finals of VCT Game Changers 2025.
Hello.
Hello and welcome to the Game Changers lower bracket final. Now, the players on the stage might look a little different for a good reason. We're here for something a little different.
There's so much history there that goes deep.
Ooh,
I
there
already
we
don't
go.
like it. Okay, the operator's
There we
out.
go.
Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking.
And they needed that, right? They needed Tens to lock in, and he
Let's go,
has.
baby.
I've said that with full faith and no real commitment. But Roxy, full faith in the shot. Does listening to Coach Potter actually pay off again? Oh, it does! It absolutely does!
We've come to our lower final between SRG and MIBR. With SRG's tumble into the lower final, MIBR has a chance to put a stopper to the once undefeated squad to deny SR a three-peat championship.
But this time the fight comes back into the smoke. It's a little bit of a mess, but Sarah waiting.
Yeah, they have art control, but look at
Sarah! Monster to 4K from her!
Truly monstrous from Sarah to start this game.
Nade in, she's pushing on through. MIBR, Lisa! But they're pushing around every single angle. Noya now spotted, and Lisa will take 4 for another on MIBR. Dodo to the right side of fake plant. Melissa is down. Shopify Rebellion make good on the comeback and will take Pearl.
And now the refight from MIBR.
SRN with the rocket. Good night, Shopify. MIBR falling backwards. Bastarda dominating split versus G2. Now seeing it through in the last moment for MIBR. This series is 1-1.
Okay, track.
Okay.
1,
Oh.
2.
1, 2.
Yes.
Okay.
1,
1,
2. 1,
1,
2.
2.
1, 2. Let's go, everybody. Let's go.
All right, can we try?
Come on. Woo!
Bouncing back for a tough first half, but Melissa still holding it down. Melissa for 4 shuts down this momentum. It is Bastarda versus the world. 1 kill, back onto the spike. Needs another. Bastarda is the best there is. But will there be time? She's trying to go for it. Bastarda, do you have it? No! Shopify Rebellion, 1 more map for the rematch. There wasn't a break, and Mel somehow escapes back behind the wall. And now dropping out of heaven, Sarah, and lines up for Mel! Unbelievable! Dodo is riding around the other side. Where are these shots found? Dodo! MIBR's year could be over with 1 more shot. Shopify have done it. They defeat Brazil's #2 to have a shot at their #1 and revenge in the final.
on the big screen. Chapstick on my teeth, give me clean up on all three. Straight off the plane, stuck a cat with her jet lag. She's looking round, stuffing bits in a pink bag. Man's wearing shades, trying to get a glimpse of me mag. Security! Get back with the girls at the front. I'm getting up with anyone that I want. Your boy got the key, you better run, 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 run. Let's go security!